Bhakti rasamrta sindhu, Bon Maharaja, Sanskrita text with Devanagari script with transliteration in English and English translation with comments. Volume I translated by Tridanti Swami Bhakti Hridaya Bon Maharaj Rector, Institute of Oriental Philosophy Institute of Oriental Philosophy Yen Vrindaban, UP, India. First published in November 1965. 1100 copies. All rights reserved by the translator. Published by Swami B. H. Bon Maharaj on behalf of Institute of Oriental Philosophy, Vrindaban, UP, India. Printed by Sri G. C. Ray at Navana Printing Works Private Limited, 47, Ganesh Chunder Avenue, Calcutta. 13 Contents. Preface. 9x1 Propitiatory Invocation, 12 Introduction, by Swami B. H. Bon Maharaj. 13 Slyeen Eastern Division of the book, First Wave, a generic character of Bhakti. Preliminary Propitiatory Invocation, Slokas 1-6, division of the subject of the different waves of the Eastern Division, Slokas 7-10, intrinsic nature and definition of Uttama Bhakti, Slokas 11-16, 6 qualities of pure or Uttama Bhakti, Slokas 17-43, 1. Bhakti as destroyer of afflictions and ills of life, Sloka 18, afflictions are threefold, viz. Acts of sin, sin of two kinds, Sloka 19, sin not yet started yielding fruits, Sloka 20, sin that started bearing fruits, Slokas 21-23, seeds of sin, Sloka 24, Neskians, Slokas 25-26, 2, Bhakti as beneficent, Sloka 27, pleasing the whole world, Sloka 28, giver of all good qualities, Sloka 29, giver of three kinds of happiness, Slokas 30-32, the last two qualities of Uttama Bhakti belong to Sadhana Bhakti. 3. The four values of life including moksha become insignificant and worthless. As a straw before Bhakti, Slokas 33-34. Plus, extremely difficult to adamant, Sloka 35, these difficulties are two. First, Sloka 36, second, Sloka 37, the two qualities of Bhakti in 3, and 4, belong to Bhavabhakti. The last two qualities, 5, and 6, of Uttarn Bhakti belong to Prema Bhakti. 5. Bhakti as giver of intensely condensed form of delight in the delight of the Lord, Slokas 38-40, 6. The power of drawing Sri Krishna to oneself, Slokas 41-43, distinguishing traits of Uttama Bhakti, establishing super excellence of Bhakti both as means and end, Sloka 44, arguments and inferences non-conducive to the comprehension of Bhakti, Slokas 45-46. 1-56 Second wave, Sadhana Bhakti 1. Three kinds of Bhakti, Sloka 1, Sadhana Bhakti, Slokas 2-5, Vaidhi Bhakti, 6-13, eligibility, 14-15, three classes of eligible persons, 16, superior grade, 17, medium grade, 18, inferior grade, 19, four classes mentioned in the Gita, 20-21, Bhakti completely freed from any desire for buddhi and muddy, Slokas 22-54, the first four forms of muddy for one's personal pleasure, 56, the four forms of muddy for serving the Lord for his delight, 57. Excellence of one-pointed Bhakti to Lord Govinda over Bhakti for Lord Narayana, 58-59. Eligibility of every human being for Bhakti, 66-71. Short mention of the various forms or angas of worship in sadhana bhakti as mentioned in the Harab Bhakti Vilas, 72, signs of the various forms or angas, 73, 64 aspects of worship, slokas 74-95, each of the 64 elements or features or angas of sadhana bhakti separately stated, slokas 96-237, even a short time practice of the five principal forms of sadhana bhakti arouses bhava bhakti, 238, viz. Worship of the deities, 239, reading of the Bhagavatam, 240, service of the devotee of Krishna, 241, chanting of the name of the Lord, 242, living in Mathura, 243, Extraordinary powers of the supramundane entities, 244, the primary fruit of sadhana bhakti is Ratai or Bhava Bhakti, 245, various forms of karma in vara and ashrama are not aspects of sadhana bhakti, 246, varna and ashrama to be followed till bhakti is aroused in one's heart, 247, bhakti independent of karma jnana yoga etc. 248 to 250, knowledge and abnegation end in bhakti, 251 to 253, distinction between genuine detachment and false renunciation their criteria, 254 to 256, denunciation of false renunciation and indifference to bhakti, 257 to 259, the conscious power of discrimination is not a necessary part of bhakti, 260, yama or restraint of passions, personal purification, etc. though inherent in the character of a pure devotee are not necessary parts of bhakti, 261 to 263, following any one or all aspects of sadhana bhakti can attain bhava bhakti, 264, one anga, 265, many angas, 266 to 268, Vaidhi sadhana bhakti guided by scriptural injunctions is also called Maryada Marga or reverential path, 269, Raganuga bhakti, 270 to 271, Ragatmika bhakti, Kamarupa and Sambandharupa, 272 to 273, different ways of gaining favorable and unfavorable active culture, 274 to 280, spiritual practices with attachment, 281 to 282, Kamarupa of the eternal associates of the Lord who are Ragatmikas, 283 to 286, Ratai nearing Kama, 287. Ratai of the way of relationship, 288 to 290, persons eligible for such Ratai, 291 to 293, the method of spiritual practices in Raganuga Bhakti, 294 to 296, Kamanuga in Raganuga Bhakti, 297 to 304, Sambandharupa Raganuga Bhakti, 305 to 308, Raganuga Bhakti also called Pusti Marga, Sloka 309. 57 to 327 third wave, Bhava Bhakti Bhava, Slokas 1 to 6, Bhavaratai due to either intense ardor or causeless grace of Krishna, 7 to 8, Bhava Bhakti due to ardent ardor, 9-13, Bhava Bhakti due to grace of Krishna, 14, due to the grace of the devotee of Krishna, 15, Bhavaratai aroused by causeless grace of Krishna, 16, verbal grace, 17, from appearance of Krishna in person, 18, grace manifest in the heart, 19 to 20, grace caused by the grace of devotees, 21 to 23, Ratai is of 5 kinds, 24, signs of sprout of Bhava, 25 to 26, forbearance, 27 to 28, not allowing a moment to go in vain, 29, indifference to worldly enjoyments, 30 to 31, unassuming, 32 to 33, positive hopes, 34 to 35, utmost anxieties, 36 to 37. Taste for constant chanting of the name of Krishna, 38, attachment in discoursing on the glories of the Lord, 39, love to live in the Lord's realm, 40, something more about Ratai, 41 to 45, reflection aspect of the semblance of Ratai, 46 to 48, shadow of the semblance of Ratai, 49 to 53, but offense at the feet of a devotee completely destroys Ratai, 54 to 57, Bhava with amazement and luminosity can be possible only by the grace of Krishna, 58, any worthlessness in one who has attained Bhava must not be slandered, Slokas 59 to 60. 328 to 371 fourth wave, Prima Bhakti Prima, 1 to 4, Prima from Bhava, 5, Prima from Bhava caused by scriptural following, 6, Prima caused by Bhava, 7 to 8, Prema from the grace of the Ratai in Lord Hari, 9-11, of these, the first aroused out of knowledge of the majestic greatness of the Lord, 12, signs of one-pointed Prema Bhakti, 13-14, different stages of the appearance of Prema, 15-16, very hard to understand the manifold shades of sentiments of Prema, 17-18, Sneha Pranaya, etc. Are different aspects of further flashes and developed shades of Prema, 19-20, concluding sloka of the Eastern Division, 21. 372-387 Glossary and Index 389 FF Table of Slokas in the Eastern Division Text and Quotations First Wave, Text 24 Slokas, Quotations, 22 Slokas Second Wave, Text 99 Slokas, Quotations, 210 Slokas Third Wave, Text 40 Slokas Quotations, 21 Slokas Fourth Wave, Text 13 Slokas, Quotations, 8 Slokas total, Text 176 Slokas, Quotations, 261 Slokas, in all, 437 Slokas. Preface. In 1924 renounced all worldly association with my revered parents and affectionate blood relations, and surrendered myself unconditionally and completely at the feet of my spiritual master Om Visnupad Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Goswami Prabhupada, and accepted the life of a Vaisnava Tridandi monk at the age of 23. In 1927 my Gurudeva, out of his infinite affection, asked me to unfold the esoteric supramundane love sports of the transcendental damsels of the all-conscious spiritual realm of Braja in their eternal relation with the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, at a theistic exhibition that we organized at his instance at Sri Mayapur, the birthplace of Sri Krishna Caitanya Adava. By the blessings of my spiritual master was able to please him by demonstrating Vrindavana Radhakunda on the basis of Sri Govinda Lilamritam. Thus pleased, my Gurudeva asked me to serve the spiritual cause of Braja Dharma, and was also very kind to place me in charge of conducting the ever well-organized circumambulation of Brajamandala that was also organized at his directions. This offered me ample opportunities to go deep in the correct conceptions of the transcendental pastimes of the Supreme Lord Krishna, and his associates in Braja. 1. Therefore, assured my master that one would endeavor in my humble way to serve the cause of Brajadama to please him and the Lord of Braja, and also for my own spiritual unfolding. But before one could engage myself in this much desired task, my spiritual master sent me to Europe early in 1933 with the object of informing the intelligentsia of England, Germany, Austria, Czechoslovakia, and France about the super excellence of the message of Prema as was preached by Sri Caitanya. Returned to India early in 1936, and my spiritual master passed away at 5 in the morning of his January 1937. Soon after his demise, the Gaudiya mission was split into factions due to internal dissension. Gravely shocked at this most unfortunate turn of events of the institution to which I had dedicated my life from my very early youth, one went away to Burma, Japan, and the USA on a lecture tour in order to keep myself aloof from the unpleasant and unhappy affairs of the Gaudiya math, and returned to India in 1941. Dissociated myself from all the factious parties of the mission. Under all these unforeseen and adverse circumstances I could not take up the service that promised my master. In 1942 I finally decided to settle down in Vrindavan. But before I could do this, one went out on foot on a pilgrimage of 650 miles to Yamunotri, Garagotri, Kedamatha, and Badrinatha, and at last took my residence at Vrindavan and remained in exclusive seclusion observing silence for 4 years. In the meantime had written a few books on the Vedas, the Gita, and the life and teachings of Sri Caitanya. But the main task, which my spiritual master had entrusted to me, remained unfulfilled all these years. In 1946 I broke my self-imposed silence and began to study the present conditions of Vrindavan, which is one of the most important places of pilgrimage of the Hindus. My impression was that present-day Vrindavan was alas very backward socially, economically, educationally, culturally, and above all, spiritually. thus put my mind and energies to the establishment of an academic institution for advanced scholars for objective studies of the spiritual heritage of India in general and Vaishnavism in particular. Thought that advanced research in comparative philosophy and comparative religion at a research center here would enhance the glories of Vrindavan and of India in a lasting manner. The spiritual values of Krishna Prema must stand on their own merit. This academic institution was started in 1950 against terrible oppositions from various quarters for different reasons. It is now an affiliated postgraduate institute under Agra University. But the uplift of the true cause of Braja, which is associated with the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna and Krishna Prema, could be far better enhanced by translating into English the vast Sanskrit literature of the 6 Gosvamins of the Caitanya school, headed by Sri Rupa and Sri Sanatana, who expounded the supramundane, transcendental, and esoteric significance of the realm, associates, and pastimes of Lord Krishna. This could not so long be possible for want of a group of scholars who could sit around the table and take up the noble work with a proper frame of mind and heart, freed, as far as humanly possible, from mundane sex thinking. The subject matter of Lord Krishna and Krishna Prema is most difficult and most misconceived because of the apparently earthly, and essentially transcendental nature. To put the subject into English language is indeed no easy matter. Anyway, I was happy to secure the active cooperation of Dr. Sujal Kumar Maitra, Ma, PhD, PRS. Unfortunately he is no more in this world, and Pandit Krishnadasa Vyakaran Gaudiya Sanajurdha, and thus undertook to translate into English Sri Rupa Goswami's classical work Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu with all the humbleness of my heart. Should one be able to complete it and see it through printing, I shall have the satisfaction that hereby I am able, with all my limitations, to serve the wishes of my spiritual master and also the cause of spiritual Vrindavan as well as of Sri Rupa Goswami. I apologize for mentioning all these my personal affairs in this preface. Have purposely mentioned these personal factors because of the special background of my mind with which undertook this translation of Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu. Lam deeply grateful to Dr. Sujal Kumar Maitra, M.A., Ph.D., PRS who took great trouble in looking through my English rendering, polishing it here and there, and thereby encouraging me immensely. Express my sincere gratefulness to Pandit Krishnadasa Vyakarana Gaudiya Sanatirtha but for whose help I would not have been able to translate the 3 commentaries. Panditji helped me in following the Sanskrit tikas and explained to me wherever I found the grammar complex and difficult. In fact have been able to complete this translation of the text and the commentaries in collaboration with Sri Krishnadasaji. Professor Tapadhira Krishnadasa Dastida, M.A., B.L. has corrected all the proofs of the first volume with great devotion. May the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna bless him profusely. T. Acknowledge with thanks the prompt mess with which the Navana Printing Works, Private, Limited, Calcutta has complete printing of the first volume. Feel confident that they will pay equal attention to the printing of the next 2 volumes. The book will be completed in 3 volumes. As the founder rector of the Institute of Oriental Philosophy, Vrindavan, beg to express our sense of deep gratitude to the Government of India, Ministry of Education, for granting 50% of the total expenditure of this first volume of Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu. And the most pleasant thing that have to mention here is that my dear friend Mr. Sidney Ashton Hill of England voluntarily came forward to contribute the balance of the total expenditure for publication of this first volume of the book. When he came to know that the Government of India had sanctioned only half the amount of the cost of publishing for this volume, one felt extremely shy when my friend sent me a check without informing me beforehand, and one wrote him back that in this world money often disturbs the relations between father and sons, husband and wife, brother, and friend. I would value his selfless friendship and affection more than any financial gift. He felt pained, and wrote back that this gift was a token of his genuine friendship for me. Could not any longer refuse his affectionate gift for the publication of this important and authentic book of the philosophy of Bhakti. If my friend Mr. Sidney Ashton Hill benefits by reading this book of unalloyed devotion to the Supreme Lord of all, I shall be happy that his noble name shall ever remain associated with this publication. Vrindavan, the 30th of October, 1964 BH Bon Propitiatory Invocation. I humbly bow at the feet of my spiritual master Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Goswami Maharaj, whose inordinate affection for me is the most precious gem of my heart. Know how dearest he is, the apple of the eye, to Sri Sri Radha and Srila Govindadeva, and so I seek his limitless blessings. Sri Rupa Goswami, who is Sri Rupa Manjari in Brajalila, is the personification of the supramundane beauty of Sri Radha, and is the best blooming blossom in the garden of Prema, who very strongly attracts the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, the bee, by his incomparable fragrance. May he inspire me to undertake the serious task of serving all genuine devotees, known and unknown, by translating his Bhakti rasamrta sindhu into English, so that all may dive into the ocean of Bhakti rasa and forever drink the nectar thereof. May Sri Krishna Caitanya, who is Lord Sri Krishna with the feelings of Mahabhava of Sri Radha, ever shine in my heart like the vernal moon and madden me with the elixir of Krishna Prema, so that my soul may dance in ecstasy before the smiling eyes of my most beloved Lord. Vrindavan, the 30th of October 1964. Bhakti Hridaya Bon Introduction. Sri Rupa Goswami was the younger brother of Sri Sanatana Goswami and was elder to Sri Vallabha, who was father of Sri Jiva Goswami. Sri Vallabha was subsequently known as Anupama. They were Karnata Brahmanas by birth. Sri Jiva Goswami, nephew of Sri Rupa and Sri Sanatana, gives a genealogical tree of their family at the end of his book Lagodosani. It is stated that one Sarvajana by name was born in the royal family of Karnata, who belonged to the Bharadvaja Gotra of the Brahmana caste. Sri Sarvajana had a son known as Anuruddha, who had two sons known as Rupesvara and Harihara. Harihara turned out his brother Rupesvara, who settled in the kingdom of Siksvara in the east. Rupesvara's son, Padmanabha, migrated to Bengal and settled at Nehati on the Ganga. Padmanabha became a minister at the court of Danujamardana Raja Gainsa, who defeated Samsuddin in 1405. This Padmanabha had 5 sons, and the youngest was known as Mukundadeva, who settled in the Jessore district. Sri Mukundadeva had 3 sons, known as Sanatana, Rupa, and Vallabha, who used to live at Ramkali in the district of Maldaha, then capital of Bengal. Sri Sanatana, Sri Rupa, and Sri Vallabha were therefore Karnata Brahmanas by birth and settled in Bengal since the time of their great-great-grandfather Sri Rupesvara. King Hussain Shah, at that time governor of Bengal, appointed Sri Sanatana as his prime minister and Sri Rupa as his confidential home minister, and gave them the titles of Sakara Malik and Davara Keza respectively. Both the brothers were not only great scholars of Nyaya philosophy of wide repute, but were exceptionally devout votaries of Sri Krishna Caitanya Deva. Ultimately both renounced the world and completely surrendered themselves at the feet of Sri Krishna Caitanya Deva. On his way back from Vrindavana, Sri Caitanya instructed Sri Rupa on the esoteric aspects of Bhakti Rasa at the Dasasvamed Hagat at Prayag, Allahabad, and inspired Sri Sanatana at Varanasi with the fundamental principles of God, Jivatma, and the phenomenal world. Both finally settled in Vimdavana at the instance of Sri Krishna Caitanya Deva. Drive S. Das holds, after finishing their studies they, Sanatana and Rupa, entered the king's service, which they enjoyed for many years before they finally retired from the office to join Sri Caitanya's mission in 1516. The 6 Goswamis, viz., Sri Rupa, Sri Sanatana, Sri Bhattaraghunatha, Sri Jiva, Sri Gopalabhatta, and Sri Dasaraghunatha, were the most trusted lieutenants of Sri Krishna Caitanya Deva, all of whom lived in Vraja and lived the life of extreme asceticism and intense devotion to the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. Before one can even think of Premarasa of the supramundane nature in relation to Sri Radhakrishna, one must undergo strict discipline of the body and mind, absolutely overcome all the senses, must be beyond all thoughts of sexes, and practice spiritual life. Such a life did Sri Rupa Goswami live, and the way of his life and activities immensely pleased Sri Caitanya. So Sri Rupa was considered to be the fittest person who could undertake writing on Bhakti Rasa, and thus the Lord entrusted him with the task. About the way of life that Sri Rupa and Sanatana led in Vrindavana, Drive S. Das describes like this: they, Sri Rupa and Sanatana, were exactly fitted for the work he, Sri Caitanya, had imposed upon them. They were the pride of the sect. The Gaudiya Vaishnava world was struck with wonder and affection at their devotional life. They were above reproach in every respect. LF Sri Caitanya made anybody perfected was Rupa, Sanatana, and Raghunatha Dasa. Their asceticism was wonderful. Sometimes they were homeless, sleeping every night under a different tree and at times in a cave. They were perfectly happy under the trees of Braja while their palaces at Ramakeli and at Fatiyabad had not given them a vestige of the bliss they experienced at Vindavana. They lived on alms begging from door to door accepting coarse dry bread, in contrast to the luxurious and palatable dishes to which they were accustomed. They chewed the dry bread and gram forsaking all earthly pleasures. They had only a coconut shell as a water bottle and a tattered quilt to protect them from cold. They practiced self-mortification to the extreme. Few people could have pursued unflinchingly a martyrdom as they did. Such was the life of extreme renunciation and spiritual dedication of Sri Rupa Goswami, who wrote Sri Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu and Ajay Valanilaniani. Not everybody is eligible for this type of work. If unqualified persons, given to sensualities of the flesh should venture dabble in the premarasa of Sri Radhakrishna without the requisite spiritual practices they will only bring ruin on themselves. Sri Rupa Goswami understood the inner feelings of Sri Krishna Caitanya better than many of his other intimate followers. Once it so happened that Sri Caitanya recited a famous verse of Kavya Prakasa before Lord Jagannathadev's car festival in which a lovelorn girl longed to be with her lover in the grove on the bank of the river Riva where they had first met each other and fallen in love. Why should Sri Caitanya sing this verse in front of Lord Jagannatha on the chariot? Sri Rupa understood the feelings of Sri Caitanya, and he wrote on a palm leaf the inner significance of that verse of Kavya Prakasa in relation to the feelings of Sri Caitanya. Sri Rupa's verse meant that when Sri Radha met Lord Sri Krishna on the chariot at Kurukshetra after long separation, she addressed herself to her beloved, "Thou art Sri Krishna and am that Radha, and the bliss of our meeting is just the same. Yet my heart yearns for the groves on the bank of the Yamuna where thy flute first sounded the music and we met for the first time." Sri Caitanya was imbued with the feelings of Sri Radha, even in their meeting after long separation. She did not relish the grandeur of Sri Krishna as a king sitting on the chariot, but preferred to meet him in his unsophisticated manner in the groves of Braja on the banks of the Kalindi. When Sri Caitanya read this verse on the palm leaf, written by Sri Rupa, he affectionately called him near and told all other devotees that Sri Rupa understood his heart correctly. From this instance, it is clear that Sri Rupa was most competent to write on Bhaktirasa as was brought to the world by Sri Caitanya. Sri Rupa also wrote Lalita Madhava and Vidagdha Madhava first in one volume, but they were expounded separately at the direction of Sri Caitanya himself. Sri Rupa Goswami wrote a number of valuable books in Sanskrit, on Kavya, poetics, drama, dramaturgy, poetry, philosophy. That Sri Rupa Goswami was a scholar of great eminence there is no doubt. Indeed, his contribution to the Gaudiya literature is vast and varied. To quote again Drive S. Das, Sri Rupa Goswami was deeply learned and preeminently a poet. Rasa and poetry distill the essence, which makes every piece of his writing exquisitely beautiful. Fully equipped, he launched upon the great task of creating a different kind of literature in all its branches, which is distinctive of the Gaudiya sect. Creativity is the essence of his poetic genius. He was the first to give a new interpretation to rasa and to develop it in a direction peculiar to the sect. Rasa has been interpreted and identified with Bhakti Rasa, which forms the absorbing theme of Gaudiya Vaishnava literature and of the practical lives of its adherents. Rupa eliminated all sorts of sensuality either subtle or gross from Bhakti Rasa, which develops itself by way of concentration to prema in proportion to the elimination of worldliness from the heart of a devotee. Sri Rupa Goswami wrote, as already stated, on a variety of subjects. But we mention here only the name of some of his important works. They are Hamsadutta, Uddhava Sandasa, Astadasa Lila Chanda, Utkalika Valley Stava, Govinda Viradavali, Premendosagara, Vidagdha Madhava Nataka, Danakeli Kaumudi, Lalita Madhava Nataka, Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu, Ajay Valanilamani, Muttara Mahima, Pudyavala, Nataka Kandrika, Lagu Bhagavadamrita, Krishna Janmatithi, Lagu Krishnaganodisa Dipika, Vrata Krishnaganadisa Dipika, Akyata Kandrika, Stavamala, Yupadi Samrita, Hare Krishna Maha Mantra Nirapanam and Gungas Taka. Of these, Hamsaduta and Udavasandasa are Duta Kavyas, while Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu is his work on the philosophy and psychology of Bhakti. Our present PT is to translate Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu into English, so that non-Sanskrit knowing savants may know this unique contribution on the philosophy of Bhakti. But as the subject is rather difficult and uncommon, we have thought it proper to use the technical expressions of the text in the translation and give an explanatory note on such expressions in a glossary at the end of the book. From our personal experience with a wide section of scholars at various universities in Europe and America, we have come to realize how difficult it is for Europeans to follow us correctly when we try to express our philosophical and theological ideas through the commonly used English words of Western philosophy and Christian theology. We mean one thing, and they understand a different thing. There are many Sanskrit words in our Hindu philosophy and religious literature, which cannot be correctly put into English equivalents. If we do, they convey a different meaning. The best thing is to try to understand Western philosophy and Christian theology in their own expressions, and in the same way Western scholars need to understand our technical expressions in their proper context and meaning. Almost every Sanskrit word conveys different meanings, and it is not so easy for Western scholars, even with their knowledge of Sanskrit, to understand us correctly. For example, the Sanskrit word bhakti can be derived from two different roots, bhaj and banjay, but the meanings will be contrary. One German scholar of repute, versed in Sanskrit, once argued with us why we should not accept banjay as the root of bhakti. He simply would not hear that it was from the root bhaj that bhakti was derived and understood. Such being the difficulty, we would adhere to the original expressions. We now give here a short summary of Bhakti Rasa, from Sraddha to Mahabhava. Sri Krishna, who is the most beloved of Sri Radha, is now manifest as Sri Krishna Caitanya Deva with three specific purposes. First, he reveals himself in order to remove forever, out of his limitless compassion for the entire humanity, the agonies of the threefold miseries relating to the physical body and subtle mind intelligence ego. Adhyatmika pains, the providential sufferings like earthquake, flood, etc. Adhidavika sufferings, and afflictions caused by other living beings, adhibhotika inflictions. Secondly, he by his own personal example is desirous of teaching unalloyed devotion and loving intimate service to the Supreme Lord as the Divine Master, the Divine Friend, the Divine Son, and the Divine Consort, to the fallen and self-forgetful humanity, so that it may have a taste of the elixir which is Bhakti Rasa through the varied reciprocal relationships of servanthood, friendship, parenthood, and consorthood. According to their temperamental predilections, even though they may be utterly lacking even in the faintest idea of a true spiritual life of unalloyed devotion and divine love, and thereby bringing to the world a flood of the waves of the hitherto untasted nectar of the vast ocean of Bhakti Rasa and Ajay Valaprema. Sri Krishna Caitanya Deva promulgated the Yugadharma, religion of the Kali age, of the chanting of the name of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, and unrestrictedly distributed the most precious wealth of the highly brightened Ajay Valaprema to one and all, which was so far completely unknown to the people of the world. There is also a third reason of the appearance of Sri Krishna Caitanya Deva in this world, viz. The Supreme Lord Sri Krishna manifested himself as Sri Krishna Caitanya Deva in order, above all, to taste for himself and to make all unalloyed and highest devotees to appreciate that super excellence of prema developing into sneha, mana, pranaya, raga, anuraga, bhava, and mahabhava, the last culminating in Sri Radha, the counter-whole divine moiety, and her associate counterparts. The eight Sakais in their supramundane consorthood relation with the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. The Supreme Lord Sri Krishna is the only predominating and transcendental recipient of prema, while Sri Radha is the predominated counter-whole divinity who alone can offer the supreme enjoyments to the Absolute Lord. The stage of prema, which must not be misidentified with love, developing up to Anuraga and Bhava can manifest itself in the 8 Sakais, i.e. the extended counterparts of Sri Radha, the counter-whole divinity, the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna being the only predominating and original whole divinity. Therefore, the climax of Prema in Mahabhava is possible in Sri Radha alone and cannot be possible in any finite self however advanced in the spiritual life. The Supreme Enjoyer Sri Krishna tastes the mellow sweets of the consorthood services of Sri Radha to him, but what she experiences in return both in union and separation, the Lord does not know. Hence, Sri Krishna accepted, out of his divine prerogative and free will, the complexion of Sri Radha as also the feelings of Sri Radha for him, so that he might relish Sri Radha's feelings in the brightened state of Ajay Valaprema, and thus he became Sri Krishna Caitanya Deva. Before Sri Krishna Caitanya Deva brought his message of Krishna Prema to the world, Gita Govindam, Krishnakar songs of Kandidasa and Vidyapati, dealing with Sri Radhakrishna Prema had already been published. But as the subject was unfamiliar, it was grossly misunderstood by the intellectual laity, who were given to sense experience and who were normally addicted to sensualities. So long as one's heart is polluted by sense egoism, so long as one's mind is darkened by a very very thick quagmire of sex-mindedness, so long as an individual misidentifies his true self with his gross body and his subtle body, mind, intelligence, ego, there is absolutely no possibility of entering into the depth of the spiritual transparency of Sri Radhakrishna Prema. Eligibility demands absolute effacement of man-woman conceptions from the thoughts of an individual before he can realize the supreme beauty of the divine sex. There is no shortcut to it. Those who will venture to dabble in Sri Krishna Prema with their prepossessed association of ideas of human or animal sex experiences will knowingly bring utter min to themselves. The super-excellence of the unsurpassable beauty of the divine Premarasa will ever remain unaffected by their wrong attempts. It will, therefore, be worthwhile to explain here in a nutshell the transcendental significance of Mahabhava, which is identified with Sri Radha alone. The conception of Sri Radha is completely misconceived by most people. From the present state of utter self-forgetfulness of an individual soul, engrossed in the physical and mental tabernacles till its final freedom and adamant of Prema Bhakt, there are different stages of gradual unfolding of the innate dormant nature of the soul, which it must undergo by way of spiritual practices before it can aspire to understand and relish the superior excellence of Sri Radhakrishna Prema. These stages are, 1. Sraddha, 11, Sadhu Sangha, IIL, Bhajanakriya, 4, Anarthanivrti, v. Nistha, 6, Rusai, Vid, Asakti, Viid Bhava, and 1x, Prema. Sri Rupa Goswami deals in this book Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu with the subject matter of Prema staging from its lowest step of Sraddha. From 1. Sraddha to 4. Anarthanivrti are steps of spiritual sadhana, practices, from utter bondage to the soul's freedom from the clutches of the threefold deviating influences of Maya, the deluding energy of God. After self-realization, the soul develops in his/her spiritual practices from v. Nistha, to 9. Prema, which is attainable even while the soul is not separated from his/her physical and mental, gross and subtle, coverings. Prema can develop in the Siddhadeha alone, i.e. the supramundane and eternally spiritual body of the pure soul or the finite self, otherwise called Jivatma, as categorically different from in the physical and mental associations, into x. Sneha, 11, Mana, 12, Pranaya, 13, Raga, 14, Anuraga, 15, Bhava, 16, Mahabhava. 15. Bhava is distinct from 8. Bhavarati in the earlier stages of bhakti and spiritual practices till Prema is attained. The individual finite self or the Jivatma cannot, as stated above, attain Mahabhava. The conceptions about 1. Sraddha to 9. Prema have been dealt with in the Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu by Sri Rupa Goswami, while Sri Rupa has elaborately explained the stages from x. Sneha to 16. Mahabhava in his famous Ajay Valanilamani. There has been a lot of confused thinking amongst scholars, both Eastern and Western, about the true nature of Bhakti in general, Prema in particular, and much more about Mahabhava, i.e. the supramundane love sports of the counter whole, Sri Radha, with the predominating original whole, Sri Krishna, in which the absolute whole having projects himself out into the second or counter whole without losing the original whole, cf. Upanishad. As these technical transcendental aspects of the unalloyed soul's eternal and ever-progressive relations with the Supreme Being Sri Krishna have been wrongly identified in certain quarters with mundane and sensual love dalliances, we propose to give here a short explanatory note on each of the above-mentioned 16 stages of the soul's progress to self-realization and God realization and the reciprocal relationships that exist between God, Paramatma, and the individual soul or finite self, Jiva. Atma. In the glossary at the end of the book, these technical terms in Rasasastra or Rasa literature will be explained, and in the text we shall retain the original Sanskrit expressions which cannot conveniently be rendered into English equivalents. For example, it is absolutely wrong to translate Prema as love, or Mahabhava as great sentiment. By such easy translation, the whole purpose of the works of Sri Rupa Goswami will be lost. The following explanatory notes on the 16 stages of Bhakti will be, we hope, helpful to the readers of this English edition of Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu. 1. Sraddha, faith in the Supreme Being Sri Krishna, i.e. the faith that by serving him alone everything else is served wholly and completely, as by pouring water at the root of a plant all its branches, twigs, and leaves are fed. Sraddha is aroused in the heart of an individual being in bondage by his association with saints and by listening to the injunctions of the scriptures. Sraddha is of two kinds, viz. A. Mundane, and B. Spiritual. The spiritual Sraddha or firm faith is the seed of Bhakti, cf. Bhakti Sandarbha. 2. Sadhu Sangha, company of sadhus or saints. This means an individual's eager desire to be in the company of a sadhu in order to learn the methods of spiritual practices for God realization alone and for no other purpose. But who is a sadhu? According to Bhagavatam, Canto 11, Chap 11, Slokas 29-31, the following are the qualities of a genuine sadhu or saint. A sadhu is kind, he cherishes animosity toward none and he smilingly endures even the bitterest miseries. He loves truth as the vein blood of his life, he never allows any evil thought to pollute his mind, and he looks upon all with equal love and compassion. He does not entertain any kind of mundane desires to darken his mental quantum and he is self-controlled, amiable, and pure in character. He remains farthest from any attempt to accumulate for his future subsistence and does not beg anything from anybody and he is abstemious and peaceful. He is steady in his mind. He depends absolutely on the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, and remains in constant remembrance of the Lord. He is patient, solemn, magnanimous and undisturbed even by utmost provocation and turmoils. He has control over hunger, thirst, lamentations, infatuation, birth, and death. He does never aspire after respect for himself, but is always respectful to others, he is friendly to all, and his heart is full of compassion for others. He is fully conversant with the real nature of God and he is erudite. To keep company with such a one in person, thought and through discussions is sadhu sangha. 111, Bhajanakriya, spiritual practices, in the stage of bondage. This Bhajanakriya is twofold, viz. A. Nisthita, i.e. rigid following of listening to and singing the glories of the Supreme Lord, and B. Anisthita, i.e. slackness in spiritual practices. This slackness in spiritual practices may be due to 6 different circumstances, viz. I. Utsahame early zeal in bhakti like a child's first attempt at reading the first primer, thinking that it has become a great scholar, which slowly declines. 2. Ganatarala or thickened liquidity, i.e. sometimes progressive and sometimes retrogressive processes of spiritual practices of bhakti like the intensity and slackness of a student in his studies. Gi. Vyadhabhi kalpa, this is like a married man vacillating between resolutions and doubts. At times such a sadhaka resolves to remain in his householder's life in the company of his wife and children, relatives, and friends, and devote himself to spiritual practices of service to God, i.e., bhakti, and again, the next moment, he resolves to cut off all ties with his blood relations in order to devote himself completely to a spiritual life. Such a vacillating state of mind of a devotee is called Vyadhavikalpayanasthita bhajanakriya, which means a vacillating state resulting in slackness in spiritual practices. 4. Visaya Sangara Le. Fight against the temptations of worldly enjoyments. In this state of slackness, the devotee sometimes overcomes all allurements of worldly pleasures and sometimes they dupe him. Vy. Niyamaksama instability in determination. In this state of slack bhakti, the sadhaka fails to stick even for his strong determinations. 6. Tarngaranjana. Even when a sadhaka, one in his bondage engaged in spiritual practices, is overwhelmed by a desire for spiritual advancement and is engaged in spiritual practices, he is drifted away by the powerful forces of the tide of worldly gains, name and fame, etc. Such a state is called Tarngaranjana. 4. Anartha Nivritti, cessation of the obstacles and the defect that cloud bhakti. These obstacles are fours, q. Obstacles arising out of impious thinking and wrongdoings, as well as fivefold miseries, which are, I. Avidya, to mistake a changeable and transitory object for an eternal entity. Gi. Equals asmita, to misidentify one's own self with one's gross physical body and one's subtle body, mind, intelligence, and ego. 3. Raga, attachment to objects of sense experiences, viz. Form, rupa, taste, rasa, smell, gandha, touch, sparsa, and sound, sabda, corresponding to fire, water, earth, air and ether. 4. Dvesa, anger against opposition to the enjoyment of the senses. V. Abhinavisa, to misconceive one as dead when the physical body and the phenomenal objects of physical enjoyments are destroyed. 2. Obstacles arising out of pious actions done either in this life or in previous births, which offer enjoyment here in this world or hereafter in heaven, svarga. Enjoyments in this world or in heaven as a result of pious deeds are obstacles to the attainment of bhakti. They are like deep clouds that cover the moon of bhakti. G3. Obstacles arising out of 10 offenses done to the name of Krishna and 32 offenses committed in the services of arcana, i.e. worship of the deities in the temples. One should know them in detail so that spiritual practices of bhakti might not be clouded over. 4. Obstacle arising out of bhakti itself, that is, from a non-rigid state of sadhana of bhakti. It is possible that one is carried away by the desire for buddhi, i.e. for enjoyment of pleasures of heaven as a minor god, or by the desire for mudhi, sayujyamati, i.e. self-annihilation by way of a desire to merge into the absolute Brahman. Or by desires for worldly gains, name and fame, etc. One has got to be very careful about these subtle temptations that may lead one astray from unalloyed bhakti. After there is a complete cessation of the above-mentioned fourfold possible obstacles, there are 5 impediments to the practices of elementary bhakti for a sadhaka, a devotee in bondage, viz. I. Laya, to feel ever-increasing drowsiness while singing, listening to and remembering the glories of the Godhead. Gi. Viksipa, to maintain mundane associations while practicing even the external forms of bhakti. Gi. Apratipati, disinclination for bhajana or spiritual endeavors even when realizing one's laya and viksipa. 4. Kaseya, instinctively prone to anger, avarice, vanity, etc. Vy. Rasasveda, to think of sensual enjoyment and worldly pleasures while engaged in bhajana or practices of bhakti. To be completely freed from all the above stated obstacles, which overcloud unalloyed bhakti, is anartha-nivritti. V. Nistha, firmness in the striving for the unfolding of bhakti. When the obstacles of laya, viksipa, kaseya, etc. are almost removed from the path of bhakti of such a sadhaka, the steadiness that he then attains is called nistha. This nistha or firmness in bhakti can be of 2 different forms, 1. steadfastness that directly concerns bhakti, which is again of three forms, viz. Gi, physical, such as worship in the temple, listening to the scriptures, prostrated obeisances before the deities in the temple and before the guru or spiritual master, circumambulation of the temple of God and the sacred places of pilgrimage associated with his divine descents in this world. Gi equals verbal, such as chanting of the name of God, chanting on beads and reading aloud his glories. Git mental, such as remembrance of and meditation on the divine name, transcendental form and beauty, supramundane limitless qualities, spiritual realm, associates and entourage, and eternal pastimes of the Lord. 2. Steadiness in relation to things which are favorable to bhakti. No desire for one's own respect, being respectful to others, friendliness, compassion, gratitude, self-control, mental tranquility, tolerance, and such other qualities as are helpful to the development of constancy in bhakti. 6. Rucl, liking or taste. When a strong taste for listening to the glories of the Lord becomes much more agreeable than talks on mundane things, then such a mental taste of the devotee is called rusai. This rusai or taste for the singing of the glories of God is of two forms, viz. A. To pay equal attention to all aspects of bhakti without paying any particular attention to the less important aspects of bhakti. B. To feel agreeably affected by the various traits of bhakti, keeping in view the more important and the less important aspects thereof. 7. Asakla attachment. When taste for services of the Supreme Lord develops into full-grown maturity and the Lord alone becomes the sole object of life, and then such an intensity of spiritual practices by a devotee creates a glue-like attachment for the Lord in his heart. This attachment for the Lord is like the foliage of the all-wish-yielding creeper of bhakti, in the form of loving services of the Supreme Lord, the Godhead, which very soon brings forth the flower of bhava and the fruit of prema. This asakti cleanses the heart of the devotee and makes it so transparent that the Lord's reflection appears therein in such a way as if the Lord has appeared before the devotee in person. In the beginning, the sadhakai.e. A devotee in the early stages of spiritual practices, purposely turns his mind towards the Supreme Person, and soon his mind is spontaneously and constantly fixed on him. In this stage of asakti, if the devotee were in the midst of even worldly gossip, his mind will turn unawares to the Lord and be attached to thinking about him. His soul now begins to relish the supreme sweetness of the incomparable beauties of Sri Krishna, the Lord. All worldly talks and worldly affairs become boring and unbearable to him. VLU, bhava, when the above explained asakti or attachment along with rusai or spontaneous taste softens the heart, mind, and ego, and all reasoning faculties reach a point of melding, it is called bhava. This bhava is the innate nature of the self-same potency, svarapasakti, or internal potency, antarngasakti, of the all-powerful Supreme Lord, and is like the aurora immediately preceding the rise of the sun of prema. When a devotee attains the stage of bhavarati, the following 9 traits are fully developed in him 2. 1. He wastes not his time, even for the twinkling of an eye, without being constantly engaged in his bhajana, i.e. intense spiritual practices. 2. The mental quantum of such a devotee remains perfectly calm and composed even if there be causes of extreme excitement. G3. He develops a natural apathy for worldly objects. 4. He is unassuming even though possessing all noble qualities. 5. He has a firm faith in the realization of God in this very life and meeting with his beloved Lord. 6. He develops an intense longing for his beloved Lord. 7. He constantly sings the name of his beloved Lord. 3. His attachment for singing the glories of the Lord remains steady. 9. He passionately loves Vindavana, the eternal realm of the transcendental pastimes of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. The Madhuryakadam Binai describes the following further characteristics of bhava bhakti. Gi. This bhava is also called rati. 2. The fragrance of the flower of bhava bhakti of a devotee forcibly attracts Sri Krishna the Lord, like a bee. 3. When the devotee reaches the stage of bhava, he anoints the Lord with the bhava-scented oil of affection, squeezed out of the sesame of his metal quantum. The Lord is also overwhelmed by and enjoying the bhava bhakti of his devotee. 4. Even the gods adore such a devotee in bhava bhakti, however lowly the society in which he might have been born. When bhava is awakened in the heart of a devotee, showers of tears of prema drench his soul. Being overfilled with emotions of inexplicable joy due to his experiencing and realizing the suppleness of the dark blue body of Sri Krishna, the ruddiness of the corners of his eyes and the ends of his lips, the silverness of his gentle smile and the yellowness of his robes. 6. He feels, at intervals, that he has listened to the soothing music of the Lord's flute, the sweet jingling of the tinkling anklets of his feet, and his own charming and fascinating voice. He remains ever eager to taste them again and again. 7. He feels an immensely delightful sensation, of occasional touch of the tender hands and the feet of the Lord, and he is thrilled to smell the gladdening odor of his body. 8. He sometimes feels his presence, and is drowned in the stream of ecstasy. Again, he feels that the Lord has forsaken him, and he is thrown into the depth of the pang of separation. 9. The devotee in bhava bhakti experiences the above-mentioned conditions not only when wide awake, but also in deep sleep as also in dreams. In the stage of bhava, the devotee strongly identifies himself with his siddhadeha or eternal CIT body, i.e. supramundane all-spiritual and eternal body, which is encaged in the gross and subtle physical bodies in the state of bondage of an individual, and forgets his wrong one-ism or egoism of the physical body. Now he has attained bhava stage of absolute freedom from the bondage of the gross physical body and the subtle mind and perverse egoism. 11. Though such a devotee tries to hide his spiritual experiences from worldly-minded folks, they become manifest in the company of genuine, freed and passionate devotees. To the ordinary people, expressions of such supramundane experiences appear like madness. This bhava, which is otherwise called sthayi bhava, i.e. permanent trait of relation between the individual Atma and the Paramatma or Godhead, are 5 primary and 7 secondary types. The 5 primary sthayi bhavas are, a. Santarati, or indifference, i.e. when the individual self in the eternal realm, such as the cow, the stick, the flute, etc. does not take the reciprocal initiative, but is accepted by the Lord himself out of his own prerogative. In the realm of the Lord, nothing is inanimate, everything is CIT or animate. But the objects of Santarati appear as inanimate as they allow themselves to be utilized or not by the Lord. b. Dajirati, or servanthood. The servants like Citrika, Patrika, and others are the eternal servants of the Lord, and they serve the Lord as their beloved master. c. Sakurati, or friendship. The friends of Sri Krishna, like Sridama, Sudama, Vasudama, Subala, Madhumangala, Ajayjavala, and others always serve the Lord as their most intimate friend. d. Vatsalyarati, parenthood. The parents of Sri Krishna, like Nanda, Upananda, Sunanda, Yasoda, Rohini, Devaki, and others eternally serve Lord Sri Krishna as their most affectionate child. 2. Madhurarati, consorthood. The queens of Dwaraka, such as Rukmini, Satyabhama, Jamavati, and others, eternally serve the Lord as their most beloved husband, while the gopis of Vraja, the Vrajagopis, eternally serve the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna as their most intimate beloved with an unrestricted and supremely intense dedication to the all-out satisfaction and absolute delight of the Lord. There is absolute self-effacement of the Vrajagopis in their sthayi or permanent madhurarati for the Lord's absolute and unrestricted enjoyment. The sthayi bhava combined with the 4 ingredients of Vibhava Anubhava, Sattvika, and Sankari develops into an inconceivable concrete form out of the transcendental and absolutely esperimal meloswimes, which is called rasa. The Supreme Lord Sri Krishna is rasa, cf. Sruti Raso Vaisa. All this will be explained in the text of Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu. 1x, Prema. When bhava develops to such a pitch that it completely softens the mental quantum of the most advanced devotee and it creates a sense of intense minus for the beloved Lord and gladdens the heart beyond all measure, it is called prema. This prema may manifest itself in a devotee in 2 different ways, viz. a. as a development of Bhaya, and b. as arising from the grace of the Lord. A. Prema arising from bhava. In this aspect of prema, it becomes normal and spontaneous as a vow, as it were, in the life of such a devotee to be completely and constantly engaged in listening to, chanting and singing the endearing name of the Lord. He is deeply attached to his most beloved Lord, and a profound fondness for him overwhelms him. All his reasoning faculties are dissolved and melt into divine emotions. He then forgets all social decorum and gives way like a mad person, sometimes to shrieks of loud laughter, sometimes to bitter weeping, sometimes to shouting, sometimes he is merged in the melody of music of singing the Lord's limitless qualities, and sometimes to dancing in ecstasy. For b. Prema arising from grace of the Lord. The damsels of Vraja read not the Vedas, served not the saints, undertook no religious vows, performed no austere penances, and yet they achieved prema for the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, because of his causeless grace only. 5 Prema is again two different natures according to the two different aspects of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna himself, viz. I. His all-majestic aspect, and 2. His all-beauteous aspect. Prema for the all-majestic aspect of Lord Sri Krishna, as in Vaikuntha, which is called Aishvarya, and for the all-majestical beauteous aspect of the Lord Sri Krishna, as in Dwaraka and Mathura, which is called Aishvarya Amdhurya, is restricted by a conscious knowledge of awe and reverence, and it is called Vaidhi Bhakti. While a spontaneous attachment and fond liking for the all-beauteous, all-attractive aspect of Lord Sri Krishna in Vraja alone, which is called Madhurya, is without any restriction whatsoever on the supramundane love dalliance, and is called Rasai Bhakti. The majestic divinity of Sri Krishna, Aishvarya, always consists of 1. All majesty, 2. All prowess, 3. All fame, 4. All beauty, 5. All knowledge, and 6. All detachment. According to Vinu Puranam, Narada and Uddhava had this Aishvarya Prema for Sri Krishna with their conscious knowledge of his divinity. The beauteous divinity of Sri Krishna, Madhurya, is 1. All charming, 2. All attracting, 3. All beauty, 4. All dominance, 5. All skillfulness, and craftiness, and 6. All desirous. Sri Krishna's associates in Vraja had this Madhurya Prema for him in the form either of the devoted servant, or of the intimate friend, or as the affectionate son, or as the divine consort with the feelings of intimacy, filial affection, and conjugal love or consortship without restrictions, social or any other, respectively. Prema has two more important aspects as mentioned in Madhurya Kadambini, viz. A. Prema in its intrinsic nature is itself a dense, consolidated and ecstatic bliss or ananda. Prema once awakened never ceases even if there be strong grounds of a break or cessation. B. Prema possesses the supreme power to attract even Sri Krishna, who is the all-attractor. When the sun of Prema dawns in the perfectly cleansed and transparent heart of the Prema Bhakta, a devotee who has attained Prema, the following characteristics become natural and normal with him, gi. All forms of minus and attachment of a Prema Bhakta for his body, mind, soul and those related to the body mind are completely directed to Sri Krishna alone. His minus is attracted by Sri Krishna like a magnet drawing a clean piece of iron. 2. As a greedy and hungry man's desire for palatable dishes never ends even if he has eaten much of them, so also a Prema Bhakta's burning desire and solicitude for Sri Krishna have no end when once he has attained him, rather the longing increases all the more. To a Prema Bhakta in his pangs of separation from his beloved Lord, his own dear friends appear like a dry well without water and his own home pricks him like a house of thorns. Food tastes like severe beating, praise seems like the venom of a snake bite, and the different limbs and organs of his body become a heavy burden to him. The solacing words of friends sound platitudinous and even bitter. Sleep is death to him, and existence of the body seems to him as God's punishment. What more, even meditation on the beloved by such a Prema Bhakta in the agonies of separation, cuts asunder, as it were his very soul. Gi. Like a covetous thief, the Prema Bhakta loses all powers of distinguishing between good and evil. 4. as the soothing rays of the moon cool the scorching heat of 1,000 suns, so also the union with Sri Krishna removes all the intense pangs of separation from the heart of a prima bhakta who has acquired this wealth of prema. Overpowered by these anxieties of prema of his devotee, Sri Krishna reveals to him his matchless beauty, extraordinary loveliness, incomprehensible adolescence, soul-attracting handsomeness, limitless magnanimity, and fathomless compassion and such other divine qualities. The devotee who has ascended the ladder of prema and has thus been blessed by the Lord, experiences such a dismally wondrous and luminous pleasure that far outweighs the pleasures that a tired traveler experiences at midday in the scorching rays of the summer sun, in the midst of hot sands of a vast desert, when he suddenly finds a densely shaded banyan tree, full of thick foliage with all its branches and twigs, or the pleasure that a wild elephant enjoys being drenched in a cool waterfall, after it has escaped half-burnt from the huge forest fire. 6. After an individual soul has attained prema by his or her spiritual practices, he or she now beholds the Lord face to face with the darsana or attachment of vision, and realizes that this luminous experience far excels all the experience he or she had at the stage of Bhava Bhakti. This experience is of the following order: 7. First, with the eyes, soul's organ of visual perception; second, with the nose, soul's perception through the organ of smelling; third, with the ears, soul's perception through the organ of hearing; fourth, with the tactile sense, soul's perception through the organ of touch; fifth, with the tongue, soul's faculty of tasting. 8. Out of his magnanimity Sri Krishna occasionally makes the devotee experience in his prema the beatitude of his beauteous sweetness all at once with all his supramundane and transcendental senses. 9. At the time of revealing his person before his devotee in the stage of prema, the Lord responds favorably to the devotee's nature of sadhana or spiritual practices. So far the different stages in the gradual development of prema, starting from sraddha to prema, have been dealt with by Sri Rupa Goswami in Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu, and we have given here just a summary of the same. It will, however, be necessary to explain here in a nutshell how prema further unfolds itself into sneha, mana, pranaya, raga, anuraga, bhava, and mahabhava in relation to transcendental love pastimes in madhurya, i.e. supramundane wifehood and mistresshood of the freed soul, which is no more misidentified with the physical and mental bodies, in relation to the Supreme Godhead in his husbandhood and paramourhood respectively. There is absolutely nothing mundane and physical in it, although it may sound so. Though prema functions in all the 12 sthāyi bhavas, i.e. permanent sentiments, viz. 5 primary, i.e., 1. Santa, 2. Dajya, 3. Sakhya, 4. Vatsalya, and 5. Madhurya, and 7 secondary, i.e., 6. Hajya, 7. Karuna, 8. Raudra, 9. Vira, 10. Bhayankara, 11. Vibhatsa, and 12. Adbhuta. It is essentially in Madhurya sthāyi bhavarati only that it rolls evermore, on and on, in all the manifold fine shades and ripples. Therefore, Madhurya Bhava has been accepted to be the highest expression of prema in the realm of the absolute divinity. Sri Rupa Goswami has, therefore, dealt with this aspect of prema as expressed in the various shades of Madhurya Bhava beginning from prema and reaching up to Mahabhava, separately in his Ajj Valanilamani. Whereas the Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu deals up to prema, beginning from the lowest step of sraddha in the ladder of the spiritual sadhana of bhakti of the highest order. Here we shall give a very short note on Madhurya culminating in Mahabhava as described in the Ajj Valanilamani. The supreme transcendental and sole enjoyer of the supramundane erotic sentiments finds his highest expressions in Madhurya Bhava, also called Madhurya, which is a sthāyi bhava or permanent feeling. In this Madhurya sthāyi bhava, Sri Krishna is the only subject 6, and the transcendental damsels of Braja are the objects. When the Madhurya sthāyi bhava combines with the 4 ingredients of Vibhava, Anubhava, Sattvika, and Sankari, it is then called Madhurya Prema or Sringararasa. As already stated, all these conceptions have nothing mundane about them, and they are technical expressions of the supramundane realm of the Supreme Godhead and can be experienced only by genuine spiritual practices. By any application of the cognitional and emotional faculties of the mind, however developed and refined, prema can never be understood, much less realized. Here the means and the end must be one and the same. It has to be unfolded and awakened from within the innate nature of the eternal self and cannot be got from without. These technical expressions will therefore be explained, as far as humanly possible, in a glossary, and in the body of the book we shall use the original expressions. It will be a mistake to attempt to render these expressions in common English equivalents, which will only relate to human love, which is sensual lust. We must draw a thick line between sensual and transcendental, between sensual love, which is another name for lust, and divine prema. The divine gopis, the eternal damsels of Braja, are eternally freed souls, and are associated parts of Sri Krishna, as distinct from his separated parts, i.e. the individual finite souls. Each one of them has a supramundane personality, and they conceive themselves in their unmarried maidenhood or married wifehood or unrestricted mistresshood in relation to the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, who is their beloved. When prema is discussed, it must always be remembered that it has nothing to do with any love affair between a man and a woman of this world, however noble it might appear to be. The love relation between a man and woman in this world is sensual lust, while the prema between the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, the Godhead, and the supramundane damsels of Braja is absolutely transcendental. Love of this world, in any form, is definitely lust in different forms and degrees and can be compared with the dense darkness of the 15th day of the dark formite, while prema of Braja and of the damsels of Braja are bright like the midday sun. With this preliminary background we now proceed to discuss prema in Madhuraratai. The clever and intriguing nature of the damsels of Braja is eternal and innate in their very existence. Though prema is their normal characteristic, yet the undermentioned 7 causes and conditions make prema manifest itself in them. 1. Abhayoga, complaint. To make one's inner sentiments known either by oneself or through someone else as by way of complaint or abhayoga to Sri Krishna in Madhuraratai. 2. Visaya, subject. 8 Voice, touch, form, taste, and smell of Sri Krishna are the subjects of Madhuraratai and are its roots, i.e. these, viz. Voice, touch, form, taste, and smell of Sri Krishna dominate the reciprocal senses of the damsels of Braja in Madhuraratai. G. Sambandha, relation. Madhuraratai is aroused by family, supramundane body, heroism, civility etc., which are related to Sri Krishna. 4. Abhimana, feeling as their own. In spite of the presence of other beautiful objects, the damsels of Braja cherish a determined and sensitive decision that Sri Krishna alone is the only subject of attainment. This feeling that Sri Krishna is their own arouses Madhuraratai in them. 5. Tadayavisa, his specialties. Ratai is awakened by the sight of the footprints of Sri Krishna, his Vraja, and his dear associates and companions, etc. 6. Upama, comparison. Madhuraratai is kindled in the heart of the damsels of Braja at the sight of any object, which has even the slightest likeness with the form and beauty of Sri Krishna. 7. Svabhava, natural. When Ratai wakes up spontaneously in the heart of the Vraja gopis without any exterior causes, it is called Svabhava or normal nature of Madhuraratai. This Svabhava has again 2 forms, viz. I. Nisarga, causal. The various impressions that grow from a culture of day and night listening to and meditation upon the form, qualities, etc. of Sri Krishna. Gi. Svarupa, innate. A normal and spontaneous Madhuraratai is independent of any such listening to or meditating upon Sri Krishna, and is called Svarupa Svabhava or innate nature of Madhuraratai, which is again of 3 forms, viz. A. Krishnanistha, Krishna as the subject of Ratai. When the damsel of Braja do not hide the character and qualities of Sri Krishna from anybody except the devils and the demons, and when they expose their Ratai for Sri Krishna amongst themselves, it is called Krishnanistha. B. Lalananistha, Vraja gopis as the object of Ratai. When the damsels of Vraja have an independent and normal Ratai for Sri Krishna without any previous knowledge of him or without previously listening to anything about him, or without previously seeing him, it is called Lalananastha Svarapasvabhava of Madhura Ratai. It is a specialty of the damsels of Vraja. C. Abhayanastha, mutually devoted. When bhava or Ratai is aroused in the hearts of the beautiful damsels of Vraja, Vrajalalana, at the sight of Sri Krishna, and similar reciprocal bhava is aroused in the heart of Sri Krishna at the sight of the damsels of Vraja, it is called Abhayanastha Svarapasvabhava. The above-mentioned 7 causes of Madhura Ratai have been stated only to show its super excellence in amatory gestures, though in fact the Madhura bhava of the damsels of Vraja is innate and normal, and their attachment does not depend on any cause whatsoever. There are 3 forms of Madhura Ratai of an individual soul: Atma, conceiving itself as inspired by the feeling of womanhood or mistresshood. They are, a. Sadharanal Ratai, the Ratai, i.e. the permanent sentiment or sthayi bhava that is not very much deep and that is generally aroused by the sight of Sri Krishna alone, and that is pregnant with a thirst for love sports with the Lord, is called Sadharani Ratai. Its climax is up to prema only, as already explained under heading 9. The Ratai that was aroused in Kubja's heart at the very sight of Sri Krishna when the Lord was going to the amphitheatre of King Kamsa to kill him, is an example of the Sadharani Ratai, which is indeed very rare and valued like a jewel, mani. B. Samanjasa Rati, this Ratai is very rare like the fabulous gem that grants the possessor whatever may be wished for, Sintamani. Here the Ratai is deep in the feeling of married wifehood, as in the caste of the queens of Dvaraka, such as Rukmani, Satyabhama, Jamavati, and others, in their relation with the Supreme Lord. This Samanjasa Ratai is wakened in the heart on listening to the glories and qualities of Sri Krishna. There is also occasional desire for love sports with the Lord. The queens of Dvaraka are the objects of Samanjasa Ratai, and it reaches to the stage of Anuraga in the gradual superior order of Prema, Sneha, Mana, Pranaya, Raga, and Anuraga, and does not reach Bhava and Mahabhava. C. Samartha Rati, this Ratai is possible in the damsels of Vraja alone, and nowhere else. It is supremely one without a second, like the Kaustubh Hamani, the jewel that adorns the breast of Sri Krishna. As the Kaustubha jewel cannot be found anywhere but on the breast of Sri Krishna alone, so also this Samartha Ratai is possible with the damsels of Vraja only. By its distinctive characteristic of an inconceivable luminous quality, which is lacking in Sadharani and Samanjasa Ratai, Samartha Ratai overwhelms and charms Sri Krishna and thereby subdues him completely. Here there is no possible gap for any thirst for union with the Lord, because here Samarthana Ratai and the Supreme Union are merged into one. This Ratai is exceedingly profound and deep beyond one's imagination. From the faintest smell of this Samartha Ratai, the gopis forget all about themselves, their hearth and home, their supposed husbands and relatives. Here everything they have and all their efforts are directed to this one end, namely to increase the pleasures of Sri Krishna alone. There is not the slightest tinge of self-enjoyment. The maturity of Samartha Ratai grows into Prema, Sneha, Mana, Pranaya, Raga, Anuraga, and Mahabhava. Here Prema should be understood to be Madhura Prema and not Prema in any other sthayi bhava Ratai. Madhura Prema, the intense tie of attachment between the subject of Prema, i.e. Vasaya, or predominating Nayaka or enjoyer Krishna only, and the object of Prema, i.e. dominated Asraya Nayakas or the enjoyed damsels of Vraja alone and none else, is such that it never ceases, even though there be grave causes for such breach between the subject and the object of Sthibhava in Madhura Prema. Madhura Prema is the relation between the Supreme Godhead as the transcendental and supramundane paramour and the divine damsels of Vraja, the gopis, in their all-cit, i.e. spiritual supramundane eternal bodies as mistresses. This paramourhood of Sri Krishna and the mistresshood of the Vraja gopis is the climax of Madhura Prema in the transcendental realm of the highest divinity Sri Krishna, and it excels the relation of the husbandhood of the Godhead Sri Krishna and the wifehood of the queens of Dvaraka. Madhura Prema has 3 aspects, viz. Gi. Pradha Prema, i.e. prema in its full maturity. In this stage, separation between the object and the subject of prema becomes unbearable to the point of death. Gi. Madhya prema, i.e. prema in its middle aspect, in which separation between the subject and the object is painfully endured by hard penance. 3. Manda prema, i.e. prema of an inferior nature, in which there are occasional lapses of oblivion about things related to the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. Madhura prema unfolds itself into its successively ascending aspects of Sneha, 11, Mana, 12, Pranaya, Xid, Raga, 14, Anuraga, 15, Bhava, and 16, Mahabhava. These we shall explain here in a few short paragraphs from Sri Rupa Goswami's Ajay Valanilamani. Here we must again repeat by way of caution that the subject matter of Madhura prema is completely beyond phenomenal associations, gross physical actions, subtle mental emotions, and far beyond the scope of all human sense experience. It can be realized on its own level only by those freed souls who are eligible for it. In the science of spiritual life, the stages of sadhana or spiritual practices from 1. Sraddha to 4. Anartha-nivritti concern gradual progressive stages of a self-forgetful soul from its state of bondage to its stage of self-awakening. From v. Nistha to 8. Bhava the individual reaches the plane of transcendence, fully realizes its own true finite self as distinct from the mundane body and the changeable mind intelligence ego, and transcends the thought world of sense experiences and is blessed with the first flash of the Lord's personal appearance before him. In the stage of 1x, prema_bhakti, and not madhura prema, the soul has attained both self-realization and God-realization. When prema further develops, it leads one to the supramundane, aprakrita, realm of Sri Krishna, who has no material body, but possesses an eternal and aprakrita body of his own, which appears like a human form but is completely different from it, since similarity in appearance does not necessarily mean identity. In the supramundane or aprakrita realm of Braja in relation to absolute beatitude or madhuryamati of Sri Krishna, and in Mathura and Dvaraka in relation to His Majesty's Kumbeatitude, the conceptions of eternal relationships of the counterholes and the associate counterparts of the Godhead with God Himself have already been described as 1. Santa, 2. Dajya, 3. Sakya, 4. Vatsalya, and 5. Madhura. These conceptions of relation with God must not therefore be dragged down to the level of similar but perverse relationships in this mundane world. Prema has its highest unfolding in two forms, i.e., a. in the concept of the married wifehood, and b. in the supramundane or aprakrita concepts of unmarried maidenhood and married mistresshood. The subject has absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with the perverted love relations in this world of changeable phenomena. A true conception and realization of prema can be possible only on the plane of transcendence, and can be aroused in the heart of a freed or mudda jivatma only. People given to sensuality in any form, who try to understand it by sense applications, must not dabble in prema. As already said, from similar sounding expressions, one must not hurry to identify therm. Prema and kama, or sensual love in any form, are on two different levels. Prema is possible in the transcendental realm of God alone, while kama or sensual love is on the plane of mundane senses. It will be an utter mistake to attempt to understand prema in terms of the knowledge of mundane love or lust, be it human or animal. It is only by honest and earnest spiritual practices or sadhana that an individual may gradually climb the different steps of the ladder, from the lowest step of sraddha to the highest step of prema. A mere jump from the lowest to the highest, from kama or mundane love, which is only another form of tandane lust, to prema will simply hurl one into the abyss of mundane lust, and such a person can never realize and relish the mellow sweetness of supramundane Krishna prema. With this repeated caution to the readers, we now proceed to discuss the ascending stages in the development of prema. X. Sneha, when the lamp of prema illuminates Sri Krishna and it attains a state of excellence, and makes the inner organs of the asraya or object of prema melt, then such prema called sneha. When sneha is kindled in the heart, there is no quenching of the ever-new thirst for seeing the Lord. This sneha is of two varieties, a. Ghruta sneha, and b. Madhu sneha. A. Ghruta sneha literally means affection as tender as clarified butter. When sneha becomes exceedingly endearing, and the object of prema, i.e. the Asraya expresses her sentiments as I am thine, it is called Ghruta sneha. Sri Khandravala is the asteya or object of this prema. B. Madhu sneha literally means affection as tender and sweet as honey. When sneha becomes expressive of the sentiment of thou art mine, it is called Madhu sneha. Here is a sense of the most intense feeling of minus, such as, thou art mine, thou have many, but I have none but thee. Madhu sneha itself a personification of bliss and charm, many aspects of rasa are simultaneously existent in it. Sri Radha herself is the only object or asraya of this Madhu sneha. XL, Mana, when sneha overflows in super excellent manner and a new beatitude and sweetness in the loveliness of Sri Krishna are relished which had not hitherto been felt, perceived, or experienced, and when the transcendental mistress, the object of prema, assumes an outward demeanor of apparent indignation arising out of love jealousy, it is called mana. Mana is of two kinds, viz. I. Udadamana, and 2. Lalitamana. Gi. Udadamana, when an inordinate endearment in Ghruta sneha emits, as it were, the odor of perverse reasoning and sentiment of short-lived vimaya or assumed anger or displeasure, it is called Udadamana. Sri Khandravala is its object or asraya. 2. Lalitamana, when Madhu sneha overflows and assumes an attitude of pique and comes into a tortuous sincerity in the form of wrath and indignation excited by jealousy, it is called Lalitamana. Sri Radha is its object or asraya. X11, Pranaya, when Mama reaches the stage of free sporting, and all manners of shyness and hesitation are completely removed, it is called Pranaya. In this stage of prema, the asraya or the object of madhurarati, the mistress perceives no distinction between her body, mind, intelligence, heart, and life and those of her beloved Sri Krishna. Here it is to be noted that in Mana, Sri Radhika, same as Radha, does not speak and assume an attitude of tortuous indignation, and it is only after this Mana of Sri Radhika has been appeased by Sri Krishna that Sri Radhika, who is counter-whole divinity and potency of Sri Krishna himself, gives herself unreservedly to the predominating absolute moiety Sri Krishna with all her body, mind, heart, and everything and becomes one with him. Pranaya can be both, a. Maitra Pranaya, and b. Sakhya Pranaya. In a. Maitra Pranaya, the is a slight touch of respect and importance given to the beloved Sri Krishna. Sri Khandravala is the object of this Pranaya, while Sri Radhika, as the asraya of b. Sakhya Pranaya, does not have the least feeling of any superiority in Sri Krishna, her best beloved. 13. Raga, when pranaya attains its highest stage, and when even the heaviest inflictions of pinches caused by Sri Krishna gives immense pleasure to the whole mental quantum of the transcendental mistress, it is called raga. Raga is either a. Nilama, bluish, or b. Raktima, reddish. A. Nilamaraga is again of two forms, viz. Nili and Syama. Gi Nili Raga, there is no possibility of loss of prema in Nili Raga. There is no outward expression in it, rather there is always an attempt to hide one's inner feelings. Sri Khandravala is the asraya of Nila Raga. 2. Syamaraga, there is more expression, and it is moistened with a certain amount of shyness and timidity, and it is delayed in its attainment. Sri Bhadra, an intimate lady friend of Sri Khandravala, is the asraya of Syamaraga. B. Raktimaraga, it is divided into I. Kusamharaga, and 2. Manjastharaga. I. Kusamharagatmikaraga has in it a combination of several other ragas, and it very quickly charms the inner organs, in the plane of prema of sources. The asraya of this Kusamharaktimaraga is Syama, the dear lady friend of Sri Radha. 2. Manjastharaktimaraga can never be lost, it is never dependent on any other aspect of raga, and it is ever progressive in its own radiance. Sri Radhika is the asraya or object of this raga. 14. Anuraga, when the most beloved Lord Sri Krishna is constantly present before the eyes of the asraya, and when raga has ripples, ever fresh and ever new in manifold forms with every the twinkling of the eye, it is called anuraga. There are numerous anubhavas of anuraga, the bhavas that follow in the wake of anuraga, such as, I, desire to be born as an inanimate object, 2, mutual victory or subjugation by mutual charm, 3, prema vayasiddhya, i.e. a feeling of separation even in the midst of intense union, 4, a feeling of particular alacrity and exhilaration and erotic union in the depth of the pangs of separation from the beloved Lord. 15, bhava and, 16, mahabhava, when in the realm of transcendental prema, anuraga attains a stage of exhilaration and relish, which can be experienced and relished by anuraga itself only and by no other bhava, and when anuraga in this stage is adorned with the inflamed and exciting sattvika or transparent, not sattvika quality of maya, the deluding energy of God, but here sattvika refers to the absolutely pure and transparent quality of the CIT entity, otherwise called Visuddhasattva. Passions like molten gold, and when this anuraga reaches its climax in the supreme asraya Sri Radhika and becomes identical with her very temperament and dispositions, it is called bhava, which is otherwise called mahabhava. Sri Radhika's very essence is identical with mahabhava and mahabhava is Sri Radhika. Sri Radhika, the supreme Hladani potency of Sri Krishna manifests herself in 8 sekais as her projected self, i.e. the counter whole projecting out into 8 associate counterparts, called Astasekais, or 8 inseparable lady friends of Sri Radhiki. Hence, Mahabhava can partially be manifest in the 8 sekais, known as Lalita, Visakha, Citra, Andurika, Kampakalata, Ranjadaval, Tungavidya, and Sudevi. An individual finite self, Jivatma, cannot attain Mahabhava, Anuraga, or Raga. The individual soul being a separated part of Lord Sri Krishna and a marginal potency. According to the philosophy of S.N. Caitanya, such an individual self in its stage of freedom from bondage and in the stage of self-realization and God-realization, is limited by its very essential nature to be in subordination to the eternal counter-whole and associated counterparts of the Supreme Lord, called Ragatmikas. So the stage of Prema, even Madhurya Prema that is attainable by a Jivatma is called Raganuga Bhakti, le. Their Prema, Sneha, Mana, Pranaya, Raga, Anuraga are subservient to the Asrayavagrahas. That is the Raganuga Bhakti of an individual soul can only be in subordination to and submissive to the Ragatmikas, the eternal counter-whole manifestations of the Lord. In this Raganuga Prema the individual soul finds her highest fulfillment in the realm of Prema. Sri Radhika possesses in herself in fullness all the qualities of the 8 Nayakas, the transcendental mistress in her 8 different moods towards her beloved, and at the same time she distributes her 8 aspects of Nayaka in 8 different moods in her own projected bodies, called the 8 Sekais. Sri Radhika is the supreme asraya or object of Mahabhava. Mahabhava is, therefore, not possible in others, not even in the queens of Dvaraka or in Lakshmi in Vaikuntha. Mahabhava is the essential nature of the Hladani aspect of the intrinsic potency of Sri Krishna himself. The effect of even a drop of the bliss of Mahabhava of Sri Radhika flows not merely into every sadhaka and siddha but also inundates the entire universe. There could be no ananda or bliss even in its mundane form and no human and animal pleasure without it. Mahabhava is of 2 kinds, viz. G. Rudha, and 2. Adirusha. I. Rudha Mahabhava, when Mahabhava glows and is brightened with the external manifestations of the 8 sattvika bhavas of the internal sentiments, viz. Tears, horripilation, or thrill, stupor or motionlessness, perspiration, hoarseness of voice or indistinctiveness of utterances, tremor or heaving of breasts, change of complexion or paleness, and swoon, or loss of consciousness or syncope or a fainting fit, and when 5 or 6 of these 8 sattvika bhavas are simultaneously and fully manifest and the rest partially, then it is called Rudha Mahabhava. The following are the anubhavas, i.e. bhavas, or feelings that follow in the wake of the Radhamahabhava, which are the external expressions of the internal sentiments in appropriate symptoms, such as look, gestures, etc. A. Separation even for the twinkling of the eye becomes unbearable. B. Even a period of akalpa of union pleasure appears to pass swiftly like the twinkling of an eye. C. Even a moment of separation appears like a very very long period of many kalpas. D. Stirs the hearts of persons nearby. E. To have a feeling of unhappiness even when Sri Krishna is absolutely satiated, lest Sri Krishna's desires should still remain burning. F. Forgetfulness of oneself and one's belongings even in a state of consciousness. Gi. Adiradha Mahabhava, when in Mahabhava all the 8 Sattvika bhavas, mentioned above, are completely and to the utmost extent manifest and culminate in a unique experience, it is called Adiradha Mahabhava, which has 2 forms, viz. A. Modana and B. Madana. A. Modana in separation. When the conditions of Modana become uncontrolled and paralyzed in separation, and when all the 8 Sattvika bhavas, i.e., 1. Stupor or motionlessness, 2. Perspiration, 3. Horripilation or thrill, 4. Cracking of voice or indistinctness of utterances, 5. Tremor or heaving of breasts, 6. Change of complexion or paleness, 7. Tears, 8. Swoon or loss of consciousness or syncope or a fainting fit, are fully and all at once manifest in all their fascinating bewilderment, it is called mohana. The following are the anubhavas, i.e. the external manifestations of internal sentiments by appropriate symptoms such as look, gesture, etc. in the mohana aspect of the Modana Adiradha Mahabhava. 1. When the state of mohana is aroused in Sri Radhika in her state of separation, then Sri Krishna himself faints even while he is in the supramundane embrace of other spiritual damsels in far-off places. The Supreme Lord, who is the creator and preserver of all the 3 worlds and with the twinkling of whose eyes the entire universe has its dissolution, even he swoons at this extraordinary mohana state of Sri Radhika. It is simply inconceivable to any human thought or imagination. 2. In this state of mohana, in spite of the agonizing pangs of separation, Sri Radhika thinks only of the happiness of Sri Krishna. 3. When these conditions are created in Sri Radhika, the entire universe is enveloped by a thick cloud of agonizing soito. 4. In this separation, even the lower animals like fishes etc. begin to weep. 5. In this state of intense pang of love sickness in separation, and when she is, as it were, no longer alive, Sri Radhika herself voluntarily invokes the 10th or last condition, viz., her own death. She desires that the 5 elements of her body might, on her death, prove to be useful for the service of her beloved Lord. 6. This mohana is unique in Sri Radhika only, who is the counter-whole divinity, and this can be possible in none else, not even in Khandravali or other 8 Sakais of Sri Radhika, much less in any finite self. 7. When mohana reaches its climax in an inexpressible condition attaining to a surpassing mood of mistaken delusion, then it is called divya unmad or divine madness. 8. This divya unmad or divine intoxication is expressive in manifold forms, out of which G, Ajama, 2, Citrajalpa are outstanding. I. An inexplicable effort in an impossible state of uncontrol over a wonderstruck condition of mohana is called ajurna, i.e. an unthinkable whirling motion as in giddiness. 2. When many a conflicting emotional raving of unfair arguments is resorted to by Sri Radhika out of a concealed and incomprehensible resentment at the union of her beloved Lord Sri Krishna with his other transcendental darlings, and at the end of which when an inrush of extreme anxiety is aroused in her, such a state of Sri Radhika is called Citrajalpa. There are 10 such different ravings of Sri Radhika in her supreme state of Mohana Prema. 1. Prajalpa, this is manifest in wondrous prema dalliance. In Prajalpa, the supreme object of Prema, Asraya, Sri Radhika, belches out, as it were, at the worthlessness of her beloved Lord by way of various modes of intertwining of her fingers and sweet gesticulations out of contempt combined with calumny, envy, and pride. 2. Parijalpa. In this condition, Sri Radhika points out and tries to establish the various shortcomings in her beloved Krishna, such as heartlessness, fraudulence, insincerity, fickleness, etc., and declares her own discreet wisdom. This is called Parijalpa. GB. Bhayajalpa. In this condition, Sri Radhika hides in her heart her deep love anger, and openly makes all sorts of adverse criticism of her beloved Lord out of sheer malevolence. It is called Vijalpa. 4. Ajajalpa. When out of her jealousy grown out of pride, Sri Radhika describes the various instances of insincerity of her beloved Lord and casts aspersions against him. It is called Ajajalpa. 5. Sanjalpa. In this condition, Sri Radhika uses imperious, harsh, and slashing words, and calls her beloved Lord ungrateful. This is Sanjalpa. 6. Avahalpa. In this condition of Citrajalpa, Sri Radhika, out of her menacing envy, describes he vain attempts to withdraw her attachment, asakti, from her most beloved Lord even after realizing his stony heart, blind passions, and wickery. This is Avahalpa. 7. Abhyalpa. In this condition, Sri Radhika bemoans the behavior of her beloved Lord, which pains even the birds. This is Abhyjalpa. 8. Ajalpa. In this condition, owing to absolute indifference to everything, and in self-repentance, Sri Radhika describes the insincerity and pain-giving nature of her beloved Lord, and she refuses by gestures of her limbs even to listen to the tidings of her most beloved Sri Krishna. This is called Ajalpa. 9. Pratijalpa. In this condition, Sri Radhika bemoans that when her beloved Lord cannot live even for a moment without the company of other Nayakas, then it will be unwise for a mistress to seek union with him, and in the same breath she cordially welcomes the messenger from her beloved. It is called Pratijalpa. 10. Sujalpa. In this condition, Sri Radhika, because of her inherent simplicity of the heart, inquires again from the imaginary messenger of Sri Krishna with mental composure, modesty of character and tremulousness of the whole mental quantum, about the welfare of her most beloved Lord Sri Krishna. This is Sujalpa. All these 10 conditions of Citrajalpa in the Mohana state of Adiruddha Mahabhava of Sri Radhika have been described in the famous Bhaitramaragadhi in the Bhagavatam, Canto X, Chapter 47, Slokas 12-21. Sri Radhika in her state of Citrajalpa addressed a large black bee, mistaking it to be a messenger from her cruel beloved. B. Madana Mahabhava. When all the sentiments starting from Ratai, stay Bhava Madhura Ratai, which is the essence of the Hladani potency of Sri Krishna, the gladdening potency, and going up to Mahabhava are pleasantly and fully bloomed, and when such a state excels all the aspects of Modana and Mohana in Adiruddha Mahabhava, then it is known as Madana. This is possible only in Sri Radhika. The various movements of Madana are as complex and difficult as Sri Krishna himself. Even Sri Bharata Muni and Sri Sukadeva Goswami, who wrote on the Rasa, failed to explain it freely and clearly. Madana Mahabhava appears in the union between the transcendental and supramundane, aprakrita, subject, visaya, and object, asraya, Sri Krishna and Sri Radhika only. There are thousands of shades of this eternal pastime of prema and its active functionings. The wondrous and extraordinary manifestations of Madana are impossible elsewhere. In other aspects of Madhura Ratai, the conditions of separation and union exist differently, and they are also differently and distinctly felt. For example, in union Sri Radhika realizes and feels that she is being enjoyed by the Supreme Lord and that she is the object of this divine union, while in the pang of separations, she realizes that she is a mistress separated from her beloved. But in Madana Mahabhava, there is the simultaneous feeling of manifold shades of pleasures in union and limitless ripples of pangs in separation. Even when she realizes the various expressions of premedalliance, such as embrace, etc., she experiences at the same time various degrees of pangs of separation. There is simultaneous separation in union, and union in separation. This has absolutely nothing to do with mundane love or physical existence. It is incomprehensible to human imagination. It is the highest super excellence of the divine love in the realm of Sri Sri Radhakrishna. The Anubhavas, i.e. the bhavas or feelings that follow in the wake of Madana Mahabhava of Sri Radhika are, I, to be envious of the unenviable flute and forest flower garland when they are found in the body of Sri Krishna. 2. To sing the fortune of any blade of grass or any little creeper of Braja when it may have accidentally been touched by the feet of Sri Krishna, even though she herself may at that moment be uninterruptedly in the close embrace of the Lord. G. To feel a simultaneous pleasure at the reciprocal functioning of all the senses of the Lord in relation to her, i.e. all the CIT senses of the object divinity relishing all the reciprocal supramundane senses of the subject divinity, as well as every sense possessing the capacity of every other sense. This most supreme conception of Prema as Madana Mahabhava is possible in Sri Radhika alone. This is the supreme climax of divine Prema, which was never before known in this world, and it was the unique contribution that Sri Krishna Caitanya Deva made known to the people of the Kali age. It was possible for Sri Krishna Caitanya because he was Sri Krishna himself, appearing with the Mahabhava of Sri Radhika, so that the Lord himself could relish it. As a finite self is not eligible for Mahabhava, Sri Rupa Goswami has dealt with the conception of Uttama Bhakti, or Bhakti which is of the purest and highest type, in Bhakti rasamrta sindhu for the spiritual benefit of all. Mahabhava and Ajay Valarasa have been discussed separately in his Ajay Valanilamani, so that Muttajiva or freed souls could aspire after Premarasa in subservience to the Ragatmikas or the eternally associated parts and counter whole of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. If our English rendering of the Bhakti rasamrta sindhu will help our readers in understanding the true character of unalloyed Bhakti, the Lord will bless us. With this humble prayer, we place this book before unbiased readers of the English-knowing world. Eastern Division of the Ocean, First Wave, a generic character of Bhakti Text 1, Akila Rasamritamarta Prasrimararosirata Yarikapalakalita Shyamalalito Radhapriyan Vyadurjayat L1 Ill Translation, All glory to Lord Krishna Khandra 9 who is the beauty of the moon personified and who is the embodiment of the ambrosia of joy everlasting and immortal, called Rasa 10 and the radiance of whose body has subdued the two Gopis-2a known as Tarika and Pali or Palika, and who has owned Syama and Lalita the other two spiritual damsels 12 as his own, and who is the most beloved of Radha. -1 Commentary, Sri Rupa Goswami received direct instructions from Sri Krishna Caitanya on the conception of Bhakti, and it was Sri Krishna Caitanya who encrusted Sri Rupa Goswami with the task of writing an authoritative treatise on unalloyed devotion to the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. In the same way, Sri Sanatana Goswami, elder brother of Sri Rupa Goswami, was directed by Sri Krishna Caitanya to write on the basic principles regarding the conceptions of God, the individual soul, the phenomenal world and Maya, and on their interrelationships. Both were crusted disciples of Sri Kirnya, who were formerly Prime and Home Ministers respectively under Hossain Shah, the then governor of Bengal. Both the brothers left their worldly life, and exclusively devoted themselves to the service of Sri Caitanya, whom they accepted as the remanifestation of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. Sri Caitanya accepted the fair complexion of Sri Radha and the feelings of Sri Radha for Krishna, because Sri Krishna himself desired an inner realization of the experience of Radha's love for Sri Krishna. Thus Sri Krishna became Sri Caitanya. Therefore, the works of Sri Rupa and Sri Sanatana give the most authoritative presentation of the transcendental message of divine Prema as given by Sri Caitanya. Sri Caitanya's conception of divine Prema is chat of union in separation, which excels separation in union in Che realm of Che Supreme Personality of the Godhead. Sri Jiva Goswami, one of the 6 Gosvamins who were trusted lieutenants of Sri Caitanya, was the disciple and nephew of Sri Rupa Goswami. As Sri Rupa wrote on Bhakti and Divine Love, and as Sri Sanatana wrote on the fundamental principles of eternal relationships between God and the individual soul, Sri Jiva Goswami was, on the other hand, the most authoritative exponent of Sri Caitanya's philosophy. Sri Jiva Sat Sandarbha, the 6 Sandarbhas, are a unique contribution to the world of philosophy. The philosopher Jiva wrote a commentary, known as Durgama Sangamani on Sri Rupa's Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu. We propose to give here, along with the translation of the text, the Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu, the substance of the Durgama Sangamani, the commentary of Sri Jiva Goswami, and also the substance of the two other commentaries by Sri Mukundadasa and Sri Visvanatha Chakrabarti, which will, we believe, throw light on some important points in the text and make it easy reading. Sri Jiva claims that his commentary will make the contents of Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu accessible to the readers, which would otherwise be inaccessible to anybody because of the transcendental nature of the conception of bhakti as depicted by Sri Rupa. Sri Jiva says that the source of all his blessedness lies in Sri Rupa, the author of Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu. Punning on the word Jiva, i.e. his own name, which also means the individual soul, the great philosopher commentator asserts that the Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu would be the source of eternal blessedness to all, irrespective or caste or creed, clime or country. Sri Rupa starts writing Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu by singing the glories of his most beloved Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, who is the sole recipient of all loving devotion. This has been the usual practice with all authors of spiritual literature in India, i.e. to invoke blessings of the Supreme Lord before they would start writing. The commentator Sri Jiva Goswami first of all glorifies the greatness of Sri Radha and Sri Govinda, the divine couple, the whole and the counter-whole divine moieties. Then he invokes the blessings of Sri Sanatana Goswami, who is, he says, as eternal as the Supreme Lord himself. The Sanskrit word Sanatana means eternal, and who is the elder brother of Sri Rupa Goswami, the author of this book, and whose youngest brother was Sri Vallabha, father of the commentator, Jiva Goswami. Sri Jiva looks upon all the three elders as the source of all blessedness to him. Sri Jiva says that the very mode of composition by Sri Rupa Goswami of Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu, the ocean of nectar of all transcendental mellow sweetness, just comparable with the sweetness of Srimad Bhagavatam, is indeed extraordinary and wonderful. Generally the lotus blooms at night in moonlight on the breast of the Ganga, but here the ocean of the nectar of transcendental mellow sweetness Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu has sprung from the blooming petals of the midday lotus of his own heart. Earnestly anxious for the highest good of humanity, and specially to quench the thirst for divine love of the self-realized souls, Sri Rupa composes this treatise, which is at once the source of all bliss and all that is auspicious. In order to signify these inner feelings of utmost kindness of his heart to mankind, Sri Rupa starts describing the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna as the embodiment of all the 12 rasas, Akila Rasamrtamurti, Vyadurjayati, Vyadu, i.e. Supreme Lord Krishna ever exists in his all-round triumph, glory, and excellence. Vyadu ordinarily means the Godhead with the peculiar curl of hair on the breast of Venu as his characteristic mark, but here Sri Rupa Goswami uses the word Vyadu in a significant sense. One who Vyadnoti, i.e. cuts at the very root of all miseries and transcends all, is Vyadu. Or Vidadhati, i.e. one who gives the highest and every possible felicity and happiness to one and all without any distinction, is Vyadu. For example, it is all too well known that the Supreme Lord Krishna, by dint of his own majesty and divine prerogative, granted eternal emancipation to all the demons, graciously allowing the emancipated souls of those demons to merge into his own blessed body. Besides freely distributing to the furthest limit even the extraordinary and most wondrous pleasures which he himself enjoys of his own love and his divine love dalliance with himself. His inconceivable divinity is well known. By using Jayati in the present tense, Sri Rupa describes Lord Krishna as eternally existing in his own glories as the highest divinity. This use of present tense also dispels all doubts from the minds of those who thought otherwise of his supreme divinity because of his transcendental manifestation in this world, which apparently looks similar to the birth of an ordinary human being. Krishna Jayati also signifies that Sri Krishna is the highest and most supreme absolute whole, in whom all divine auspiciousness and absolute qualities exist in their fullness and perfection, and that his all other divine names, such as Vasudeva, etc. only express the different degrees of his divine qualities. The fullness of the absolute divinity is eternally in Krishna form alone. In support of this statement, Sri Jiva Goswami, The commentator cites examples from the scriptures. For example, when his relatives were killed by him, they attained final emancipation in his own form, looking at his divine face while expiring or, he, Krishna, is the supreme lord of all the three worlds and none can equal him. Completely self-fulfilled he exists in his own transcendental realm, ever being served by his own internal potency, Lakshmi, and the regents of innumerable ever-existing worlds the great Brahmas, bow down at his feet by lowering crores of the crescents of their proud crowns by way of offerings to him. 15 Again, how wonderfully beautiful is his face. Look! The Makara shaped like a mythical sea animal, dazzling earring are swinging from his ears and kissing his cheeks, and the curling coil of black hair decorating his forehead. Ah! The maddening and self-enjoying and also sportive smile on his eyes and lips. Such an ever-fresh and gladdening beauty all men and women would constantly and uninterruptedly drink with their wide-open eager and unwinking eyes. And if there be any twinkling in their beauty-drinking eyes, thereby interrupting the continuity of the joy of their super-mundane and even super-spiritual side of the incomparable beauty of the Lord, they would blame the Creator who created eyelids. 16 What wonder is there that any woman in the three worlds would be attracted by the melodies of the flute and fascinated by the unsurpassable beauties of the Lord and would sacrifice the ordinary path of relative righteousness when even the cows, the brahmanas, trees, creepers, and deer are thrilled with horripilation at the three worlds' enchanting beauties of the Lord. 17 The apparently human, but essentially spiritual body, that he manifested in this world out of his own prerogative and with the help of his own internal potency, called Yogamaya, was wonderfully fascinating even to himself, what to speak of others. This, his manifested body, which suited his transcendental pastimes on earth, was the climax of the abundance of his grace, and this his human-like body, apparently looking like a human body, though completely spiritual in his own eternal form, was so beautiful that it itself was an ornament to ornaments. 18 All these innumerable avataras, different manifestations or divine descents of the Supreme Lord, are parts and parts of the divinity, while Krishna alone is the Supreme Godhead Himself. 19 All glory be to Him, who is the refuge to all pious beings or sinners, like the shade of a tree in the summer sun, though the tradition goes that he was born of Devaki. 20 Now the author describes the innate nature of the Supreme Lord as he is in accordance with the graded superiority and excellence of the different manifestations of the divinity. By describing Krishna as the embodiment of all the 12 rasas, Sri Rupa Goswami asserts that the very form of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, as transcendental immaterial spirit, is the personification, as it were, of bliss condensed and all compacted. In his charming body are stocked all the 12 mellow sweet sentiments, which generate feelings of eternal bliss. When Krishna enters the city of Mathura, coming from Vrindavana in order to kill Kamsa, the king of Mathura, the Lord fearlessly walks in the streets. In order to drink the loving beauties of the Lord, the damsels of Mathura take their stand on house roofs and exclaim, "Lo! Our hearts had long been attracted to this Govinda while we heard about his charming beauties. Now we are drenched in the torrential nectar of the pleasure of seeing him. We are immensely blessed." Thus saying, the damsels were strongly attracted to embrace him through the comers of their eyes. This feeling of embracing the blissful Lord removed forever all the agonies of separation from their hearts, and they were overwhelmed with the Weimar of love. 21 Again, Brahma, the creator of the universe, said, "Lord, this manifest universe appears to be real, but truly its reality is nothing more than the reality in a dream. The forgetful individuals being attached to it no doubt suffer terribly. To enter into any discussion about the reality or otherwise of this manifest universe, man's intelligence comes to an end owing to the insolubility of the true nature of the universe. But the greatest wonder is that this universe being created by the Maya appears to be real, because thou art eternal, blissful, and all-knowing." 22. Krishna, the Lord of ecstatic love, responds in graded super-excellence to the intensity of love of the different associates or entourage in accordance with their love for the Lord in the higher gradation of service in servanthood, friendship in friendhood, filial affection in parenthood, and erotic attachment in consorthood. Lord Krishna thus reciprocates as master, friend, son, and consort to his associates in these different primary rasas. The climax is spiritually erotic love. Again, when the Supreme Lord Krishna, along with his elder brother Sri Balarama entered the amphitheatre of Kamsa, king of Mathura, he appeared as the thunderbolt to the wrestlers, to the menfolk as the best among them, to the ladies as Cupid incarnate, to the cowherds as their playmate, to the tyrannical rulers of the earth as their chastiser, to his own parents as their dear child, to the king of Bhoja, Kamsa, as death in person, to the ignorant just an ordinary individual, to the yogins as the highest immanent divinity, and to the Vishnu as Godhead the object of worship. 23 All these quotations have been cited by Jiva Goswami to prove the authenticity of the statement made by Sri Rupa Goswami that Sri Krishna is the highest and the most supreme Godhead, who is Anandam or the highest bliss personified. Bliss eternal, ever new, and ever progressive, beyond all limitations of relative time and space. Jiva further quotes from Gopalatapani, Krishna is the highest God. He should be meditated upon and he alone should be cherished in the heart with all emotional sweetness. Herein again, the super-excellence of his appearance in this world along with his eternal associates or entourage who possess a supramundane amorous form of reciprocal relation with him, which produces an inconceivable and ecstatic bliss, is firmly established. Thus, the supreme excellence of an eternal and ever-fresh and ever-new feeling of relation of an ever-full supramundane amatory sentiment of his particular associates towards Krishna, who are his counter-whole divine moieties, marks out Krishna the supreme absolute divinity from his all other relative manifestations or avataras. To justify further the super-excellence of Krishna as the supreme Godhead of supramundane love, Jiva Goswami cites still further support from the scriptures. The ladies of Mathura who were witnessing the fight between the unequal combatants, viz. Krishna, a boy of 11 years, victoriously challenging the redoubtable wrestler Kanura, remarked, "Alas! What penance did the gopis undergo to deserve the drinking with their eyes the fathomless nectar of the very essence of all loveliness and beauty of the person of Krishna, whose loveliness and beauty are unsurpassed, unequaled, and difficult to attain in the entire world. Look! The loveliness of Krishna's person and the suppleness of his limbs assume newness every moment. He requires nothing else to atom his body. He is the absolute abode of all majesty, all fame, all glory, all knowledge, and all detachment. 24 The exquisite beauty of the person of Krishna in the midst of the gopis in the Rasa dance is described by Sri Sukadeva Goswami thus, in the Rasamandala, i.e. the circular dance of Sri Krishna surrounded by the gopis, the eternal damsels of the transcendental realm of the Supreme Godhead, God Krishna, known as the son of Devaki, looked exceedingly charming like the brightest emerald in the center of a garland of precious gems. 25. It is said in the Uttarakanda of the Bhavijyapuranam that 10 of these gopis who joined Krishna in the Rasa dance are of preter importance. They are known as 1. Gopali, 2. Pali or Palika, 3. Dhanya, 4. Visakha, 5. Danasthika, 6. Radha, 7. Anuradha, 8. Somabha, 9. Tarika, and 10. Dasama. Another reading is Visakha, Dhyananasthika. The name of the 10th gopis is Tarika, or Dasama is another name. In the Dvaraka Mahatmya and also in the Prahlada Samhita of the Skanda Puranam, mention is made, in addition to the aforesaid gopis, of Lalita and others, of whom the principal 8 gopis are, 1. Lalita, 2. Syamala, 3. Saivya, 4. Padma, 5. Bhadra, and the previously mentioned, 6. Radha, 7. Dhanya, and 8. Visakha. Now Sri Rupa Goswami gives a graded importance to these gopis in pairs according to the degree of their intimacy with Krishna. Hence, when he writes that Krishna brings Tarika and Pali under control by the radiation of the glow of his effulgence, his contention is that they are less important. Superior to them are Syama, Syamala, and Lalita, they being appropriated by the Supreme Lord Krishna as his own. Sri Rupa Goswami gives the highest importance to Radha, differentiated from the pairs of gopis, when he describes her as the most beloved of Krishna. Amongst all the gopis of Bhimdevana, Sri Radha occupies an extraordinary position. This supreme importance of Sri Radha is mentioned also in the Kartika Mahatmya of the Uttarakanda of the Padma Puranam. Radha's Kunda, tank, is as dear to Vishnu as she herself is. Of all the gopis, she is extraordinarily dear to him. Again, in the Skanda and Matsya Puranas, though her name is mentioned in the common list of the gopis, yet Sri Radha's supreme place in Vindavana is stated thus: as Rukmini is in Dvaraka, so does Radha occupy the most important place in Vrindavana. In the Vratgatami Yatanwe, Sri Radha's mantram, spiritual incantation for worship, is like this: Sanskrita transliteration Devi Krishnamai Praktaradhikaparadavada Sarvalakshmamai Sarvakanti Samahini Para. It means, the inside out of goddess Radha, Radhika, is completely pervaded by Krishna. She is the supreme goddess. She is the fountain source of all potencies of the supreme Godhead. All fortune and prosperity rest in her or emanate from her. All beauties exist in her person, and she is the paragon of all enchantments. Further, in the RK Parisista, the appendix to the RG Veda, it is stated, God Madhava with Radha, and surely Radha with Madhava appear in glorious beauty among people. The gopis have also said in the Bhagavatam, this Radhika must have adored God Hari, Krishna, much more intensely than ourselves, as otherwise she would not have stealthily been carried away by Govinda, Krishna, ignoring and leaving us all behind. 6 In this way Sri Rupa Goswami, author of this Bhakti rasamrta sindhu, first sings the glories of his beloved object of intimate worship at the commencement of this unique classical work. Sri Jiva Goswami, the commentator, now uses an equivoque with reference to the moon and the lunar orb. In the prologue a different meaning can be read by punning on the word Vyadu. Though Vyadu, i.e. the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna is far beyond all mundane and supramundane objects, yet a comparison with a phenomenal object in certain partial aspects may be helpful for the laity for a peep into the knowledge and understanding of the Lord. Thus Vyadu, the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, is here compared with the mundane Vyadu, i.e. the moon. According to Muttapragrahanaya, Krishna alone has been described as Vyadu, i.e. one who cuts at the very root of all miseries and transcends all, or, one who gives the highest and every possible felicity and happiness to one and all without any distinction, explained before. So also, the mundane moon is called Vyadu as it removes miseries of all, caused by the darkness of the night or the heat of the day, and gives happiness and pleasure to all without any distinction. Again, as Krishna alone has been described as Vyadu and not any of his other manifestations or divine descents or avataras, so also in the mundane comparison the full moon alone should here be called Vyadu and not any part of the moon, because the full moon alone is most powerful in dispelling the intensity of the darkness of the night. Thus in these limited senses only the Supreme Sri Krishna has been compared with the full moon. A question may be raised, why is it that Lord Sri Krishna has not been compared with the sun? The answer is simple. The sun cannot soothe the sufferings of people from its own heat. Hence the sun does not stand any comparison with the all-soothing Lord Sri Krishna. The moon does exist in all its excellence, as the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna exists in all his glories. A further objection may be raised that while comparing Sri Krishna with the moon, the Lord has been described in the present tense as the all-glorious, Vyadurjayati, whereas the full moon does not exist permanently, hence the comparison is wrong. But this pertinent objection is refuted by the argument that Sri Krishna has not been compared with any full moon of every month in any season, but the full moon of the vernal season alone is compared with the Lord because the full moon of the spring alone possesses all the requisite qualities as described above. Having shown the common points of comparison in the substantive, points of comparison are now shown in the attributive. Firstly, as Sri Krishna is the personification of all the 12 rasas, so also the moon is the repository of never-failing taste of the soothing nectar of the rays that emanate from the halo round the disk of the springtime full moon. As there is similarity in the sound of the word Vyadu, meaning both Sri Krishna and moon, so there are common points with reference to rasa, its taste and agreeableness. Secondly, as Sri Krishna has subdued the two gopis Tarika and Pali by the radiance of the luster of his body, so also the galaxy, Pali, of stars, Tarika, are enveloped by the luster of the full moon. Thirdly, there are further common points of comparison as regards the attributive in the fact that as Sri Krishna owns Syama and Lalita as his own, so also the full moon heightens the love dalliance, Lalita, i.e. Vilasa, in the night, Syama, i.e. night. The word Syama has, according to Visvapraka's dictionary, several other meanings, such as, an unborn woman, soma creeper, a small bird, night, dark, a medicinal plant bearing fragrant seed or long pepper, trivrta, pryangu, gundra, etc. But here in this context the word Syama should mean night, i.e. Nisa. Fourthly, as Radha is most beloved of Sri Krishna, so also Visakha, also called Radha, the 16th of the 27 lunar asterisks, is nearest to the full moon of the spring season, and comes under its influence. Here the comparison is between Lord Sri Krishna and the full moon of the spring, and between Sri Radha and the star Visakha, otherwise called Radha. As Sri Krishna is under the influence of Sri Radha, knowing fully well of her prema, so also the full moon of the vernal season is under the influence of the Visakha, Radha, star because of its superior influence during the season. The stars vanish before the scorching rays of the sun, but add to the beauty of the lunar disk because the pleasure of love dalliance is enjoyable on a moonlit night and not in the heat of the sun, and again, the sun has any such attractive beauty as the moon has. It is thus the vernal full moon that has been compared with Lord Sri Krishna, and not with any other solar objects. The attraction and the beauty of Lord Sri Krishna excels all other entities. Sri Jiva Goswami says that Sri Rupa Goswami's Bhakti rasamrta sindhu abounds in varied and endless metaphors, rhetoric, prosody, theories, inferences, deductions, decisions, waves of rasas, i.e. shades of transcendental sentiments, etc., most of which have been explicitly delineated by the author himself. But he, as the commentator, will take clear and understandable those portions only which are incomprehensible, Durgama, and therefore his commentary is called Durgama Sangamani Tika. 1 Text 2, Hirti Yajya Priyanaya Pravartito Ham Varakarupo Pitasia Haripada Kamalathvand Kaitanya Devasia L2 Translation, offer my obeisances to the lotus-like beautiful feet of the Supreme Lord Hari, who is Sri Caitanya, inspired by whom in my heart, 1 am induced to write this book even though I myself am most unworthy to undertake the great task. 2 Commentary, after invoking and glorifying the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, Sri Rupa Goswami now bows before Sri Krishna Caitanya, who is identical with the Godhead Sri Krishna, at whose feet he had taken complete shelter, and who by promulgating his own bhakti or devotional services to the Supreme Being, made his divine descent in this world to save the fallen souls of the Kali Yuga, the age of vices. Sri Rupa Goswami expresses his humbleness of heart when he says, "Unworthy though I am to venture to write on the most difficult and incomprehensible subject of Bhakti Rasa, Sri Krishna Caitanya has been graciously pleased to inspire my heart to take up this insurmountable task. 1 Therefore prostrate myself before his feet." The word Varaka means small or humble, being an expression of humbleness of the heart of a great and genuine devotee like Sri Rupa Goswami. But the word also means one who is able to express most perfectly the supremest subject by employing the science of words and grammar. Thus the word Varaka can be explained in both the senses of most insignificant and most capable. Sri Rupa intends to say that though this rhetorical book Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu has been written by him, it was possible only because he was inspired by Sri Krishna Caitanya to undertake the work. The use of the compound word Varakarupa further signifies, according to Vyavakosa, humbleness as an embellishment of one's character, one whose very nature is humbleness. The suffix rupa is used in the sense of resemblance. Thus, Varakarupa means one who appears to be indigent. On the other hand, if Varaka is taken in the sense of one who is most competent to describe the supreme subject matter through a rhetorical composition, then Sri Rupa Goswami as the writer, Varakarupa, may also be said indirectly to introduce himself. when Sri Rupa Goswami calls himself Varaka, i.e. most insignificant, he confesses that no credit could be given to him for writing on the subject of Bhakti Rasa, which was difficult even for Brahma, Shiva, and other gods. But the possibility must be ascribed to the inspiration that had been infused in his heart by the Supreme Lord himself. Thus is expressed here the modesty of the poet and the glories of Bhagavan, the Godhead. In his commentary Sri Mukundadasa Goswami establishes the identity of Sri Krishna Caitanya with the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna by quoting copiously from the different scriptures. The translator quotes these texts in his preface. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami raises a pertinent question: why should S.N. Rupa Goswami again make his obeisances to Sri Krishna Caitanya when he had already invoked the glories of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna in his first sloka? In reply he points out that Sri Krishna, who is the most beloved of Sri Radha, is now manifest as Sri Krishna Caitanya. The present book, Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu, deals with the subject matter of prema starting from its lowest ladder of Sraddha 1, Sraddha 2, 4, and Arthanivritti are steps of spiritual sadhana, practices, from utter bondage to the soul's freedom from the clutches of the threefold deviating influences. The most supreme conception of prema as Madana Mahabhava is possible in Sri Radha alone. This is the supreme climax of divine prema. Commentator Sri Mukundadasa says in his commentary that as Sri Krishna himself could not relish the super-excellence of Sri Radha's Mahabhava prema for him, he entered into the Mahabhava of Sri Radha in the form of Sri Krishna Caitanya in order to relish the supreme prema. It is, therefore, quite in order that Sri Rupa Goswami should make his obeisances to Sri Krishna Caitanya even after glorifying Sri Krishna in the first sloka of Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu. 2 Text 3, Vishramamandiratyatasiya Sanatana Tanarmad Ishasya Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu Bhavatah Sadayam Promodaya 3 Translation, may this ocean of the nectar of Bhakti Rasa, Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu, be the pleasure bed of rest of my Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, i.e. Sri Narayana, who possesses an all-animate eternal body, and may it give him constant pleasures. 3 Or may this Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu be the temple of rest for the supreme satisfaction of my spiritual master who is known as Sri Sanatana Goswami. 3 Commentary. In this sloka Sri Rupa Goswami explains the purpose of his writing this classical work. He does not think in terms of acceptance or rejection of the worth of his book by anybody of this world. The author's one and only object is that the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna as, well as his spiritual master, Guru, Sri Sanatana Goswami, may taste the ambrosia of the transcendental pleasures by drinking its contents. The author's highest satisfaction lies in the satisfaction of the Lord alone. In this sloka Sri Rupa Goswami describes his book as an ocean of nectar, and as the tradition goes, at the time of total dissolution of the universe the Supreme Lord Sri Narayana, the Lord who accepts water as his bed, who possesses an eternal, i.e. Sanatana body of his own, makes the ocean his bed for rest. So also Sri Rupa prays that his book Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu, which is like an ocean of Bhakti Rasa, may be a soft and comfortable bed of rest of highest pleasures to the eternal, Sanatana Lord Sri Krishna. The contention is that the subject matter of this book, which is Bhakti Rasa, will give immense pleasure to the Supreme Divinity. Punning on the word Sanatana, Sri Rupa also prays that this book dealing with the highest conception of Bhakti may as well superbly please his own spiritual master Sri Sanatana Goswami, who is well known for his great qualities of knowledge, jnana, renunciation, viraga, and bhakti, soul's loving services to God for his pleasures. 3 Text 4, Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu Karita Parabhuta Kalajalabhya Bhaktamakarana Ashalitamuti and Randikana Masamt I4L Translation. Respectfully bow to those superior devotees, who have overcome the cobwebs of time, which is the cause of births and deaths, and who like the Makara, the mythical sea animal, freely swim, in the ocean of the nectar of Bhakti Rasa, Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu, after discarding all the rivers of muddy that ultimately merge and disappear in the ocean of Bhakti. Commentary. Sri Rupa Goswami first makes obeisance at the feet of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna and Sri Krishna Caitanya, his spiritual master Sri Sanatana Goswami, and now bows before the genuine devotees of Sri Krishna. In this sloka, Sri Rupa compares a genuine devotee with a Makara, the king of fishes, Bhakti Rasa with an ocean of nectar, the different forms of muddy with various rivers that lose themselves in the ocean and in which they flow and thereby find their final rest therein. Sri Rupa invites genuine devotees to swim in the ocean of nectar of Bhakti Rasa, Bhakti rasamrta sindhu, by discarding the rivers of muddy, which ultimately find their rest in the ocean of Bhakti only, like a Makara that will always discard all rivers and will only live in the ocean, for all rivers end in the ocean. Sri Rupa further says that genuine devotees have cut asunder cobwebs of time, and have mastered births and deaths. In the comparison of a devotee with a Makara, Sri Rupa Goswami has three common grounds before his mind. Firstly, Bhakti Rasa is the ocean of nectar in which a genuine devotee will swim and which he will taste and drink as a Makara swims and lives in the ocean only. Secondly, as a Makara being the king amongst fishes, discards all rivers that fall mto the ocean, so also a genuine and superior devotee of Sri Krishna discards all the five forms of muddy even when they merge in bhakti. Thirdly, as a Makara cannot be caught in the net of a fisherman as it lives in the deep ocean, so also a genuine devotee of Sri Krishna cannot be bound by the cobwebs of time and hence has no fear of births and deaths. Sri Rupa bows down before such a devotee. Sri Jiva Goswami in his commentary on this sloka says that a devotee has overcome all miseries of births and deaths, which are the cobwebs of time. Time cannot throw its net of births and deaths to catch a devotee as a fisherman cannot throw his net in the deep waters of the ocean to catch a Makara, so both are free from such fear of death. Further, though there are nice currents of water in rivers, a Makara does not care to swim or live in them, it does not want a river for its stay. So also a genuine and superior devotee of Sri Krishna discards, even if offered, all the five forms of muddy or emancipation from mundane bondage, viz. 1. Salokyamuddi, i.e. liberation as a CO denizen of the realm of God. 2. Sarstimuddi, i.e. liberation in the sense of possessing special powers or majesty similar to those of God. 3. Samapyamukti, i.e. liberation in the sense of living in the presence of God. 4. Sarapyamuddi, i.e. liberation in possessing the form of God, and 5. Sayogyamyakoi or liberation as being merged in God. A devotee in short wants nothing else but the service of the Lord for his pleasures only. 27 Again, Sri Jiva quotes from the Bhagavatam where Sri Narayana speaks to Sri Durvasa Rsi. When my devotees who are fully engaged in my service do not desire even the four forms of mud, viz. Salokya, Sarsti, Samapya, Sarupya, which are attainable by serving me, why speak of their asking for passing perishable objects of the mundane world? 28 Indeed, even though devotees whose bhakti is tinged by karma and jnana, may attain to the first four forms of muddy by serving the Lord, yet a superior devotee of unalloyed devotion without any tinge of karma and jnana will decline these four forms of muddy even if offered to him. But sayojamuddi or merging into God himself is completely discarded by devotees, being considered incompatible with bhakti in any form, alloyed or unalloyed. The highest and superior devotees of Sri Krishna, who practice pure and unalloyed bhakti, do not, therefore, even know of any sufferings from births and deaths, as they are constantly engaged in the services of the Lord and are ever engaged in tasting the sweetness of Krishna Prema. To such devotees does Sri Rupa bow his head in reverence. 4 Text 5, Mimitasakavadavina Kathanamapai Kunte Anasahivam Sphurantu Santana Susarath Tavad Haki Rasamritam Bhadhit L5 LL Translation, O Sanatana. Sri Krishna, or Sri Sanatana, may this thy Bhakti rasamrta sindhu glow or be manifest in all its brightness and luster in my heart for all time by extinguishing the flame-like tongue of the Mimamsakas. 5. Commentary. Here the author invokes the blessings of both Sri Krishna the Lord and Sri Sanatana Goswami the Guru for completely refuting the possible counter-arguments of the two sections of the Mimamsa philosophy, Mimamsakas, so that they might be given a smashing defeat. The Mimamsakas are divided into two groups according to the Purva Mimamsa and Uttara Mimamsa. The Purva Mimamsa deals with the ritualistic aspects of the Vedas, while the Uttara Mimamsa, otherwise known as Vedanta Sutras, the aphorisms of the Vedas, deals with some aspects of knowledge of impersonal Brahman. The Purva Mimamsa and Uttara Mimamsa are also known as Karma Mimamsa and Jnana Mimamsa respectively. Sri Rupa contends that in case these two schools of philosophers or Mimamsakas belonging to Vedic ritualism and undifferentiated knowledge, that is, with fruit-earning karma and impersonal pure experience of Jnana, should raise any burning arguments against the contents of Bhakti rasamrta sindhu, like the seven-tongued submarine fires in an ocean, the very sweetness, i.e., the evidential value, and validity of the ocean of the nectar of Bhakti rasa, Bhakti rasamrta sindhu, will be able to refute and silence them completely. Bhakti rasa will certainly be able with ease to pull out the rind of fruit-bearing karma of the karma mimamsakas and throw out as useless the seed of dry wisdom of the impersonalists or Jnana mimamsakas, as the natural coolness of the ocean easily extinguishes the seven tongues of the submarine fires in its bosom. Rather, there is always a submarine fire in an ocean, while in the case of Bhakti rasamrta sindhu, the ocean, which brims with the nectar of Bhakti rasa, there may or may not be the submarine fires, like Mimamsakas, and hence the difficulties in this case are fewer. Again, the ocean fires have seven tongues, as the tradition goes, which is hard for the coolness of the ocean water to extinguish, while in case of the ocean of Bhakti rasa, the flame of Mimamsakas has only two tongues, i.e. the two groups of Mimamsakas, and hence it is very easy to silence them by the soothing, sweetness of the rasa of the ocean of Bhakti. So Sri Rupa holds that his problem is not so difficult, and that by the grace of the Lord and the spiritual master it will be very easy for him to establish the incomparable superiority of Bhakti rasa over Vedic fruit-bearing karma of the Purva Mimamsa and the dry wisdom of the impersonalists of the Uttara Mimamsa. Hence he tells his Lord and Guru that this Bhakti rasamrta sindhu belong to them for their pleasures, and that by their grace it may remain ever manifest in his heart. 5 Text 6. Bhaktirajya Prastutirakaalajagan Mangala Prasangajya Ajyanapai Mayajya Kriyatsardam Pramade L6LL Translation, for the delight of the intimate friends this Bhakti rasa, dealing with Sri Krishna, who is the personification of all auspiciousness of all the worlds, is being prepared or written even by this incompetent, most competent, person. 6 Commentary. After praying for the blessings of the Lord and the spiritual master that this book may completely refute the sophistries of the Purva and Uttara Mimamsa, i.e. of the Karmavadins and the impersonalists, Sri Rupa now humbly says that though he does not cherish any vanity that he can offer effective rejoinders to all forms of arguments of both favorable or antagonistic empiricists, he would certainly write on Bhakti rasa for the delight of genuine devotees and intimate friends. The author knows that dry empiricists whose hearts have not been watered by Bhakti rasa cannot find delight in it, nor does he care for their acceptance or rejection. But he knows that friends will find limitless delight in Bhakti rasa that deals with the all-auspiciousness of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna in whom rests the highest bliss for all the worlds. So ignoring the empiricists, Sri Rupa attempts to write the Bhakti rasamrta sindhu for the genuine and benevolent friends who are free from ordinary limitations and prejudices and who are ardent followers of Bhakti rasa and who will find immense delight in it. As before, the author expresses humbleness by saying that he is not worthy of the task without the grace of the Lord and the Master. The word ajna means incompetent, it also means most wise, i.e. Sri Rupa is the most competent person to write on this subject of Bhakti rasa. Sri Jiva says that Sri Rupa did not need writing this book for any purpose of his own as he was deeply merged in Bhakti rasa, but his eagerness to write on the subject was due to his desire, out of the kindness of his heart, to offer supreme delight to his friends, i.e. genuine and highest devotees. Plus 5 text/9, 8 Asia Bhagavad Bhakti Rasamrta Payanad Catv Arakalavakshyanti Bhajad Purvadayakramat I-71 L Tattva Purv Vibhagsman Bhaktivedanarupakanukramana Vaktavyam Lahar Tom K Tustayam 8 Adyasamanya Bhaktad Hyadvidya Sadhanan Vita Davashrita Tritya Kacharya Premanarapika 9 Translation. 4 divisions of this Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu in relation to the Supreme Lord will now be described in the order of East, South, West, and North, 7, and the different Determinate aspects of Bhakti will be expounded in the 4 waves of the East Division. 8. In the first wave, the generic character of Bhakti. In the second wave, Bhakti attained by sadhana or spiritual practices according to scriptural injunctions, i.e. sadhana bhakti. In the third wave, Bhakti based on bhava, i.e. bhava bhakti, and in the fourth wave, prema bhakti will be established. 9 Text 10, Tatradasas cha vaishistyamasya kathayatam sfutam laksanat kriyat bhaktirutamaya sadarhamatam 10 I translation, in order to explain explicitly the obvious characteristics of Bhakti, sadhana bhakti, bhava bhakti, and prema bhakti in the second, third and fourth waves of the East Division respectively, the intrinsic nature, definition, of Uttama bhakti, unalloyed bhakti of the highest quality, as accepted by saints, is first stated in the first wave. 10 Commentary, Sri Rupa Goswami here argues that before he can take up the distinctive and different characteristics of unalloyed sadhana bhakti, bhava bhakti and prema bhakti, it is essential first to define Uttama bhakti, or unalloyed pure bhakti, as distinguished from bhakti tinged by karma and jnana. Without a precise definition and accurate description of a subject, its different species or varieties cannot be ascertained. A definition of an object gives its distinctive character. For example, the dewlap defines an ox, as its dewlap distinguishes it from other animals. Hence an ox can be defined as an animal that possesses a dewlap. Dewlap thus distinguishes an ox from other animals. So Sri Rupa will now define Uttama bhakti, i.e. pure bhakti of the highest quality, as distinct from mixed bhakti. Sri Rupa further states that the definition that he will be giving of Uttama bhakti will not be anything from his personal imagination, but it will certainly be based on the authentic declarations of saints like Narada and others. In the first wave of the East Division of the ocean of the nectar of Bhakti Rasa, Sri Rupa will simply define Uttama bhakti, but without going into details about its different varieties so that pure bhakti may be differentiated from mixed bhakti, such as is tinged by karma and jnana, and also that the ground may be prepared for the appreciation of the special characteristics of sadhana bhakti, bhava bhakti, and prema bhakti in the following 3 waves of the East Division. Bhakti that is tinged by desires for worldly pleasures, wealth, heavenly enjoyments, etc. cannot be the highest and pure. As Uttama bhakti is completely free from desires, a devotee practicing unalloyed devotion or bhakti is naturally superior to all others. So it is said in the Bhagavatam, one who possesses unmixed and desireless bhakti in the Supreme Lord, all gods with all their attributes dwell in him. What quality can there be in a non-devotee of God who is carried in a mental chariot as it were to the world's pleasure gardens? That is, a non-devotee possesses no excellence whatsoever. 29. 10 Definition of Uttama bhakti, Text 11, Anyabhilazidashinyath jasana karmadhyana vridamanukkalyana krishnanushalanarn bhaktirdama L11 I translation, actively serving Krishna and all that is related to Krishna with real liking and relish and in a way that is agreeable or pleasing also to Krishna, and serving Krishna in the above manner without any desires of the usual extraneous motives other than the desire for bhakti itself, and without any adulteration by the ways of karma, as expounded in the Purvamamamsa, or the way of knowledge or jnana, as expounded in Uttaramamamsa, or the way of yogic realization, as expounded in Patanjali's yoga philosophy, is pure, unadulterated Uttama bhakti, le. Bhakti of the highest quality. 11 Commentary, after the preliminary obeisances to God, Guru, and genuine devotees, and after further mentioning how he would discuss the subject of Bhakti Rasa in 4 division, Sri Rupa Goswami now takes up the central theme of this book, i.e. Uttama bhakti. In defining bhakti, Sri Rupa Goswami mentions both the svarapalaksana, i.e. direct and intrinsic character, and the tatastha laksana, i.e. indirect and extrinsic character of the subject. In defining the svarapalaksana of bhakti, Sri Rupa establishes 3 things, viz. 1. Krishna, the Supreme Lord, 2. Anasilanam or culture, i.e. service of Krishna, and 3. Anukulyana or in a manner that will be agreeable to Krishna's taste. In the indirect or extrinsic aspects of the definition, Sri Rupa mentions 2 things, viz. A. non-existence of ordinary human motives for objects other than bhakti, anyabhilazitasunyam, and b. unconcealed by jnanakarma yoga, etc. Enanakarmadyanavritam. The positive part of the definition establishes pure bhakti, and the negative part of the definition brings out the distinctive super-excellence of bhakti, i.e. uttama bhakti, as pure and unadulterated, and therefore autonomous and self-shining. In the Svarapalaksana, the positive characteristics include, 1. Krishna, the subject of bhakti is the Supreme Godhead alone and nothing else. No mundane entity can be the subject of bhakti. When Sri Rupa Goswami mentions Krishna as the supreme subject of bhakti, he means the Lord in all his aspects, as Krishna in Braja, as Krishna in Mathura and Dwaraka, as Narayana in Vaikuntha, and as all other forms and manifestations or divine descents of the Supreme Godhead. The different distinctive characteristics of these forms of the Supreme Lord Krishna will be discussed in detail hereafter, i.e. in slokas 220 to 224 in the first wave of the North Division of the Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu. Anyway, Sri Rupa Goswami first establishes that the Supreme and the highest Godhead, who is termed Krishna, is the sole and only subject of bhakti. 2. Anasilanam, the most important thing in the conception of bhakti is the active culture, le. service of Krishna and all that is related to Krishna. The true meaning of anasilanam must be understood from its root verb. The meaning of a verb is derived from its root. Here also the root meaning of anasilanam must be ascertained and accepted. Every verb derives its meaning from its root, which may be both positive and negative. The positive aspect can be physical, verbal, and mental. Verbs predicate action, that is to say, action is implied in every verb. So anasilanam will mean active endeavors by body, words, and deeds. Actions other than the positive will be negative, such as endeavors not to commit offenses to the name of God while chanting, or offenses in services in temples, This negative anasilanam in relation to Krishna Nama, chanting of the name of Krishna, and Krishna Seva, worship in temples can also be physical, verbal, and mental. Now a question may be raised, do all verbs in their root meaning imply action, such as root sta and bu? Even here the doubt may be removed. The root sta means to exist, which does not, of course, explicitly indicate any action, but certainly implies that it removes non-existence, so also though bu means to be, it also eliminates not to be. So every root meaning of a verb does indicate action. So anasilanam of Krishna definitely means endeavors for the culture of Krishna and all that is related to Krishna. Besides the positive and negative aspects, physical, verbal, and mental, in respect of the active cultural endeavors about Krishna, there can also be emotional activities arising out of the stai bhavarati, attachment of a permanent relationship, and rising through pramita mahabhava. Please see Introduction. Thus Krishna anasilanam means all forms of active culture about Krishna and in relation to Krishna. If, in this sense, sraddha or faith in scriptures, submission to the spiritual master or guru, association with genuine saints or devotees of Krishna, services of the associates of Krishna, as well as all other forms of spiritual practices that will liberate an individual from mundane bondage till nistha, rusai, asakti, bhava, and prema, please see Introduction, are attained, be included in the meaning of anasilanam, i.e. endeavors in relation to Krishna, the definition cannot be said to be too wide. As all these endeavors relate to Krishna, Krishna anasilanam can be possible only by the grace of Krishna and his devotees. This active culture about Krishna, anasilanam, is inherent in the intrinsic potency or svarapasakti of the Supreme Lord himself. Hence this anasilanam is supramundane, aprakrita. In other words, it is a function that descends from the realm of the Supreme Lord to earth, as it were, when it functions in the pure soul or finite jivatma. It is infused in the limited faculty of the finite self by the Lord's svarapasakti, the intrinsic potency of God, out of her innate faculty, whereby the limited faculty of the jivatma or finite self functions fully and wholly in reciprocity to the Lord. Thus inflamed, as it were, By the Svarapasakti the aprakrita or supra mundane endeavors of the soul's faculties can become manifest in the faculties of the body and the mental quantum of the individual. For example, a fettered person has the nature of fondling a dear one in this world, but the intrinsic nature of fondness of the Svarapasakti, or the intrinsic potency of Sri Krishna can manifest itself in the mundane fondness of the individual and be identified with it. This has been further developed in the second sloka of the third wave in the East division of Bhakti rasamrta sindhu. Anukulyana, mere active culture or endeavors in relation to Krishna and all that is related to Krishna by itself cannot be said to be bhakti, because these endeavors can be both agreeable as well as unpalatable and even positively inimical or hostile. If the anasilanam be hostile or antagonistic, it cannot be bhakti. Hence, Sri Rupa Goswami here qualifies anasilanam by anukulyana, i.e. endeavors in relation to Krishna must be agreeable to the taste of Krishna. Such endeavors alone can define the intrinsic character of bhakti. Anukulya here means congenial to the taste of Krishna, that is to say, if the endeavors or anasilanam about Krishna be agreeable to Krishna's innate propensities of tastes, it will be said to be anukula anasilanam. Such endeavors must necessarily be delight-giving to Krishna. Sri Rupa Goswami has used the word anukulyana as an adjective, vices anam, of anasilanam in the instrumental case, and not in upalaksana. There are two different forms of the use of the instrumental case in Sanskrit grammar, viz. As an adjective, vaisana, and as conveying an implied sense, upalaksana. When an adjective is used the instrumental case, it remains inseparable from the qualifying noun. Hence when anukulyana has been used here as an adjective in the instrumental case, it follows that anasilanam in bhakti cannot be separated from anukulata or agreeableness. For example, when the king asks someone to call the sentry, it means that the sentry is asked to come properly dressed with his weapons. So also anukulata or agreeableness must accompany Krishna anasilanam. But the meaning must not be carried too far in the sense that when the king orders the sentries to be fed, he means that weapons should also be fed, but that the sentries will keep aside the weapons and then eat. In the same manner, anukulata or agreeableness or delight of Krishna cannot be excluded from the anasilanam or endeavors in relation to Krishna. The contention is that both anasilanam and anukulata, endeavors about Krishna and delight of Krishna, are inseparable, just as when the king goes, it means that the king goes accompanied by his retinues. A question may be raised, if agreeableness or anukulata characterizes bhakti, what is the need of anasilanam or active culture? The reason is that as all verbs in their meaning signify action, followed by kr root, itis for the purpose of giving an explicit meaning to the expression anukulyana that anasilanam has been used, and this is not redundant. Again, a further question may be raised, why anu has been prefixed to silanam, and why not silanam only? The reason is that once agreeableness is aroused, anukulata, in the heart of Krishna, then there can be no cessation of the same. Hence the prefix anu is appropriately used, as it signifies continuity of the endeavors in relation to Krishna. Now, if the definition of bhakti be such that it should connote only the agreeable or delight-giving endeavors in relation to the taste of Krishna and all that is related to Krishna, i.e. if anukulata or agreeableness to the taste of Krishna or delight of the subject be the criterion of bhakti, independent of the favorable or antagonistic attitude of the devotee, then the definition will be either too wide or too narrow. Mere delight on the part of Krishna, the subject, alone cannot be a precise definition of bhakti unless it simultaneously excludes hostile endeavors on the part of the devotee, object, inspired by hostility or antagonism. If the delight of Krishna be the only criterion of bhakti, i.e. anukula anasilanam only, the definition will be too wide. Again, if non-hostility on the part of the devotee be the only criterion of bhakti independent of the delight or otherwise of Krishna, the definition will be too narrow. Commentator Sri Visvanatha gives two examples. When the demons like Kamsa, Jarasandha, Sisupala, Dantavakra and 18 other demons challenged Sri Krishna into mortal combats with terrible feelings of enmity against him, the Lord immensely enjoyed the fight and had a taste of Virarasa. Heroism 30 here was anukula anacilinum or endeavors by the demons, which immensely delighted the Lord, but the demons that fought Krishna were actuated by feelings of hostility towards the Lord, which cannot be bhakti. In this case, the definition of bhakti as mere delight-giving endeavors becomes too wide, adivyapti. On the other hand, when Sri Yasoda, the personification of Vatsalyarati or parental relation with the Godhead, put Sri Krishna down on the ground from her affectionate lap and went running to the nearby oven to take down the overflowing hot milk, lest it be burnt and become useless for Krishna, for whose drink it was being boiled, the action of Sri Yasoda did not delight Krishna and he began to weep and express seeming anger. 31 Though the endeavor of Sri Yasoda was full of affection for the divine child, the definition of anukula anacilinum becomes too narrow, avyapti. Therefore, anukulata or agreeableness on the part of the subject, the Lord, implies also non-hostility on the part of the object, devotee. Now there appears to be some difference of opinion amongst the commentators regarding the exact significance of the word anukulyana. Sri Rupa Goswami interprets anukulata in a comprehensive sense to include both its negative and positive aspects, viz. the absence of an attitude of hostility towards Krishna and the presence of delight in Krishna. Or in other words, those behaviors alone can be regarded as anukula, i.e. favorable, which are both marked by a non-hostile attitude towards Krishna and also conducive to the actual delight of Krishna. The contention of the commentator is that in a case of bhakti there must be reciprocity of feelings between Lord Krishna and the devotee. The devotional activities must be undertaken from an attitude of friendliness, i.e. non-hostility, and at the same time these must arouse reciprocal feelings in the Lord Krishna. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti, however, points out that if anukula anacilinam means such culture as is conducive only to the pleasure of Sri Krishna, then the definition is both too wide and too narrow. It is too wide, since it will lead to the recognition of the warlike hostile activities of Kamsa, Sisupala, Dantavakra and others delight in Krishna, as a genuine case of bhakti. And it will be too narrow, since it will exclude the efforts of Yasoda to take down the pot of milk from the fire by leaving Krishna alone, even at the cost of the latter's discomfort, from the category of genuine bhakti. Hence according to Sri Visvanatha, the meaning of anukula anacilinam should be taken in the sense of absence of hostility on the part of the devotee. In such a case, the warlike activities of Kamsa and others cannot be regarded as bhakti though they caused pleasure to Krishna, since they are done from a hostile attitude. And the activities of Yasoda will be regarded as a case of bhakti even though they did not give rise to the pleasure of Krishna, since they were marked by not only an absence of hostility towards Krishna but by an intense feeling of parental affection for Krishna. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti seems to have gone too far in neglecting the positive side altogether. His contention that the behavior of a devotee must be marked by an attitude of non-hostility towards the Lord, and it is immaterial whether or not such behavior conduces to the pleasure of the Lord at the same time, is wide of the mark. For bhakti, if anything, is for the pleasure and delight of Sri Krishna, and it must always exclude such behaviors which cause definite displeasure to the Lord. As far as we can see, the whole difficulty has arisen out of the example of Yasoda, which he could not otherwise explain except from the point of view of bhakti as marked by an attitude of non-hostility only. The difficulty may be cleared up, if we only consider the fact that in Vatsalyarasa there is complete scope for apparent displeasure as is shown by such behavior of Krishna as weeping and remonstrating with his mother Yasoda. In fact, such weeping or crying on the part of Krishna as the beloved child did not mean that Krishna was unhappy at heart, on the contrary he was extremely delighted though his overt behavior was something very different. Besides, it may be pointed out that the illustration of Yasoda, given by Sri Chakravarti, was not quite appropriate in this case. For when we are discussing about bhakti we must choose our illustration from the behavior of a sadhaka and not from that of a nityalila parakara, i.e. an eternal associate of the divine sports of the Lord, as Sri Yasoda is. It will be the height of folly to imagine that in course of the divine sport either the Lord or his associates did not fully enjoy the sport, or any of them actually hurt, as it has been imagined here in the case of the Lord himself. If, however, any instance be taken from a sadhakas, it will be easily realized that both the attitude of non-hostility on the part of the sadhaka as also the delight of Krishna are both involved in any case of genuine bhakti. Hence a correct definition of bhakti, as given by Sri Rupa Goswami in this sloka, means that the endeavors or active culture regarding Krishna and all that is related to Krishna is not only agreeable, anukula, to Krishna, but is also completely free from hostility or the feeling of antagonism, pratikulata, on the part of the devotee. Therefore, anukula anasilanam should not be one-sided, i.e. delight to Krishna only, but it should also mean non-hostility or the part of those who are to cultivate the giving of delight to Krishna. So, anukulata or agreeableness excludes pratikulata or feelings of antagonism and hostility. Mere absence of pratikulata or malicious hostility alone also cannot be bhakti unless it causes delight to Krishna. Thus the correct definition stands like this: any active endeavor in relation to Krishna that gives delight to him and which is free from any malicious hostility, is bhakti. This is the svarapalansa or intrinsic and directly positive nature of bhakti. Now, in order to define Uttarma Bhakti as distinct from alloyed Bhakti, Sri Rupa Goswami explains the Tatastalaksana or indirect and extrinsic character of Bhakti. Uttama Bhakti or unalloyed Bhakti of the highest quality has two extrinsic aspects, which distinguish it from ordinary Bhakti, viz. 1. Anyabhilasiddhasunyam, and 2. Jnana karmadyanavritam. Anyabhilasiddhasunyam, this means complete freedom from any desire whatsoever other than the desire for bhakti itself. How this can be cultured? Acting for the pleasures of Krishna without the least tinge of any desire for any self-benefit in any form, i.e. practicing bhakti for no other purpose than the purpose of bhakti itself, is called bhakti that is absolutely void of any desire. It means that bhakti is both means and end, i.e. bhakti alone is the means to the end of bhakti, and nothing else. Compare here Bhagavata 3m2. Prabhupada tells King Nimai, O king, genuine and pure devotees constantly remembering and mutually making others remember the all-sin-destroying Lord Hari gain prema bhakti by practicing sadhana bhakti, and their bodies become overwhelmed with horripilation. Thus Uttama Bhakti does not aspire after anything but the pleasures of the Lord. It is absolutely void of any desire excepting the desire for bhakti alone. The word used here is anyabhilasiddha and not anyabhilasa. Anyabhilasa means desires for other objects, while anyabhilasiddha means the habit of acting under extraneous desires that have become semi-nature with the person concerned, i.e. one cannot do without such desires. So, Uttama Bhakti means not only absence of extraneous desires, but also complete absence of the very nature that acts from such extraneous desires. A pure devotee's normal nature is not to desire anything. But if accidentally a devotee is heard to say at a critical moment like death, O Lord, save this thy humble devotee from the clutches of imminent death, there is no harm in such a prayer because it is not normal with him, but only a temporary upset due to circumstances beyond his control. So this cannot be an argument against bhakti, as there is no innate desire in the very nature of the devotee. Now in order to explain the Uttama Bhakti or Bhakti of superior excellence, Sri Rupa Goswami further states that when pure Bhakti, as already defined, is unobscured by jnana, karma, etc., it becomes Uttama Bhakti. Sri Rupa does not exclude jnana and karma as such from Bhakti, but holds that jnana, karma, yoga, etc. must not conceal the true nature of Bhakti. When mana is decried, it refers either to empirical knowledge or knowledge of the impersonal Brahman only, and not knowledge of Sri Krishna. In Uttama Bhakti, knowledge or jnana of Sri Krishna is of course necessary. Only empirical knowledge and knowledge of impersonalists like Sankarites are discarded here. What Sri Rupa Goswami means by anavrta, i.e. being not hid or obscured, is that Brahma jnana should not hide the true nature of bhakti. Karma here refers to both ritual that are unconditionally obligatory and those conditionally binding according to the injunctions of the Samriti Sastras. Such karma must not hide the true nature of pure bhakti. Services in the temple, worship of the deities of the Lord, it should not be discarded as being of the nature of karma. What unalloyed bhakti does not permit is fruit-giving Vedic or smarta ritualistic karma. Such fruit-bearing karma as well as dry jnana or knowledge do conceal the unalloyed nature of uttama bhakti. They are, however, not completely void of bhakti as in the case of desires for other things. By the use of the word adi, Sri Rupa contends that not only smarta karma and impersonal jnana should not be permitted to hide the nature of pure bhakti, but also Vedic sacrifices, yajna, non-attachment, vairagya, astanga yoga, i.e. restraint of passions, regulations, and self-control, practice of different postures, control of breath, restraint of the senses from being directed to sense objects, concentration of mind, meditation, practice of mystical trance, etc. also should not be allowed to conceal the true nature of pure bhakti. Then the question is, how and where does karma conceal bhakti? The answer is that when a person thinks that if he does not perform the various rituals according to the injunctions of the karma mimamsa, dharmasastras and samriti sastras, he or she will be doing harm to himself or herself. Hence if out of fear of such injunctions or excessive regard therefore one follows the path of karma, it will blur the true nature of bhakti, or if one performs duly and with proper regard all such rituals as are described in Samriti, as a means to bhakti, i.e. if the idea be that bhakti cannot be attained without them, then also such karma will be an obstacle to bhakti. It will be merely like a patch of cloud overshadowing bhakti because bhakti is not dependent on anything. But on the other hand, if a genuine devotee shall perform the obsequial rites in honor of his deceased father as laid down in Vedic or smarta ritualism, with no regard for them excepting the desire not to disturb the local social sentiments, such an action will not envelop or hide the true nature of bhakti. A further question may be raised, when Sri Rupa Goswami defines bhakti as active endeavor for the delight of Krishna, why does he not say Krishna bhakti instead of bhakti only? The reply is that bhakti has always been used in regard to the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna in all the scriptures, hence by the use of the word bhakti, Sri Rupa means Krishna bhakti only. 11 Having defined uttama bhakti, Sri Rupa Goswami now cites supporting authorities. Text 12, Yatha Shri Na at Radapafikaratra Savo Padi Vinirmuktam Tat Paratevana Nirmalam Histkena Our Sikshasavanaton Bhaktirosai 8L12 Translation, so it is said in Sri Naradapankaratra, completely freed from the defect of all upadis or adjuncts, i.e. free from all desires, to be devoted to God, i.e. serving God with agreeable endeavors for the delight of God, and being pure, free from the clouds of jnana karma yoga, etc., to serve the Lord of all the senses with all one's senses is called bhakti. 12 Commentary. In order to justify the correctness of his definition of uttama bhakti, Sri Rupa Goswami now cites references from authentic scriptures. In defining bhakti, the Naradapankaratra says that the Supreme Lord, who is the subject of bhakti, is the Lord of all senses. The word our Sikha means senses and Isa means the Lord. The word our Sikha really means Lord Sri Krishna. To serve the Supreme Lord and all his senses by the complete application of the reciprocal CIT or spiritual organs of the pure soul is called bhakti. But this bhakti must be free from all possible extraneous desires, must be subservient to the delight of the Lord, and must not be clouded by jnana, karma, yoga, etc. 12 Further references. Text 13, Shri Bhagavatajyatrayaskandhi ca Laksanath Bhakti Yogajyanit Gunasya Hyuda Hidam Ahatuki Avyavahidaya Bhakti Purazoshiyami 33, 1181 Translation. So also it is said in the third canto of the Bhagavatam, when Lord Kapiladeva, not the founder of the Sankhya system of philosophy, but the divine descent or avatara of Vinu, the son of Devahuti and Kardama Rsi, explained the 24 creative principles of the Sankhya philosophy of Kapila the philosopher. Sri Devahuti prayed to the Lord Kapiladeva to tell her about the conception of unalloyed bhakti by which alone those 24 principles could be truly understood. In reply to the query of his mother Devahuti about the true nature of bhakti, Lord Kapiladeva says, it has been said that the definition of unalloyed, i.e. untouched by the three gunas of Maya, Bhakti Yoga in the Supreme Lord is that it is uncaused and incapable of being frustrated by anything. 13 Further text 14, Slokas distis mitpyas drupya ekat vamapuia diam nam na granani ibind matsavanam giana, 24 LL Translation, Lord Kapiladeva further tells Mother Devahuti, my genuine devotees besides serving me alone for my delight do not accept Salokyamati, i.e. liberation in the sense of living together with me in my own realm, Sarstimati, le liberation as possessing of majesties and powers equal to mine, Samapyamati, i.e. mati as close proximity to me, Sarapyamati, i.e. liberation as possession of beauty equal to my beauty, nor Ekatva, or Sayojyanat, i.e. liberation as identity with me, even if one offer all these to them, what to speak of their asking for them. The contention is that a pure devotee never asks for any such salvation or anything else whatsoever. He finds his delight in serving me alone for my delight. 34-14 Commentary, in quoting this sloka from the Bhagavatam which describe the character of a pure devotee, Sri Rupa Goswami wants to establish the spontaneity and irrecisibility of Uttamabhaku, which are the signs of an unalloyed devotee as well. So, though this reference from the Bhagavatam does not directly support the correctness of the definition of highest bhakti, Sri Rupa shows that the character of a pure devotee is also the characteristic of pure bhakti. The reference is not, therefore, out of place here. The sloka on the fivefold mati, i.e. 1. Salokya, 2. Sarsti, 3. Samapya, 4. Sarapya, and 5. Ekatva or Sayojya, has purposely been quoted to establish the super excellence of Uttama Bhakti over Mati or salvation, though in defining Bhakti, Mati has nothing directly to do with it. The total rejection of all the forms of Mati by an unalloyed devotee is an inherent characteristic of Uttama Bhakti itself. 14 Still further reference from the Bhagavatam. Text 15. Sa eva bhakti yagakya udarta yentifrahya trigyath mad bhavaya papati 815 / L Translation, this is said to be the supreme conception of bhakti by which one can cut asunder the bondage of the threefold gunas of Maya and be eligible to attain my prema, says the Lord to his mother Devahuti. 35-15 Commentary, by citing this sloka in continuation of the previous one, Sri Rupa Goswami wants to say that Uttama Bhakti far transcends the aspirations for the various forms of mukti and even moksha. What for then a devotee takes recourse to bhakti? Bhakti is itself the supreme end of bhakti. The word atyantika means the end. Does it then mean that ekatva or sayojyamati, i.e. identification or merging of the finite self with the infinite Godhead, which is the end in the previous sloka, is the end of bhakti? No. It means that bhakti is much more than sayojya. So, in certain places in the scriptures, the word apavarga or brahmanirvanasukha has been used in the sense of bhakti only. For example, in the 5th canto of the Bhagavatam in chapter 19, slokas 19-20, it is stated by Sri Sukadeva Goswami to King Parikshita, O king. According to one Sattva-rajas tamas karma, an individual is born in this Bharatavarsa, India, and attains heavenly, earthly, and hellish ends respectively. And when an individual performs his or her duties according to one's varna and astama as enunciated by the scriptures, he or she attains apavarga, i.e. moksha, final emancipation of the soul, or salvation, or final beatitude. But, O king, this apavarga is the uncaused, spontaneous bhakti in the Paramatma Vasudeva, who is immanent in everything and indweller of all finite selves, who is beyond expressions or any language or mundane words, who is non-dependent on any object, and who is supremely beautiful and full of all auspiciousness. Hence, the word apavarga here in the Bhagavatam has been used in the sense of bhakti as the supreme end or value, which is attainable in the company of unalloyed or genuine devotees of God. Again in the Bhagavatam, Canto 7, Chapter 7, and Sloka 37, Prince Prahlada uses the word brahmanirvanasukha in the sense of pure bhakti while advising the children of the demons after King Hiranyakasipu was killed by Lord Nrsimhadeva. Prince Prahlada says, Boys, when the engrossed jivas engage their mind with one-pointedness in the transcendent God and are freed from the wheels of the world, this very mental contact with the adhoc saja, transcendent, gives them immense pleasure, which the wise call Brahmanirvana Sukha. So, friends, engage yourselves in the service of the Lord within your heart. In other Puranas also this one-pointed bhakti in Hari has been said to be moksha. Though moksha is generally used in the sense of the highest amongst the four values, or Katarvargas, viz. Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha, yet this moksha is insignificant as compared to bhakti. Hence, bhakti takes one beyond moksha and offers prema, which is the highest end of bhakti. 15 Text 16, Salokyatayadipatiastha bhaktokarsani rapanam dhaktar vishuddhadavayakti alaksane paradavasyati 16 LL Translation, the superiority of a genuine devotee, as shown in the previous slokas, establishes the purity of bhakti and it is involved in the very definition of bhakti. 16 Commentary, the question is raised, why does the author bring in the delineation of a true devotee while expounding the nature of bhakti? The commentator Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that describing a true devotee as not prompted even by the desire of liberation in any of the five forms is only explicating the definition of pure bhakti as an attitude not actuated by extraneous desires, i.e. motives for any object other than bhakti. In other words, bhakti is a self-yestifying, self-shining experience. It shines by its own light, and does not derive its spiritual value from consideration other than devotion itself. 16 The six qualities of Uttama Bhakti, Text 17, Klesakni Subhata Moksalagudhakritsuyajur Labha Sandrana and Devise Satma Sri Krisnaksarni Casa at L 17 L Translation, Bhakti is the destroyer of all afflictions and ills of life, is beneficent, is the devaluer of moksha or liberation as a desirable end, is extremely difficult of attainment, is the essence of the cream of delight of a special kind, and is the attractor of Krishna who is himself the attractor of all that is. 17 Commentary, Sri Visvanatha points out that here Sri Rupa Goswami states briefly the distinguishing qualities of Uttama Bhakti. Of these six distinguishing characteristics, the first two, viz. 1. Destroyer of afflictions and ills, and 2. Beneficence, belong to bhakti as sadhana bhakti, while the second two qualities, viz. 3. The devaluer of moksha or liberation as a desirable end, and 4. Extreme difficulty of attainment, are the distinguishing characteristics of bhava bhakti, and the last two qualities, viz. 5. The essence of the cream of delight of a special kind, and 6. The attractor of Sri Krishna, who is the attractor of all that is, are the distinguishing qualities of prema bhakti. It is pointed out that this division is not mutually exclusive. On the contrary, just as there is a hierarchical order amongst the five elements, Panchabhutas, in which each higher element includes the qualities of the lower elements besides its own distinctive quality, so also the bhava bhakti comprises both its own distinctive qualities and also the two qualities that distinguish sadhana bhakti, and prema bhakti, besides comprising in own two distinctive qualities, includes in itself also all the four qualities of bhava bhakti. 17 Text 18, Terajya Klesaknatvam Klesastu Papath Tad Vijama Vidyasati Te Tridha L 18 Translation, Klesa or affliction and ills are of three different kinds, viz. 1. Acts of sin, 2. Seeds of sin, and 3. Nescience, which is the root cause. 18 Text 19, Tatra Papamipurabdam Bhaves Papampurabdam Sati Tad Dvidha 19 Translation, sin is of two kinds, sin which is not yet active in yielding its fruits, apurabda, and sin that has started to bear its fruits, purabda. 19 Text 20, Tatra apurabda haravamyatha akadasyadhana susamadarsa karodid hansi basme satatha madvasaya bhaktir adavanisi krisnasan I 22 Translation, just as fire properly lighted consumes the wood used as fuel and reduces it into ashes, so even the rudiments of bhakti in the form of occasional chanting or hearing of my name destroys all sins, all accumulated sins that have not yet started bearing fruits, O Uddhava. This is what Lord Krishna tells Sri Uddhava in the 11th canto of the Bhagavata. M 36:20 Text 21, Purabdha haravamyatha irdayi, yan namadhyas ravananukirtanat yat prabhanat yat smaranat api ik vasit sveto pisadya savanaya kalpate kyutapanasi bhagavanu darsanat. 1 Translation. In her prayer to Lord Kapiladeva, Devahuti says, when even a Kandala, eater of dog's flesh, born in such a lowly stratum of society owing to sins committed in previous births, becomes eligible for performing the Soma Yagna, a Vedic sacrifice which Brahmana only is entitled to perform, only by rare and occasional listening to and then singing the name of God under the guidance of genuine saints, by prostrated obeisances to the Lord and by meditating upon Him. What then to speak of one who has an immediate vision of God? 37. 21 Commentary. Both Orthodox systems and heterodox Buddhism and Jainism believe in the law of karma as an independent autonomous principle which ensures that every good deed or its opposite works out its full effect to the sweet or the bitter end without the intervention of the gods. Such deeds, good or bad, bear their deferred fruits in subsequent births either with a high respectable social status or in the lowest rung of the society as an untouchable Kandala that lives on dog's flesh. It is the contention of the author that even when one is born so low as a Kandala, an occasional practice of the rudiments of Bhakti will undo the effects of his past misdeeds and raise him to the status of a Brahmana eligible for performing the ceremony of Soma and other Vedic sacrifices. Here is a difference between the two commentators Sri Jiva Goswami and Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti. According to Sri Jiva Goswami, though this rudimentary Bhakti in a born Kandala will remove the effects of his past misdeeds, yet he must wait for the next birth in a higher social status to qualify himself for the performance of the Vedic sacrifices. Jiva Goswami, it is obvious, is reluctant to disturb the social order and tries to conform, as far as possible, to the extant practices and ideas of the Hindu society of his time. Visvanatha Chakravarti, however, considers Jiva Goswami's view to give away the whole case for the quality of the Prarabdha Papaharava that is claimed for Bhakti. Sri Visvanatha's view is that Bhakti, however slight, will at once remove all taints from the fallen human being and qualify him for the highest social duties of the Hindus. This is rather a controversial problem. The question is between eligibility and capability. A Brahmana born in a higher social order because of good deeds in previous births is eligible to perform Vedic rituals, while even a Kandala born in the lowest social order owing to his misdeeds in previous births, becomes fully capable of performing such Vedic Somayagna when his Prarabdha is wiped out by singing and listening to the name of the Lord, in the stage of practices of Bhakti. But, as even a person born in a Brahmana family has to wait till his sacred thread ceremony before he can actually perform such Vedic rituals in spite of his eligibility as born in a Brahmana family owing to his good deeds in previous births, so also a devotee, born in a Kandala family, is cleansed of his sins committed in previous births by practicing the rudiments of Bhakti and becomes eligible to perform such Vedic rites, but he does not do this as he is not interested in the fruits of Vedic karma. On the other hand, if the meaning be construed as becomes worthy of such respect, then the very purpose of Prarabdha Haravam is lost in the case of a Kandala. The truth is that a Kandala remains no more a Kandala when he embraces the path of Bhakti. He becomes eligible to worship the Lord in the temple in Arcana, what to speak of Vedic karma. 21 Translators note, it may appear to a Western reader that the conception of a Prarabdha as accumulated traces of an unending series of previous lives is a myth without any scientific foundation. But even science now recognizes not only a recapitulation of the history of the race in the growth of every individual life, that is, recapitulation of phylogeny in ontogeny. Also modern psychology of the unconscious, especially psychology of the unconscious as expounded by Jung, recognizes not merely an individual unconscious but also a racial unconscious in every individual personality. This racial unconscious along with the individual unconscious is only the Prarabdha of the ancient Hindus, expressed in modem terms. I quote here from the Encyclopedia of Religion and Ethics, Vol. 4, page 681, the recapitulation theory, once accepted as almost a truism, has recently met with much criticism. It has been applied to mental development most frankly and fully by Stanley Hall and his school. According to these writers, there are three ways in which the individual reveals the story of his race. 1. There is the actually observed correspondence between the stages and order of development and those of race evolution, recapitulation. 2. There is the occasional appearance, even in adult normal life, of mental forms which are echoes of primitive mental stages. These occur more especially in states of mental weakness, fatigue, exhaustion, illness, the drug psychoses, sleep, hypnosis, reverberations, reminiscences. Our souls, like our bodies, represent the organized experiences of past ancestors, fears, affections, thoughts, which appear even in quite healthy stages, may be rudimentary specters, Stanley Hall, due to survivals from distant ages of man. 3. A given individual may show arrest of mental, as well as of physical, development, stopping short at a stage which the race in general has long since passed. In such a case we have a reversion, or an atavism, in which the characteristics of remote ancestors dominate, in the child's development, those derived from his parent or near ancestors. The mind, like the body, thus consists of segmentary divisions or strata derived from different periods of evolution. The older strata are naturally those which are most fixed and uniform throughout a race, e.g. the primitive instincts. The more recent strata are more variable in the different individuals, e.g. the forms of intellectual development. Again, the older strata represent the foundation from which the more recent have been derived, and on which, therefore, the latter must be built up by the individual. Hence not only does the individual, as a matter of fact, tend to develop along racial lines, but also parents and teachers ought to encourage and strengthen this tendency, in order to secure adequate and proportional development of all the different powers. Culture epoch theory. The recapitulation theory has been defended, 1. In the stages at which the different senses mature, 2. In the stages at which accurate discrimination of the different qualities within the same sensory group appears, 3. In the appearances of the different instinctive activities, plus, in the play activities of children, 5. In the successive objects of imitation which children select for themselves, 6. In the stages of intelligent behavior, and in the development of abstract thought, 7. In the development of emotion, 8. In language. Our object in quoting the above is not necessarily in justification of the knowledge of the ancient Arsis of ancient India. Their knowledge was self-revealed and did not depend on any other support or justification. Text 22, Durjatir eva savandhyajiyadv karanam madam durjati aram hakath papatanyasyat purabdam eva tat 22 LL Translation, a low despicable birth is the cause of ineligibility for the performance of the Vedic rites. Such birth is the present fruit of the past sins of the individual concerned. 22 Text 23, Padma Parane Caa Purabda Valath Papam Katatun Vijatun Phalanmuksam Krimana Eva Pralyata Vinubakir Adatmanam 23 Translation. The following text from the Padma Puranam is quoted here as evidence in support. Sin is either a Purabda, i.e. sin which is not yet bearing fruit, or totality of such sins, Kudam, or the seed, Vijam, that is, seeds as dispositions and residual traces, or as tendencies and trends towards bearing their relevant fruits, Phalanmuksam, and in those who are given to Vinu Bhakti or devotion to and services of Vinu such sins dissolve successively in the order in which they are narrated. 23 Commentary. Commentator Sri Jiva Goswami points out that in the above verse quoted from the Padma Puranam, the Vizya or substantive is papa or sin, and this substantive is described by the successive predicates, viz. A. Purabdam, le. Tending towards bearing fruits, b. Kudam is vihanmuksam or tending towards the stage of vija or seed, c. Vija or in the state of seed, which means existence as vasana or psychophysical disposition or with tendencies towards the stage of purabda. Besides these, there is, d. the apurabda or accumulated sins of the unending series of previous births, which lie inactive and do not even show a tendency as kuda or vihanmukha. All these are destroyed by bhakti successively, commencing from apurabda of the unending series of the previous births. Commentator Sri Mukunda Dasa is, however, of the opinion that the sins are destroyed in the reverse order, i.e. starting from the last or the phalanmuksam, and not in the order given in the text as contended by Sri Jiva Goswami. 23 Text 24, Vijaharivamya Iyasasth, Tis Tani Agani Triant Tapodana Vratadabhinad Harmajam Tad Hirdayam Tad Apasang Receive 24 LL Translation. Through austerities, penances, charities, and observances of rituals these sins may be removed, but not those that spring from adharma, i.e. avidya or nescience that conceals the true nature of the soul. Such sins can be destroyed only by the service of and subservience to the Lord, which by destroying the root, i.e. avidya, destroys all that springs from that root. So say the Vinudutas or the messengers of Vinu to the Yamadutas or messengers of death. 38.28-24 Text 25, Yatpada Pankaja Palasavi Lasabaki Yakarme Sayatan Srathaitam Ujratayanti Santa Tadvan Na Rikdamateo Yateo Pyruta Sroto Ganas Tamaranath Beja Vasudvam. 25 L Translation. While an absolutist tries in vain to stop the flow of the indriyas or senses towards objects of pleasures by mere negative effort of restraining them, a Vaisnava devotee, a true saint, cuts asunder the knots of his accumulated karma by an ever-growing self-augmenting devotion to the lotus feet of the Lord. Therefore, surrender thyself to Lord Vasudeva as the only proper course, says Sanat Kumara to King Perthui 9-25 Commentary. Commentators Jiva Goswami as well as Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti point out that the absolutist proves himself to be a fool in trying to conquer the lusts of the flesh by a negative method of asceticism and self-restraint. The bhakta or the devotee proves his superior intelligence by turning himself positively to the service of, and single-minded devotion to the Lord. This is far more effective in conquering the blandishments of senses than the mere negative way of a purely ascetic life. The senses turn towards their respective objects as a river flows down the course. It is sheer folly to hope to stop the current of the flowing river by negative resistance. The Santa or devotee takes to a more effective course of a plunge into the nectar that flows out of the sweetness of the Lord's person, and thereby allowing himself to be swept away in the current of the flowing nectar far away from the temptations of sensuous life that have their roots in avidya or nescience. One should, therefore, take refuge in the Lord Vasudeva. 25 Text 26, Padmi ca Kriyanayayir Avidyabhir Hari Bhaktiranuttam Avidyathni Darhat Yasudeva Valiva Panagya. 26 Translation. As a forest fire burns up all snakes in the forest, so also Uttama Bhakti or unalloyed Bhakti, which is followed step by the knowledge of the true self, completely destroys all avidya, i.e. ignorance of transcendence, or misidentification of the pure self with the gross body and the subtle mind. The contention is that vidya or knowledge of the self as well as of the Lord normally and in proportionate degree follows bhakti. 26 Text 27, Subhatatvam, Subhani Prananat Sarva Jagatam Anurikiyata Sadauna Suksam Ityadini Akyatani Manisibhit. 27 Translation. The whole world is blessed by the devotee is endeared by the whole world, possessing all good qualities like real happiness and others. The wise call these to be the all-auspiciousness of bhakti. 27 Commentary. Sri Jiva Goswami says that Sri Rupa expounds the view that bhakti has four aspects of auspiciousness. First, the devotee, i.e. one who has attained sadhana bhakti and is in the stage of spiritual practices, is a blessing to the world. Secondly, the whole world is attracted by him. Thirdly, such a devotee will be found to embody all good qualities, and fourthly, he will be happy and contented. Now, when it is said here that such a devotee possesses all good qualities, then the first two qualities, viz. that he makes the world happy and that he himself is endearing to all, are already included in the all which qualifies the qualities. Why then have they been mentioned separately? The reason is that the first two qualities are particularly developed in a devotee at this stage, even though all other good qualities are also in him in some degree or form. So it is said in the Bhagavatam that Queen Surasai, the stepmother of Prince Dhruva, who was extremely bitter with her stepson Dhruva the crown prince and banished him from the state, lovingly embraced the child and took him to her lap when Dhruva returned home after realizing the Lord by intense spiritual practices for 6 months only. This was possible, says Maitreya to Vijara, because, O Vijara, As the river always flows downwards, so also all people, even all animals, of this world bow down at the feet of a devotee with whom the Lord himself is pleased because of his devotion and friendship. 40. By using the word adi, that is, etc., Sri Rupa Goswami means to include not only the all-fascinating and all-auspicious character of a true devotee, but also of bhakti as well. 27 Text 28, Tatra Jagat Prinanadadvaya Pradatvam Pidmi Yenarcito Haristina Tarpatani Jaganti API Rajianti Jantavastatra Jang Amasthavara API 28 LL Translation, one who has worshipped Lord Hari, has also pleased the whole world. Even all animate and inanimate entities also become attached to him. 28 Text 29, Sajunadai Pradatvam Yasiasti Bakir Bhagavati Akifakana Sarver Gunaus Tatras Samasate Suraharav Abhaktasia Kuto Mahadguna Manarathan Asadi Dhavato Bhaya 29 Translation, one who has uncaused, spontaneous bhakti in the Supreme Godhead, all the gods with all their good qualities live or exist in him. What good quality can a non-devotee of the Lord possess, who runs fast in his mental chariot after worldly objects? 41-29 Commentary, commentator Srimukunda Dasa Goswami explains Sajuna, i.e. good qualities as follows: Bhakti offers all forms of good qualities including jnana, knowledge, vairagya, detachment, yama or restraint of the passions, niyama or observance of rules or vows and self-control, etc. The word adi means that even the gods and arsas bow down before a devotee and become obedient to him. 29 Text 30, Sukhapradatvam Suksam Visayakath Brahmam Isvaram Seti Tat Tridha 30 LL Translation, Sukha, i.e. happiness is of three kinds, viz. 1. Material happiness, 2. Happiness due to the knowledge and realization of Brahman as impersonal divinity, and 3. Happiness owing to the direct vision and realization of Isvara or personal divinity. 30 Text 31, Yathatuntar Sadaya Paramaskarya Bhakti Imati Ca Sasvati Nityath Ca Paramananda Bhavd Govinda Bhaktiya 311 L Translation, so it is said in the Tantra, exceptionally wonderful supernatural powers, long enduring worldly and heavenly pleasures, long and lasting experiences of Mati as Brahmazukha, felicity derived from knowledge and realization of impersonal Brahman, and eternal and ever-progressive and supreme flow of transcendental felicity, from realization of the Supreme Lord, are attainable by bhakti in Lord Govinda, Krishna, who is the Lord of all the senses. 31 Commentary, commentator Sri Jiva Goswami explains the above stated authority in the following way: Siddhaya, the 18 particular extraordinary powers and attributes attainable through yoga, viz. 1. Anima or contracting the body so as to make it very small, 2. Mahima or expanding the body so as to become very big, 3. Lagama or superhuman power to make the body light and invisible, 4. Prapti or acquisition of all sense enjoyments, 5. Prakamiya or ability to see all enjoyments in heaven, on earth, and in the subterranean regions, 6. Isita or to infuse one's own power into another, 7. Vasita or non-attachment while engaged in enjoyments, 8. Kamavasayata or to attain to the highest pitch of enjoyments that the yogi desires to enjoy. All these 8 are in their fullness to be found in the intrinsic potency of God, while a yogi can attain them partially in a mayika way. Refer to Bhagavatam, Canto 11, Chapter 15, Slokas 4-5, 9, Anurmamatvam or to be free from hunger, thirst, sorrows, infatuation, infirmity and old age, and death, 10. Durasravana or to be able to hear from even a very long distance, 11. Duradarsana or to be able to see from a very very long distance, 12. Manojava or fast movement of the physical body, as quick as that of the mind, 13. Kamarupa or to be able to take any form according to one's own wishes. 14. Parakaya Pravsa or to be able to enter into another person's body, 15. Svakandam Review or to be able to die any time according to one's own wishes, 16. Devakritadarsana or to possess the power of seeing the sportive activities of the gods, 17. Sankalpada Padartha Prapti or to attain things of one's predetermination, and 18. A pratihata adesa, or to possess such power that one's commands cannot be disobeyed by anybody. Besides these, there are 5 lesser attainments, viz. 19. Trikala Jainatva, or to have power of knowing all about past, present and future. 20. Saitasnadadandvasasnuda, or capable of enduring the opposites of cold and heat, etc. 21. Parasiddhayabhajanata, or to be able to know the mind of others. 22. Agni Surya Jalavisa Prabhavabhshtanam, or to be able to neutralize the powers of fire, sun, water, poison, etc. And 23. Aparajaya, or to be unconquerable by anybody. 42. Buddhi equals worldly pleasures, Muddy equals Brahmasuksam, or felicity arising from knowledge of Brahman. Nityam Paramanandam equals, according to Parasijayanaya, eternal felicity from Bhakti to Govinda, the Supreme Lord. All these aspects of happiness are to be experienced. 31. Text 32. Yatha heart bhakti sudhode ca bhyopai yas devasativa e bhaktirdad hastumiya moksantikator varga phalada sukadalata. 32. Il translation, O Lord of all lords. 1. Pray again and again at thy feet, Chad, let that steady devotion, bhakti, in thee grow in me, which like a creeper bears the fruits of moksha, or final emancipation, and beyond that, eternal and supreme pleasures in thy services, happiness arising out of the feeling of realization of the Supreme Lord, so it is stated in the Harab Hakta Sudhodaya. 32. Text 33. Moksalagudhakrite manajiva praradhayam hirde bhagavadre tapurazart hastu catv rastrayani samantata. 33. LL translation, even with the slightest awakening of bhava-bhakti in the heart for the Lord, the 4 objects of human pursuit, viz. Dharma, relative duties offering heavenly pleasures, artha, mundane wealth, kama, sensual pleasures or desires, and moksha, final emancipation or realization of the self as identical with Brahman, become insignificant and as worthless as a straw. 33. Text 34. Yatha $ri endrada padvakaratra haribhakti mahadavaya sarva mutayadisadaya buddhyas kad buddhastasia sedikavadanavraha. 34. Translation, all forms of muddy and all extraordinary powers of yoga, as also many wonderful sense enjoyments, follow with reverential fear the supreme goddess of bhakti, like the female attendants following their heroine. 34. Text 35. Sujur labha sadhana aranasangar alavya susarade pi harina kasvadayati vidha sasyat sujur labha. 35. L translation, bhava-bhakti is extremely difficult of adamant for 2 reasons, viz. Even long periods of practices of all aspects of sadhana bhakti without any rusai and asakti, i.e. taste and attachment, do not make bhava-bhakti available, and secondly, in is not easily bestowed by Lord Hari. 35. Commentary, Srimukundadasa Goswami comments that anasanga means without attachment, which also includes rusai or taste, without which various forms of spiritual practices even for a very long period do not arouse bhava-bhakti. The various spiritual practices here include the 64 different forms of sadhana bhakti, out of which if the following 5 aspects are ignored, then the practices of the rest will not make bhava-bhakti attainable. These 5 essential aspects of spiritual practices in the stage of sadhana bhakti are: 1. Worship of the deities with reverential attachment. 2. Listening to the Bhagavatam in the company of advanced saints. 3. To keep the company of such saints and devotees of Lord Hari as have devotion to and relation with Lord Hari, Kasrama, which are allied to his own nature of devotion and relation with the Lord, and who are affectionate and superior to him. 4. Chanting the name of the Lord. 5. Living in Muttaramandala. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti comments that bhava-bhakti cannot be attained unless one has undergone the course of spiritual practices, starting from 1. Sraddha followed by 11. Sadhu Sangha, 3. Bhajanakriya, 4. Anarthanivritti, v. Nistha, 6. Rusai, and 7. Asakti. Please see Introduction. Unless one has undergone these stages of spiritual practices, bhava-bhakti is not attainable. So the twofold difficulties are, firstly, Bhava Bhakti is not awakened even if the different stages of sadhana bhakti have been undergone for a long time until the stages of asakti or attachment and rusai or taste are reached. Secondly, even if there is attachment and taste, Lord Hari does not bestow it soon. He tests his devotee for long, and then only bhava is bestowed by the Lord and is not attained by the individual by his own efforts. 35 Text 36, Tara Adhyayatha Taniri, Jnanata Sulabhamatir Bhatiryaj Flati Punyadasya Sadhana Sahasrayar Hari Bhaktis Ujar Labha 36 LL Translation. The first difficulty, as stated in the Tantra, Mukti, final emancipation or salvation, is comparatively easy to attain by jnana or the path of knowledge of impersonal Brahman. Bhakti or all forms of mundane and heavenly pleasures are easily available by pious karma like Vedic sacrifices etc., but bhakti, bhava bhakti, is extremely difficult to attain by thousands of rudiments of spiritual practices. 36 Commentary. It is true that mukti by jnana and bhakti by Vedic karma and yoga, etc. are comparatively easily attainable, but even here if anna and karma be devoid of attachment for the objects of attainment, such results would not be attained. It, therefore, follows that even such trifling results like bhakti, earthly and heavenly sense enjoyments, and mukti or liberation from bondage, one salvation, are indeed not easily achieved, i.e., difficult to attain. So, when the Tantra says that bhava bhakti is rarely attained by thousands of practices of rudimentary sadhana bhakti, it must be understood that even such merely traditional practices of sadhana bhakti will not awaken bhava bhakti unless it is enlivened by an intense attachment for bhakti itself. Further, mukti through impersonal jnana alone is indeed a painful striving. Compare Gita, Chapter 12, Sloka 5. In the same manner, bhakti or mundane pleasure through karma and yoga is equally difficult to attain. Sri Sukadeva Goswami tells King Parikshita, O king, when the friends of Lord Krishna approached the Brahmanas of Mathura, who were engaged in the performance of Vedic sacrifices for the useless and temporary fruits of pleasures in heaven, Svarga, and asked to offer all the ingredients of their sacrifices, such as ghi, boiled butter, milk, curd, fruits, etc., to the Lord, the Brahmanas refused to offer them to Lord Krishna. Thus they did not listen to the demands of the Lord, because, O king, these Brahmanas, engaged in hard and austere penances of the Vedic sacrifices, were foolishly seeking only very trifling enjoyments in heaven by such painstaking karma. Though such karmans consider themselves wise, they are indeed very unwise. 43 Thus it comes to this, to follow the path of jnana with attachment for mukti, le. liberation in Brahma jnana, or to follow the path of Vedic karma or yoga with attachment for earthly and heavenly pleasures or bhakti, even though very hard and unwise, is not enough unless such attachments are intelligently applied. This intelligent application of jnana and karma for mukti and bhakti respectively should, therefore, be softened by the touch of bhakti, without which verily even mukti and bhakti cannot be realized. For example, Brahma bowing in reverence to Lord Sri Krishna addresses him thus, O unlimited, O unborn. In days of yore many followers of yoga lived in this blessed land, who failed to achieve their desired results by following the path of yoga. But by offering their individual Vedic and other karma to thee, they attained the superior end of thy nearness through self-knowledge enkindled in their heart by the grace of bhakti, i.e. by listening to and singing thy name and thy glories they realized the higher end of bhakti. 44. Again, Sri Suttama Vipra, Brahmana and school friend of Lord Krishna, while on his way back home after meeting his divine friend Lord Sri Krishna at Dvaraka muses in his mind thus, my friend had been so endearingly friendly to me. He treated me with such deep affection. Oh! He asked me to sit on his own bed. He asked me so many affectionate questions about my life at home since we had parted from the school of our common teacher, Sandipani Muni. Oh! At the instance of my wife went to meet my divine friend with the desire of asking wealth from him, riches for relief from my poverty and want, and failed to ask for such triflings out of a sheer feeling of shame. And my friend also sent me back without any gifts. What shall tell my wife? shall tell her, desireless service of the feet of my divine friend Sri Krishna is the root cause of attainment of all wealth on earth, at the bottom of the sea, or in heaven, and also of all forms of supernatural powers as well as mutti or liberation. 45. The use of the expression Hari Bhakti in the Tantra, as quoted by Sri Rupa Goswami, means, according to the commentator Sri Jiva Goswami, Bhava Bhakti or Rati, which is the object of attainment by sadhana bhakti. Compare Bhagavata. M46. Sadhana here definitely refers to sadhana bhakti or rudimentary early practices of bhakti in relation to Lord Hari, Godhead, only, for otherwise, no Bhava Bhakti is possible for Lord Hari. But when the text lays down that sadhana bhakti must be practiced thousands and thousands of times, and that even in spite of such thousands and thousands of rudimentary practices of sadhana bhakti, Bhava Bhakti is not only rare, but it is very rare, one would naturally get frightened to follow this apparently most difficult path. In order to remove such possible reactions in the minds of the people, Sri Jiva Goswami asserts that though ordinarily Bhava Bhakti is indeed very very rare, it does not mean that it cannot be attained. As a matter of fact, it can also be attained easily, says the Bhagavatam. Thus in Canto IL, Chapter 8 King Pariksit requests Sukadeva Goswami as follows, Master, I am desirous of listening to all about the all-auspicious Lord Hari, because those who constantly listen to and sing about the pastimes of the Supreme Lord Hari with reverential faith make the Lord himself very soon enter into their heart. 47. Sri Narada tells Sri Vyasadeva, when was a little child and my mother was working in a Brahmana family for her living, several sadhus or saint devotees of Lord Hari came to the residence of the said Brahmana and lived there for 4 months as required for the vow of Chaturmasya, which enjoins a life of austerity to be lived in one place for 4 successive months. During their stay, these sadhu devotees used to chant the sweet name of Hari and discourse on the various events of Lord Hari's divine life. Listening to their chanting of the Lord's name and their discourses on the divine life of Hari, I had devotion to Lord Hari awakened in my heart and felt that attachment for Hari which is the essence of Bhava Bhakti. 48. Here, in Narada's case, there is an awakening of Bhava Bhakti by the simple listening to the devotional discourses of the sadhu devotees of Lord Hari. Hence Bhava Bhakti, though difficult of attainment, yet it comes without the asking through very simple means, provided there is the keenness with which Narada listened to the discourses and the chanting from the lips of the sadhus. Again, the Lord tells Uddhava, O Uddhava, sadhana bhakti with single-minded service ta myself and myself alone gratifies me in a way which neither the ways of Sankhya nor Yoga nor the performance of austerities and charities, and the various Vedic rituals can ever gratify. 49. It may be noted that Sri Jiva Goswami in his comment here gives a somewhat different interpretation of the sadhana in Sadhana Sahasra in the above verse of the Tantra. According to him, this sadhana in Sadhana Sahasra refers to the ways laid down in Sankhya, Yoga, and Vedic rituals, and not sadhana bhakti as may appear to a cursory reader. It is such practices repeated even thousands of times that cannot bring forth Bhava Bhakti as their necessary fruits. And in this sense, Bhava Bhakti is extremely difficult of attainment. If sadhana in Sadhanasa Sahasra meant sadhana bhakti, then it would follow that sadhana bhakti cannot be an effective means to Bhava Bhakti. It appears to the translator, however, that Sri Jiva Goswami's interpretation is somewhat forced and does not square with the text of the sloka of the Tantra. Sri Jiva Goswami points out that the word sadhana is used in the Tantra for the purpose of distinguishing it from bhajan. In sadhana there is all indirect reference of karma and jnana, so that the result is mixed, i.e. devotion or bhakti mixed up with the ways laid down in karma, jnana, and yoga. As distinguished from this, bhakti pure and unadulterated is concerned only with bhajana, i.e. service of the Lord alone through the direct method of chanting the name and other practices laid down in the way of unalloyed or uttama bhakt. Sri Jiva Goswami further points out, the essence of wisdom in Misra Bhakti, i.e. bhakti practiced through the ways of Sankhya, Yoga, and Vedic rituals, etc., consists in the practice of these ways with bhakti and real attachment for bhakti as the primary end. Proof of such wisdom consists in the fact that in such a devotee there is complete disappearance of all desires for heavenly or earthly pleasures and other extraneous ends. If, however, it is found that despite practices of Misra Bhakti, the desire for extraneous objects still continues, the conclusion will be that the wisdom which characterizes such a devotee is non-existent. It follows, therefore, that combination of ways of sadhana is not desirable. The right method is to hear about the Lord, to sing the praise of the Lord, and to meditate on the Lord with single-minded devotion and attachment in complete disregard of every other way recommended in other sastras. 50-86 Text 3 Dvityayathopafikamaskandhi Rajan Patir Gurar Alathavadatya Dunatam Devath Prayakula Pataka Vaca Kinkaro Vahist Vivath Anga Bajadarn Bhagavan Mukandumuding Dadati Karisit Smana Bhakti Yogarhad 11371. IL Translation, the second difficulty, as stated in the fifth canto, Sri Sukadeva Goswami addresses King Yudhisthira. O King! Sri Krishna is the Lord or protector, Guru or advisor, Deva or object of worship, dear to and controller in respect of both the Pandavas and the Yadavas. Though he manifested himself in the family of the Yadavas, he treated both the Yadavas and the Pandavas with equal favor. But owing to the excellence of devotion and affection of the Pandavas to him, the Lord even went so far as to serve the Pandavas, as their ambassador, and also allowed himself to be guided by the directions of his own devotees, i.e. the Pandavas. Even so, this Mukunda, literally, one who gives muddy or liberation, i.e. Lord Sri Krishna, does not give Uttama Bhakti in most cases to the devotees, but gives muddy instead, which is much inferior. 37 Commentary. The commentator Sri Jiva points out that the verse above quoted is in proof of the second element in the concept of Sujur Labha, difficult to attain. In other words, it proves that the Lord himself, through comparatively liberal in the bestowal of muddy or liberation, is very rarely disposed to bestow the prize of bhakti to his devotees. It follows, therefore, that bhakti is not only extremely difficult to attain by individual efforts, but is also very rarely attained as a gift of the Lord himself. The commentator further points out in explanation of the verse above quoted that though Lord Krishna revealed himself as a member of the stock of the Yadavas, he never discriminated in his behavior between the Yadavas and the Pandavas. On the contrary, in view of the superior love of the Lord inherent amongst the Pandavas, he even condescended to serve them as their ambassador, a condescension to which he never stooped in regard to the Yadavas to whose stock he belonged. The Lord bestowed Bhava Bhakti on the Pandavas because of an excess of affection for them, irrespective of the Pandavas practicing bhajana of the Lord or failing to do it. As regards others, the Lord usually refrains from bestowing the valuable gift of Bhava Bhakti, though not refusing muddy, which is much inferior. He gives Bhava Bhakti only to such who scorn muddy as a value worth having and desires Bhakti instead. 37 Text 38, Sandranandavai Sama Brahmanando Bhavadisa Set Paradhagunat Kirtanadi Bhaktisuksam Hoda Paramanutulam API 38 LL Translation. The joy of the realization of the absolute life that has been attained after millions of years of arduous practice of meditation is as a mere drop in the ocean as compared with the delight which is Prema Bhakti. 38 Translators note, the delight in the realization of the absolute Brahman, as a Sankarite conceives it, is a sort of calm unruffled state of variationless blissfulness. This is, however, not to be confounded with Lord Krishna's Svarapananda, Le. His delight in the realization of his eternal perfection. Svarapananda is an active realization, which is full of novelty at every moment, while Brahmananda is a tranquil state without movement and variety. Besides Svarapananda, there is a higher delight which the Vaisnavas call Svarapasakti-ananda, which is the Lord's delight in the delight which a bhakta or devotee enjoys in the delight of Lord Krishna himself. 38 Text 39, Yatha Hart Bhakti Sudadati Vatsak Siraran Lata Visudabdi Stitasyami Sukhani Gosodayant Brahmani API Jagat Guru 39 Translation, O Lord of the Universe! The ocean of delight in which have been plunged as a consequence of my immediate vision of thyself makes even Brahmananda or the delight of the absolute life of the Sankarite as a little pool created on the soil by the hoof marks of cows. 39 Commentary. The commentator Sri Jiva Goswami here points out that Brahmananda or delight of the absolute life of the Sankarite must not be confused with the delight of the god Brahma, the creator of the 14 worlds. Translator's note, the delight of Brahma may be the delight of Prema Bhakti, and such delight surpasses by far the delight of the absolute life, which the Sankarites speak of as the essence of moksha. Brahma in Hindu mythology is the creator of the smallest universe of ours, which consists of 14 worlds, while Brahma, N, means the absolute Godhead. Non-Sanskrita scholar must not confound the former expression with the latter. In the Sarn manner, a Brahmana, i.e. the priest by birth, is different from Brahmana, i.e. the Vedas. 39 Text 40, Tatha Bhavarthadapakayam Cat Vat Kathamrta Pathagaviharantu Mahemodarkarvanti Kritina Kesit Katarvargam Trinopamam L40 Translation, so it is stated in the Bhavarthadipika. The Srutas in their prayers to the Lord, while invoking him from his slumber before creation, say, O Lord, a few of thy devotees, not any devotee, but merely a few devotees who have attained Bhava Bhakti alone, who swim the ocean of the nectar of discourses on thy divine pastimes and enjoy the supreme delight from drinking the nectar thereof alone, do reject all the four desires for dharma, artha, kama, and moksha, considering them to be worthless as a straw. 52. 40 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami raises a question: why does Sri Rupa cite here a sloka from the Bhavarthadipika, i.e. commentary of Sridhara Swami on the Bhagavatam, when there were so many other verses in the text of the Bhagavatam itself in support of the Sandranandavasasatma quality of Prema Bhakti? The reason that actuates Sri Rupa Goswami, Sri Jiva says, is that Sridhara Swami had understood the truly esoteric concepts of the Bhagavatam by his own realization, and hence such an authority has been cited by Sri Rupa. 40 Text 41, Ar Krishnakar Sinikat Vahari Primabhajam Priya Vargasama Invitam Bhaktir Vasi Raradatai Sri Krishnakar Sini Mata 41 Il Translation, the power of drawing Krishna to oneself, Prema Bhakti is called Krishna Akarsanai, i.e., possessing the power of attracting Lord Krishna, because such bhakti charms Krishna into complete submission through endearing love and affection for Krishna with his entourage. 41 Commentary, the commentator Sri Jiva Goswami points out that in the text Sri Krishna Akarsanai, the prefix Sri refers to the entourage of the Lord, so that it is not only the Lord alone but the Lord with all his entourage that becomes charmed into submission by Prema Bhakti. Sri Mukundadasa points out that in Prema Bhakti, which binds ever Lord Krishna, the object of the bhakti is not merely Lord Krishna himself, but Krishna with his entourage. Thus while Sri Jiva points out that Prema Bhakti causes the submission both of the Lord and his entourage, Sri Mukundadasa points out that Prema Bhakti is directed not merely to the Lord but also to his entourage, just as when one speaks of the king as appearing, one means the appearance of the king with his retinue. +1 Translator's note, LT may be noted here that while Lord Krishna as the all-inclusive reality, is absolutely free in all respects, not being subject to any kind of bondage, yet there is one exception. He is the self-elected slave of a real selfless devotee of his, who had attained Prema Bhakti. Text 42, Yathikadas na sadhyati mamyogo na sankyati dharma adava na svadhyayas tapas tyagoyatha bhaktir mamarjitas 3. L42 Il Translation, Lord Krishna addressing Uddhava says, O Uddhava, the way 1am won over by Prema Bhakti, which is the most forceful, the same can never be possible by the ways of yoga, sankhya, Vedic ritualism, recitation of the sacred Vedas, austerities, and renunciation. +2 Commentary, the commentator Sri Jiva Goswami points out that it may appear on a first view that the reference to yoga, sankhya, etc. is appropriate only in establishing the superior excellence of sadhana bhakti and is not quite in place in an exposition of the nature of Prema Bhakti. There is, however, according to Sri Jiva, nothing inappropriate, the object being to show how sadhana bhakti leads on to sadhya bhakti or Prema Bhakti, which alone has the attribute of winning over Lord Sri Krishna. 42 Text 43, Saptam ca naraktayit enralok badabrabhagalakath punanamunayobhyani isa granavasatatai sake sadgutath para brahma manashyalingam 54:14-31 Translation, Sri Narada addresses King Yudhisthira as follows: You are the most fortunate of human beings in this world, because even the saints whose very sight sanctifies everybody on this earth, of their own accord come to your place with a view to purify themselves, because it is your residence that the inscrutable Absolute in his eternal human form chooses as his suitable place of abode. 43 Commentary, Steve Visvanatha Chakravarti elucidates the text as follows: the sage Narada in reply to King Yudhisthira, who laments his own poor lot as compared to exceptional good luck of Prahlada who had an immediate vision of the Lord, says, O king, you are far superior in your exceptional good fortune, not merely to Prahlada but also myself who am the guru or spiritual preceptor of Prahlada, and also to all other devotees, as also the Yadavas, saints such as Vasistha, Maharishi, Kashyapa, and the gods Brahma, Rudra, etc., because the saints whose mere sight purifies everybody come of their own accord and seek an access to your residence in the hope of having their heart's desires fulfilled. Because, the inscrutable Absolute Self in his intrinsic form like a human being chooses unasked your residence as his suitable abode. Sri Prahlada and others had never the good fortune of having the Absolute in his intrinsic human form as a resident in their abode. For the same reason, the sages also never care to become guests in the residence of Prahlada and others. 43 Text 44, Agrado Vaxyamanayas Tridha Bhaktar Anukramit Devisa Sadbhipadartan Mahatyam Parakirtatam L44 LL Translation, the three types of bhakti viz. Sadhana bhakti, bhava bhakti, and prema bhakti, which will be expounded in the chapters that will follow, have here been briefly described by their distinguishing traits, two for each, according to the order of the previous presentation. Thus the first two, 1, Klesagni and 2, Subhata are the distinguishing traits of sadhana bhakti, the second two, viz. 3, Moksalagutakrite and 4, Syujurlabha are the distinguishing traits of bhava bhakti, while the last twa, viz. 5, Sandranandavai Satma and 6, Sri Krishna Akarsanai are the distinguishing traits of prema bhakti. The author by specifying the distinguishing traits of each type hopes to have established the Mahatmya or super excellence of bhakti, both as means and end. Plus 4 Commentary, the commentator Sri Rupa Goswami points out, as has been previously explained, that just as the elements constitute a hierarchical order beginning with the earth, in which every higher element in the hierarchy includes both its own distinctive qualities and also the qualities of the elements lower in scale, so also sadhana bhakti, bhava bhakti, and prema bhakti constitute a hierarchical order starting from sadhana bhakti and reaching prema bhakti as the highest type. Thus the qualities of sadhana bhakti characterize also bhava bhakti, which has, besides, its own distinctive qualities, while to prema bhakti belong not merely its own distinctive qualities, but also the qualities of the other twa. Plus 4 Text 45, Kithkas Valpapirusar evasyad bhakti tat vavabadhika yudistu havalana eva yadasya protestate 45 Translation, even a little of real taste in bhakti is a passport to the understanding of the true nature of bhakti, while mere argument has no sound foundation and does not conduce to the comprehension of the true nature of bhakti. Plus 5 Commentary, Sri Rupa Goswami explains Rusai as a sense of excellence in the words of the Bhagavatam and other bhakti scriptures due to the residual traces of previous experience. It is only Sraddha or faith, which prepares the way to the comprehension of the true nature and ultimate realization of bhakti. Mere argument without the support of authoritative scriptures is unavailing. Any argument, however profound, is liable to be overthrown by a profounder argument of a keener intelligence. Therefore, the way of mere reasoning can never be decisive in its results. Arguments need not be discounted altogether, but only such arguments are helpful that expound authoritative sacred scriptures. According to Sri Mukundadasa, even a slight rusai or taste in the principle of bhakti purifies the mind and thereby prepares it for a deeper insight into the reaches of bhakti as a spiritual experience. Plus 5 Text 46, Tafa Prasanare Ap Uktam, Yatanapadito Pi Artha Kusalara Namatrabhit Abhayudatarayer Enyahir Enyathava Papadi 846 LL Translation, thus it has been said by the elders, even conclusions established by experts of the theory of inference are found to be demolished by other inferences propounded by logicians of subtler intellect. 4+6 Commentary, Sri Shursvara Acharya, the reputed Vardhakakara, the elucidator of Sankarite Vedanta, has said in commenting on the Brahma Sutra, Tarka Pratestanat, an aphorism of the Vedanta, that even the most carefully formulated inferences of expert logicians are liable to be overthrown by inferences of greater subtlety formulated by logicians of superior intellect. All of that shows that mere logic without a solid foundation of sastras embodying the intuitive deliverance of sages leads nowhere. 46 Thus ends the generic character of Bhakti in the first wave of the Eastern division of Sri Sri Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu. Second wave, Sadhana Bhakti Text 1, S.A. Bhakti Sadhana Bhava Prema Sati Tridodide 1I Translation, Bhakti, which has been generally characterized in the first wave, is stated to be of three types, viz. Sadhana Bhakti, Bhava Bhakti and Prema Bhakti. Commentary, Sri Rupa Goswami commenting on the text points out that as an introductory statement of the nature of Bhakti previously considered, it has been classified into three types, viz. Sadhana Bhakti, Bhava Bhakti and Prema Bhakti. In reality, however, Bhakti is either Sadhana Bhakti or Sadhya Bhakti, i.e. consists of two types only. Of these two, the first, i.e. Sadhana Bhakti, will be defined with a specification of its different varieties in detail. The second, i.e. Sadhya Bhakti, is a matter of the purified and transparent heart of a freed soul, that also is connoted by the term Bhakti. For example, in the Bhagavatam 55 the sage Prabuddha tells King Nimai, in this way, all those who have adopted the path of Bhakti after having realized Prema Bhakti through the practice of Sadhana Bhakti, recall in their minds Lord Sri Krishna who is the destroyer of all lapses of the spirit and the sins accruing therefrom. And so recalling, they inspire similar emotions in the hearts of other devotees like themselves, and thus inspiring one another with feelings of devotion to the Lord they remain immersed in the delight, which is Prema Bhakti. This Harta Bhakti or Bhakti pertaining to the purified and transparent heart of a freed soul, i.e. Prema Bhakti, is fivefold, viz. Bhava, Prema, Pranaya, Sneha, and Raga, see introduction for their meaning. The later stages after Raga are described by Sri Rupa Goswami in his book Ajay Valanilamani as Mana, Anuraga, and Mahabhava, please see introduction. Commentator Sri Jiva Goswami says that in the text Sri Rupa Goswami has mentioned the three forms of Bhakti as Sadhana, Bhava, and Prema, which fall really into two divisions of Sadhana Bhakti and Sadhya Bhakti, so that under Sadhya Bhakti, the author Sri Rupa Goswami has mentioned both Bhava Bhakti and Prema Bhakti. The reason why the Sadhya Bhakti, though consisting of the two forms of Bhava and Prema, are yet stated to be of 8 types, as stated above, is that all these 8 are comprised under Prema Bhakti by upalaksana or extension of meaning. In fact, all these 8 represent the luxuriant expansion of Prema in the higher stages, and they are very rarely manifest in even very advanced devotees. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out here to an apparent objection to the above classification by Sri Rupa Goswami. If Bhakti is described as consisting essentially of the two types of Sadhana Bhakti and Sadhya Bhakti, it is superfluous to classify it again into 3 types, viz. Sadhana Bhakti, Bhava Bhakti and Prema Bhakti. This objection, however, misses the real point at issue. After Sadhana Bhakti, when one attains Bhava Bhakti and is called a sadhaka by virtue of the inwardization of the external practices in the form of emotions of the transparent heart, one does not become at once qualified for the undisturbed experiences of Prema Bhakti. Sri Chakravarti says that according to Sri Rupa Goswami, a sadhaka is one who is a jatarati, i.e. one in whom Bhava Bhakti has dawned through the practices of Sadhana Bhakti. But one must distinguish between a sadhaka and a siddha. A sadhaka is just a beginner in Bhava Bhakti and siddha is one who is in its higher stages. A sadhaka is defined as one who has just a taste of the real bhakti which revealed itself in the heart, but has not passed all the troubles that are impediments to Prema Bhakti, and who, though otherwise fit for the direct vision of the Lord, has yet to struggle against the obstacles in the path of Prema Bhakti on account of a trace of some great offense against some saint of the highest type. As distinguished from this, A siddha devotee is one who has passed all obstacles to the realization of prema bhakti, and who always and in all his activities is concerned with none else than Krishna, and who thus has a continuous uninterrupted ever-increasing taste of the joy which is prema bhakti. Therefore, bhava bhakti cannot be included, holds Visvanatha Chakravarti, in prema bhakti, without prejudice to the real nature of the latter. It also follows from the above that bhava bhakti cannot also be included under sadhana bhakti, without any prejudice to its own intrinsic nature. Sri Visvanatha points out that the very fact that bhava bhakti is an effect that results from sadhana bhakti, shows that it cannot be the same as sadhana bhakti. Since thus under sadhya bhakti there are two types of devotees, sadhaka and siddha, it is only proper that they should be clearly distinguished in respect of the quality of their experiences. Hence there is neither confusion nor overlapping divisions in Sri Rupa Goswami's insistence on the threefold divisions, though in essence bhakti is of two types. 1 Text 2, Tatra sadhana bhakti, kriti sadhya bhave sadhya bhava sa sadhanabhidha nitya siddhasya bhavajya prakatyayin hidi sadhyata L2 Translation, Uttama bhakti, that has been previously explained, when translated into practice through the organs of the body, and which being so practiced brings on the manifestation of bhava bhakti in the heart of the individual is called sadhana bhakti. 2 Commentary, a question may be raised, as the practices of uttama bhakti through the organs of the body is sadhana bhakti, can it be said that such physical practices are only a means to an end, or they are a part and parcel of sadhana bhakti itself? Commentator Sri Jiva Goswami says that just as all that is done as the preliminary of a Vedic sacrificial ritual is considered to be part and parcel of the sacrificial ceremony, so also the physical activities through which sadhana bhakti is practiced for bringing on the manifestation of bhava bhakti should be regarded as part and parcel of sadhana bhakti. The self-revelation of the eternally real bhava bhakti in the heart is called bhava sadhya. Sri Jiva Goswami further answers a hypothetical objection. It may be said that if bhava bhakti is to result from sadhana bhakti as a consequence thereof, it becomes an effect in time, janya padartha, and therefore does not answer to the conception of bhava bhakti as an eternally accomplished reality. Sri Jiva points out in reply that what happens in the case in question is that bhava, which is an eternal essence of the swarupasakti, i.e. the intrinsic potency of the Lord himself, and not a thing that grows in the heart of an individual as an effect of sadhana bhakti, reveals itself into the heart of the jivatma or finite self, where it was absent because of its self-forgetfulness and God-forgetfulness. When such bhava bhakti appears in the heart of the finite self jivatma, it reveals itself in such special physical expressions as 1. Chanting of the name of the Lord, 2. Hearing the glories of the Lord, and above all, 3. Mentally recalling the events of his divine life. This disposes of the objections that such physical activities being parts of sadhana bhakti, they cannot be included as elements of bhava bhakti. In fact, in sadhana bhakti the activities that are practiced are a means to the end bhava, in which they culminate. But the expressions of bhava bhakti through the tongue, ears, and mind of the devotee who has attained bhava bhakti are themselves part and parcel of the bhava that has appeared in the heart of the individual and are not a means to anything other than themselves. In sadhana bhakti the physical activities are a part and parcel of sadhana bhakti itself, while in bhava bhakti its anubhavas, such as chanting or singing or listening or remembrances, make use of the tongue, ears, and mind of the bhava devotee and spontaneously manifest themselves in these physical organs out of the eternal and innate essence of the swarupasakti of the Supreme Lord. Translator's note: it may be noted here that one of the basic principles on which the Vaisnava religion is founded is that the finite self or jivatma in the stage of God-forgetfulness is incapable of generating bhakti in itself by its unaided individual effort. Bhakti is part and parcel of the intrinsic nature or essence of the Lord's swarupasakti, i.e. the potency that is inherently associated with and non-differentiated from the Lord himself. It is this that descends into the jiva soul through the Guru Parampara, i.e. the uninterrupted claim of preceptorial order. In each one of the preceptors in the chain this power of the Lord must have manifested itself. If this chain of the preceptorial order is interrupted at any link, there can be no manifestation of this eternal seed of bhakti in the individual disciple. It is illustrated here by a simile. Just as the sacred river Ganga issues from the mouth of the Cow's-Haped cave in the snow-clad Himalayas and descends on the plain and flows uninterrupted into the sea, sanctifying all the lands through which she passes, so is it with this Bhakti Rasa of the nectar of devotion and devotional love of the Supreme Lord that emanates from the Lord's Swarupasakti and revealing itself through an uninterrupted chain of spiritual preceptors or guru appears at last in the heart of a self-forgetful and God-forgetful mortal who has the good fortune by accident to come in contact with one of these saints while floating in the current of time, just like a piece of straw accidentally stuck to the shore while being carried adrift in the fast stream of a river. What is to be noted here is that chain must not be interrupted at any link in order that the appearance of bhakti may be possible in an ordinary mortal. We may also explain this idea by a modem simile. Just as for telephonic communication from one part of the country to another, there must be a connecting wire without which such communication is not possible from one part of the country to another, and just as the wires being cut in between, communication from one part to another becomes impossible, so also it is with the manifestation of the eternal bhava or prema bhakti, which is the essence of the Lord's Swarupasakti, through an uninterrupted succession of truly genuine gurus, not guru brivas, i.e. fake gurus. Sri Jiva Goswami further comments that it has been already said that sadhana bhakti is sadhana bhakti in the sense that it brings on the manifestation of bhava bhakti in the jiva soul. Therefore, practices, which lead to the attainment of ends other than bhava bhakti, such as dharma, artha, kama, or moksha, are not to be considered as answering to the conception of sadhana bhakti. It is pointed out in this connection that bhava bhakti is not a generated event, but is a case of the descent of eternally real from God to the individual. If it were a generated event, it would be like all events in time, a thing that begins in time and also ends in time, and would thus cease to be Paramapurisartha or summum bonum of life. But it is, as has been said, not a generated event at all, but something that eternally is. What is generated is its appearance in the individual heart through descent from God to man. 2 Text 3, S.A. Bhakath Saptamaskandhi Banjadavar Sanatana. Ill translation. This Uttama Bhakti of the sadhana type sage Narada has hinted at in an indirect and roundabout way in the 7th canto of the Bhagavatam. 3 Commentary. In the 7th canto, chapter 1 and sloka 26 of the Bhagavatam, Sri Narada addresses King Yudhisthira as follows: as the Lord is never perturbed even by abuse and ill speaking about himself, therefore if one fixes one's mind on the Lord either with a feeling of animosity or without animosity, or out of fear or from affection or from desire for self-enjoyment and self-gratification, one realizes the Lord in accordance with the nature of one's mind fixation on the Lord. But this is not pure bhakti of the highest type, as it is inconsistent with the conception of Uttama Bhakti, which must be agreeable to the Lord and without any antagonism and must also be desireless. The elucidation of pure bhakti has, however, been referred to here in a roundabout way. What is really stressed in this reference is that even where interest in the Lord is dictated by feelings of animosity, fear, affection, or desire for self-gratification and sense enjoyment and with mental absorption, the Lord ignores the actuating motives behind the interest in the Lord, and considering the simple fact of their mental absorption in Him bestows on them Sayuchyamati and other boons according to the way in which they fix their mind in His person. This shows that the mere fact of mind fixation on the Lord brings on the Lord's grace even where the determining motive is something different from bhakti in the Lord for His own sake. Therefore, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that if this be the case, when even extraneous interest in the Lord can bring on the Lord's beneficent grace on the individual, what must be the case where there is genuine interest in the service of the Lord for His own sake, which is Uttama Bhakti? This being the intrinsic nature of the Lord, is there anybody who is so base as to prefer the ways of animosity, fear, etc. to that of Uttama Bhakti in the Lord for the Lord's pleasure? 3 Text 4, Ya Iya Sapyami, Tasmat Renapayapayana Manike Rsne Nivzayat 6 LL translation. As it is said in the 7th canto, it behooves everybody to apply his mind to Sri Krishna in whatsoever way he can. 4. Commentary. In commenting on the above, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that the meaning of the text is that one must apply one's mind not out of fear and animosity. One's mental interest in the Lord may be one or the other of a non-antagonistic interest, or an affectionate concern, or an interest dictated by the motive of self-gratification in keeping with one's individual temperamental preference. He rules out any interest in the Lord dictated by animosity or fear. Sri Jiva further points out that manoni vesa or application of the mind in the text includes by upalaksana or extension of meaning, such relevant activities of the physical senses, such as arcana or worship of the deities in the temple with flowers etc., prostrating one's body before the deities in a temple or before the spiritual master, which are forms of spiritual practices in sadhana bhakti. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami, however, points out that the real point in the above text is mananavisa, i.e. fixation of mind. As where there is fixation of the mind on the Lord, there despite even animosity, interest in the Lord, brings on sayujyamati, i.e. liberation by way of merging in the Godhead, as in the case of Sisupala, Kamsa and others. Kamsa was as a matter of fact, aware of his previous birth as Nemi and of his enmity with the Lord. So, when he cherished animosity against Lord Sri Krishna, his mind was absorbed in him knowing fully well that he was the Supreme Lord. The mere fact of one's animosity towards the Lord without mental absorption in him does not entitle one to sayujyamati or any boon from the Lord. For example, King Vena cherishing animosity towards the Lord lacked mental absorption in him. He was thus deprived of the boon of sayujyamati or liberation by way of merging in the Godhead, and was thrown into the hell for the sin he incurred for his enmity and abuse of Sri Krishna. Kamsa and Sisupala also incurred sins for their abuse of Lord Sri Krishna, but those sins were washed away because of their complete mental absorption in him, which was lacking in the case of King Vena. Sri Mukundadasa, therefore, concludes that barring virata or animosity or antagonism, one may practice mental application on the Lord mentally, verbally and physically in any of the four remaining ways, i.e. out of fear, non-antagonistic indifference, affection, or desire for self-gratification. Thus practiced in any one of the four ways according to one's personal preference, mental absorption in the Lord is sure to bear fruit. Thus Sri Mukundadasa adds that hearing about the Lord, chanting his name, mental recollection of the pastimes of the Lord's divine life, etc., starting from sraddha or firm faith up to asakti or intense attachment, come under sadhana bhakti. Plus text 5, Vedi Raganuga Seti Sadvidha Sadhanabhidha /L5L translation, sadhana bhakti is of two types, Vedi and Raganuga. 5 text 6, Tatra Vedi, Yadaraganavaptat Vat Pravritir Upajayat Se Sanana Evasastrasia Sa Vedi Bhaktirosaya L6 LLL translation, Vedi in sadhana bhaku, when sadhana bhakti is not roused in the heart of an individual from a spontaneous love or liking for it, but is called up by the injunctions of the scriptures, it is called Vedi Bhakti. 6 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami in his commentary on the above, observes that when the injunctions of the sastras alone are the cause of sadhana bhakti, and it does not follow from a longing for it, then such sadhana bhakti is Vedi, i.e. regulated by sastras. The word raga used here in the text means simple liking, and not in the sense of raga in the highest grade of prima bhakti, because, Sri Jiva points out, Sri Rupa Goswami will describe ahead, in slokas 270 to 272, in the second wave of the East Division, the differences between Ragatmika Bhakti and Raganuga Bhakti. Sri Jiva further points out that by using the suffix eva to sasanina, i.e. by the injunctions, of the sastras, it is signified that even when sadhana bhakti arises out of a longing or liking for it, such sadhana bhakti with raga or taste may be functioning within the limits prescribed by sastras, and if so, is partially Vedi Bhakti. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami, however, points out that when sadhana bhakti does not arise out of any spontaneous longing for it, but is definitely governed by the injunctions of the scriptures, in which one's whims or individual fancies have no place, it is called Vedi Bhakti. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti explains that the inclination for sadhana bhakti can be due either to a love for it, or to the directions of the scriptures. But where there is no taste or longing for it and the sadhana bhakti is caused entirely by the prescriptions of the scriptures, it is called Vedi sadhana bhakti, i.e. sadhana bhakti regulated by the sastras. Sri Chakravarti further points out that the use of the word raga in the text means that a longing or taste for sadhana bhakti is caused by the seeing of the deities in the temple or listening to the glories and divine pastimes of the Lord described in the 10th canto of the Bhagavatam. But where this desire for sadhana bhakti does not grow even after seeing the deities in the temple or listening the divine pastimes of the Lord as described in the Bhagavatam but is caused by the bidding of the scriptures, such alone should be known as Vaidhi Bhakti. 6 text / Yathadvishiyi, Tasmad Bharata Sarvatma Bhagavanis Vero Haris Rotavya Kirtatavya Ca Smartavya Sichita Bayam 94. I7 translation, for example in the 2nd canto, Sri Sukadeva Goswami tells King Parikshita, O King Bharata, one who aspires for the Supreme Lord Hari, from whom all fears of births and deaths are completely wiped out, should listen to and sing and meditate upon the glories of that all-powerful, all-majestic, and indwelling Lord of all sentient beings. Commentary, Sri Mukunda Das Goswami holds that the listening to, the singing of and the meditation on the Lord Hari should include directly his entourage as well. For it is said that one who worships Lord Hari, but does not worship his devotees is only a vain person and is not entitled to the grace of Lord Vinu. The commentator further points out that Sri Rupa Goswami himself has stated in connection with the practice of Raganuga Bhakti that a sadhaka should live in Braja meditating on Lord Krishna and his associates who are of the same nature, temperament, and taste. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that Sri Rupa Goswami has cited here this particular verse from the Bhagavatam as an example of Vaidhi Bhakti that is caused by the injunctions of the scriptures. One who is afraid of births and deaths takes to the worship of Lord Hari because the scriptures have laid down that all fears are completely wiped out if one worships Lord Hari. So, one who take recourse to sadhana bhakti in order to get freed from all worldly fears because the scriptures have said so, and not out of any spontaneous inclination for it, follows Vaidhi Bhakti. Text 8, Padmi ca smartavya sadatam visner vismartavyo na jatosit sarvidini sedhasi urada eva kimkara I8L Translation, Lord Vinu is always to be meditated on and never to be forgotten. All other regulative and prescriptive codes of the scriptures are only servants to these two principal imperatives of the scriptures, i.e. constant, daily, remembrance of Lord Vinu is the positive rule, while never forgetting the Lord is the negative directive of the scriptures, and all other positive and negative prescriptions of the scriptures are only subservient to them. 8 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami commenting on it observes that the scriptures have prescribed as binding on a brahmana, priest, that he should perform his daily ablutions every morning, noon, and evening. This is a positive injunction or vidhi. A brahmana or a cow should not be killed. This is a niseta or a negative prohibitory injunction, i.e. a negative prescription. If one should follow the positive injunctions of the scriptures one would reap the beneficial fruits thereof, but if one should violate the prohibitions of the sastras, one would suffer the consequences. All these positive and negative prescriptions of the scriptures are included in the major vidhi and niseta, i.e. regulative and prohibitive injunctions that Lord Vinu should be remembered and that Lord Vinu should not be forgotten. This means that all the fruitful results that have been assured by the scriptures from performances of the Vedic yajna and smarta ritualism shall be attained by following the most important vidhi, viz. daily remembrance of Lord Vinu, and all results that accrue from violation of all other niseta directions of the scriptures will follow from the non-remembrance of Lord Visuya, which is the most important prohibitive injunction or niseta of the scriptures. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that the word sadatam in the text should not mean constantly, but it is used in the sense of daily. If the vidhi be constant remembrance of the Lord by an individual which is not possible in the state of bondage, then such a vidhi, which it will be impossible to obey, will lose its purpose. 8 Text 9, Ity associate vidhir nitya sarva varnas ramadasu nitya e payasi anirnitamakate jyati vatphalam I9LL Translation, this vidhi that Lord Vinu is to remember daily is an eternal and standing rule of the scriptures which is applicable to all varnas, brahmanas, kshatriyas, vaishyas, and sudras, and all ashramas, brahmachari, grastha, vanaprastha, and yati. Though this vidhi is an eternal one, applicable to all under all circumstances and in all times, it is also fruit-giving like the observance of the Ekadasi fast. 9 Commentary, Translator's Note, the various Vedic and Smarta Kamaya karmas, karma done with certain desires, have been prescribed for specific purposes, and they bring earthly or heavenly pleasures. But if one does not perform any such direction of the scriptures, one need not suffer any adverse effect for non-observance of such a directive of the scriptures. For example, the Vedas lay down that by performance of a Svamedhayajana, a Kshatriya king can become the ruler of the earth, or by performing Putresti Yajana one can be blessed with asan. But if one does not perform any of these Vedic directions, one does not suffer for its non-performance. But there are other vidis or positive directives of the scriptures which become unconditionally binding on an individual, such as daily ablutions on the part of a Brahmana. If he performs his daily ablutions thrice in the morning, noon, and evening, such a Brahmana does not gain any particular fruit, but should he neglect to carry out such obligatory vidis of the scriptures, he will commit sins, and thereby will fall from position of a Brahmana. Again, there are certain nisedhas in the scriptures. These lay down abstention from certain acts. If the abstention that is prescribed is not complied with and one violates the nisedha or prohibition by not abstaining from such acts, one must suffer the consequences of such non-abstention. For example, the scriptures forbid taking the life of a Brahmana or a cow. If one should follow this nisedha direction, one does not gain anything in particular, but should anybody violate this directive, i.e. kill a Brahmana or a cow, one will incur sin and suffer the consequences. Such vidis and nisedhas are unconditionally binding on all. The scriptures do not always mention the fruits or otherwise of such vidi nisedha. Sri Rupa Goswami says that the vidi of remembering Lord Vishnu daily and the nisedha of never forgetting him come under such permanent scriptural injunctions which are binding on all under all circumstances. They also implicitly bear permanent and lasting fruit, i.e. bhakti, just as the binding vidi of the observance of Ekadasi bears the fruit of bhakti. Sri Jiva further points out that it would have been more appropriate if this particular verse of Sri Rupa Goswami in the text had been used after the fruits assuring references that have followed hereafter, because iti is generally used after the subject matter has been stated and then a conclusion drawn. But in this case the conclusion has been stated first, which has been followed by the supporting references about the subject itself. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that is a nityavidi, directions of the scriptures for daily performance, is that which binding on all, and neglect of which results in sins. Hence when Sri Rupa Goswami establishes the daily remembrance of Vishnu as a daily nityavidi, it follows that one will commit sin by not remembering the Lord daily. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami points out that by the use of adi as a suffix to all varnas and all ashramas, other human beings, besides those that come under varna and ashrama, are not excluded, i.e. all human beings come under this vidi of daily remembering the Lord. One may raise a question, says Sri Mukundadasa, how could it be appropriate on the part of Sri Rupa Goswami to cite the example of Ekadasi, which bears fruits, in support of the vidi of remembering Lord Vishnu which also implicitly bears permanent fruits? It may be explained in this way, as from the knowledge of the transitoriness of an earthen pot or a golden ornament one can deduce the conclusion as regards the transitoriness of this phenomenal world, so also one may conclude that remembrance of Lord Vishnu also bears the fruit of bhakti from the knowledge of the fact that Ekadasi fast, which is in remembrance of the Lord, bears the permanent fruit of bhakti. So the comparison is quite in order. 9 Text 10-11, Yatha ekdsi tu vidtam evokiam mukhavabhirapdebyapurasasi ashrame saha katdro jajhirvarnd gonair vipradaya prihak l0 ya esa purasam saksat ma prabhavam isvaram na bajanti avajananti sthanad bitrasta patantyadha l11 Translation, as it is explicitly stated in the 11th canto of the Bhagavatam. Sage Kamasa addressing King Nimai says, if the Brahmanas and others of the four Varnas, i.e. Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Sudra, together with their respective qualities and four ashramas, i.e. Brahmacarya, Grastha, Vanaprastha, and Sannyasa, who separately originated from the mouth, arms, thigh, and the feet of the Virata Purasavinu respectively, do not worship the Lord out of any disrespect, they will fall from their respective place of varna and ashrama. 58-10-11 Commentary, St. Visvanath Chakravarti points out that in order to establish the fact of one's downfall into the mire of this world or down in hell for non-worship of the Supreme Lord, it is first stated that the Lord, Vinu, is the supreme object of worship, who is the original father of all beings, because all emanated or originated from him, and not only of the Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Sudras, who originated from the Lord's mouth, arms, thigh, and feet respectively. But not to worship such a Lord is itself disrespect or disregard to him. Just as not to show proper respect to a respectable person is showing him disrespect, so also not to worship the most worshipful Lord is clear sign showing disrespect to him, and hence the consequence of downfall from one's status in life. 10-11, Text 12, Tat Phaletka Tatrava Evant Kriti Yoga Pathe Puman Vadhikatun Trikai Arkanabhya Siddham Matio Vindat Abhipsatam. 59:11-21 I Translation, Lord Sri Krishna addressing Uddhava says, O Uddhava! Those who worship me with Vedic and Tantric ritualisms are blessed by me with their desired ends both on earth and in heaven. 12 Commentary, Sri Rupa Goswami explains this reference that has been cited by Sri Rupa to signify that if by mere Vedic and Tantric ritualism one can attain earthly and heavenly pleasures, how much better it would be if one would follow the path of Bhakti and engage oneself in the worship of the Lord, in whose worship not only all conceivable earthly and heavenly pleasures can be attained, but much more in the realm of the Lord himself. For example, it is said in the Bhagavatam 60, where Sri Sukadeva Goswami tells King Parikshita, King, if one is an ardent and desireless devotee of the Lord, or if one aspires after all passable pleasures in heaven or on earth, or if one seeks moksha, i.e. liberation by way of one's merging in the Absolute, one who is truly wise will certain follow the path of unalloyed bhakti and intensely serve the Lord. 12 Text 13, Payakaritra ca surers viitstra mudajyawidi kriyasiva bhaktir iti praktade bhakti parabhaves. 13 Leaders Translation, also in Pankaritra, O sage amongst gods. O Narada! Whatever practices have been prescribed by the scriptures in relation to Lord Hari is called bhakti, sadhana bhakti, by which parabhakti, i.e. prema bhakti is attained. This is the highest fruit of Vedi sadhana bhakti, as commented by Sri Jiva and Sri Chakravarti. 13 Text 14, Tatra adhikari, yakanapiyatib hajyana jata $rados yasavan nadasakto na varajya bhagas yamadhikari asa. 14 L Translation, Eligibility for Vedi Bhakti, one who has a supreme fortune of faith in Bhakti in the Lord and who is neither too much attached to worldliness nor too much detached from it, is eligible for this Vedi Bhakti. 14 Commentary, Sri Jiva explains supreme fortune as a trait of character that is developed in the company of genuine saints. Sri Chakravarti says that such an eligible person is averse to pretensions of detachment but should be striving for genuine detachment from sense desires. Sri Mukundadasa says that the unspeakable fortune cannot be ascertained in any other way excepting from the fact that such an individual has a firm faith in Bhakti, and this firm faith indicates the fortune of the individual. 14 Text 15, Yathikadasya drekade mat kathda jatas vadastu yapumdan na nervino entazakto bhakti use yasidhita. 61 115 L Translation, for example, in the 11th canto, the Lord addresses Sri Uddhava, Uddhava, one who has fortunately a spontaneous firm faith in and reverence for hearing discourses about myself, even if he be involved in worldliness without either any strong attachment or complete apathy or indifference for such sense pleasures, to such a person bhakti yoga becomes a desirable end. 15 Commentary, in commenting on the above quoted verse of the Bhagavatam, which Sri Rupa has cited as an example of the eligibility of an individual for Vedi Bhakti, Sri Jiva quotes another verse from the Bhagavatam in which Lord Sri Krishna addresses Uddhava as follows, one who has firm faith in myself and discourses on the events of my life, generated in him, and who has given up all Vedic and Tantric ritualism, as being impediments to Bhakti, but is worried for his attachment for worldly objects and even knowing fully well that sense enjoyments are only pain-giving is unable to give them up, but at the same time knowing that it is only by the practice of bhakti in me one can be freed from such worldly attractions, should worship me with a real liking and in a reverential and steadfast attitude of mind. 62. Sri Jiva adds that such conditions and attitude of mind make one eligible to start the practice of Vaidhi sadhana bhakti. Bhakti being inherently patent and forceful is not dependent on any extraneous aid, in respect of its strength and force. This is where Bhakti Yoga differs from Jnana and other varieties of yoga. Jnana Yoga requires vairagya or detachment and dispassion as its precondition. Bhakti Yoga depends on nothing but itself. It is true that Bhakti requires discarding of Vedic ritualism and other Vedic karmas. This is because Bhakti must be for Bhakti's sake and must not be mixed up with ways of karma if it is to be Bhakti pure and undefiled. It will be a mistake to think that Bhakti starts at this point and ends in the state of self-centered delight of the Atmaramas like the Katasanas, Sanat Kumar, Sanika, Sananda, and the rest. In fact, Vaidhi sadhana bhakti leads one far beyond to prema bhakti. 15 Text 16, Uttamo Madhyama Casyd Ranis that Sati Sa Tridha 16L Translation, such adhikari or eligible persons of Vaidhi sadhana bhakti are of three types, viz. 1. Superior grade, 2. Medium grade and 3. Inferior grade. 16 Text 17, Tatra Uttamasaster Yutau Ca Nipuna Sarveda Dresda Niskaya Pradhasradodhikaraya Sa Bhaktav Uttamo Mata 17 Translation, thus, those who are of the superior grade, such a superior devotee is as much an expert in the knowledge of the authoritative texts, scriptures, as in the science and art of reasoning, is of firm faith and belief, in all aspects of the efficacy of bhakti, and is quite matured or has attained to the stage of maturity in his reverential faith and belief. 17 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami observes that the division into the three grades is based on the relative strength of faith of three different types in the subject matter propounded in the scriptures. It has been already shown that a Vaidhi sadhana bhakta is one who is governed by the truths expounded in the scriptures, and an unshaken belief in such truths is sraddha or faith. It is the strength of one's sraddha or faith in the scriptural teachings that determine the three grades of superior, medium, and inferior eligibility. Sarveda in the text, i.e. all the aspects of efficacy of bhakti, means, according to Sri Jiva, firm faith, in, a. the discourses on the ultimate truth, and, b. in the scriptural teachings as regards the sadhana or means to the realization of bhava bhakti. Yuddhi of reasoning in the above statement means reasonings in accordance with or in conformity with the teachings or injunctions of the scriptures. Kevala yuddhi or independent reasoning, not founded on the injunctions of the sastras, scriptures, is of no avail, because all spiritual truths have their roots in the verbal communications through succession of spiritual teachers or gurus without beginning or end, through the process of an oral reception. In Vaisnava-tantra, tarka is defined, quotes Sri Jiva, as an opposite reasoning that arises out of what has gone before in a discourse and what comes thereafter and strengthens the progress of the discourse. It is thus to be distinguished from any irrelevant reasoning that has no bearing on the argument of the discourse. One whose sraddha or firm faith and reasoning of the kind has attained a state of maturity is a superior adhikari or eligible. Translator's note, it is to be noted that tarka has not been taken here in its usual sense as the process of reductio ad absurdum of any objection to the validity of an inference. This is the ordinary Nyaya view of tarka or wa, and it is a weapon that is used yupati sankanirasa or disposal of sankita or suspected, and samarapita or supposed yupatis or exterior conditions vitiating the vyapti on which an inference is based. Here in the above quoted verse from the Vaisnava-tantra, tarka is used in a wider sense as an inference or reasoning supporting an argument in progress. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti observes that sarveda or in all aspects means not merely firm faith in tattva-vikara of the scriptures and in sadhana-vikara of the scriptures, but also in c. the teachings of the scriptures about the purasartha-vikara or the values of life. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami also points out that yuddhi here includes refuting of objections, i.e. includes reasoning both in its positive and its negative aspects, as establishing what is truth and refuting what is false. He, however, gives another interpretation of sarveda or all aspects. It means, according to him, firm faith in scriptural teachings, not only the first three, viz. A. Tattva-vikara, B. Sadhana-vikara, and C. Purasartha-vikara, but also, about, D. Upajya-vikara or the proper object of worship. Sri Mukundadasa quotes the following from the Bhagavatam 3 in substantiation of scriptural Purasartha-vikara or discourses and values. Sri Sukadeva Goswami addressing King Parikshita says, O king, consider the case of Sri Bharata Maharaj. He gave up his kingdom, which is so difficult to surrender, parted with his wife and children and all his riches and all wealth, and property, which even the gods look on with greedy eyes. This was just what befits one whose heart is ever hungry and thirsty after the service of the sacred feet of Lord Madhusudana, the destroyer of demon Madhu, Lord Sri Krishna. Is it any wonder that such a one will look down upon the value of moksha, liberation by way of merging in the absolute, as of little significance? Translators note, here all the values dharma, artha, kama, and moksha, are shown to pale into insignificance as compared with the value which is bhakti. 17 Text 18, Tata Madhyama Yasastrahi Svani Punas Radavan Sate Madhyama, 118 Translation, now the medium eligible in Vedi sadhana bhakti, one who full of faith in the scriptures and yet lacks expert knowledge thereof is ineligible of the medium type. 18 Commentary, according to Sri Jiva Goswami, lacking expert knowledge of the sastras means that one who has general knowledge of the scriptures and therefore in a way possesses a certain similarity to an expert in the scriptures, as in the case of the superior eligible, but is incapable of successfully tackling any forceful criticism of an opponent. Even though he is incapable of repelling powerful objections, is never lacking in firm faith in the scriptural teachings. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti adds that Sradavan, i.e., belief or faith here means faith in the scriptures as well as in the words of one's spiritual preceptor. 18 Text 19, Tatraranasthayo Bhaves Komalasrata Sakanastho Nigadiyat 19 Translation, now again, the inferior eligible and inferior eligible is one who is of slender faith. 19 Commentary, an inferior eligible, Sri Jiva points out, must have faith in the sastras just as in the two higher types, because faith means faith in the scriptures. The difference, however, between the inferior and the medium eligible is that the former is not an expert in the sastras and he is of slender faith in the sense that he is liable to be won over to contrary beliefs by arguments which he is unable to confute. A medium eligible cannot be won over and made to lose faith even though he is unable to meet the challenge of contrary arguments, but an inferior eligible is incapable of resisting the force of stronger arguments, which he is unable to demolish. Sri Jiva further points out that his knowledge of the scriptures is not as thorough as in the case of a Nipuna, i.e. his knowledge is very meager as compared to that of the other two type. Therefore the difference between the superior, medium, and the inferior may be stated as follows. The superior type of an adhikari of Vaidya sadhana bhakti has expert knowledge of the sastras, and he is quite able to hold his ground against the attacks of the opponent. The medium adhikari is not as thorough in his knowledge of the sastras and is not always able to confute as-udal opponent though incapable of being swerved from his faith by reasonings however subtle and strong. The inferior adhikari has a comparatively meager knowledge of the sastras and is not only unable to meet opponents with effective rejoinder but is liable to be won over by stronger arguments which he is unable to refute. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that the inferior type has a slender faith in the sense that his mind for the time being is thrown into uncertainty and doubts by the arguments of the opponent. But even then he is not completely won over. One who is ineligible as a Vedi Bhakta would not be so if he could be ever swerved altogether from his path of bhakti by arguments however forceful and subtle. All that happens is a temporary state uncertainty, which however, he gets over by the bhakti that is innate in him. As a matter of fact, in all such states of doubts he falls back on the teachings of his spiritual master and guide, Guru, regarding the nature of the Lord and cherishes them as a truth his heart of hearts. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami differs from Sri Jiva Goswami in respect of the basis of the divisions into three types. While according to Sri Jiva the three types arise out of the relative strength of their respective faiths, Sraddha, according to Sri Mukundadasa, the division of the three types arise out of their respective spiritual status due to the grace of the Lord Himself and of the saints with whom they associated in the past. 19 Text 20-21, Tatra Jatati Suktanar Katernamad Hikarinam Madhi Yasmin Bhagavata Kripasyat Tad Priya Syavana I20 LLSAK Sinat Tad Tad Bhavas Yakhuda Bhakti Ad Hikaravanyathabha Saunakata Ca Dhruva Sakata Sana I21 I Translation. What has been said in the Gita and other scriptures about the four kinds of seekers of the Supreme Lord, viz. 1. Those who seek the Lord for relief from present distress. 2. Those who seek the Lord out of inquiries. 3. Those who seek the Lord for earthly gain. Or, 4. Those who have attained self-knowledge and yet aspire after or yearn for something higher than self-knowledge. Of all these, whosoever has received the grace of the Lord or the blessings of the Lord's favorite devotees, the extraneous motives in such and such a person is gradually weakened so that he becomes eligible for pure or unalloyed bhakti, as for example, in the cases of the Gayendra, the king of the elephants, Saunaka and other sages, Dhruva, and the Katasanas, Sanaka, Sanatana, Sananda, and Sanat Kumara, respectively. 20-21 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that the four kinds of eligibility that are mentioned in the Gita are not eligibility for Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti, but are only previous stages of the appearance of Uttama Bhakti, i.e. pure Bhakti. It is in this sense that Tatra has been used in the text. Sri Jiva further explains why Sri Rupa has used Yasmin and Sa in the singular number while in the Gita text four kinds of eligibility has been stated. It has been intended for application to all the four eligibles in a general manner, the purpose being in whichever case there is God's grace or the grace of the Lord's devotees, in such and such a case only the particular type of seeking the Lord is weakened and worn away so as to give way to the appearance of unalloyed bhakti, as in the individual cases of the Gayendra, king of the elephants, Saunaka and others, Dhruva and Katasana. Sanaka and others here refer to the 60,000 Arsas who put queries to Sri Sudha Goswami. Katasana includes Sanaka Sanatana Sananda Sanat Kumara. The reference that Sri Rupa Goswami makes to the Gita in regard to the four kinds of seekers of the Lord is in chapter 7, Sloka 16-20. Lord Sri Krishna says, O Arjuna, O Bharatar Sabha, the distressed, the inquirers after truth, the seekers of favors, and the wise when these four groups of people by my grace or through the grace of my devotees are blessed with godly fortune, freed from the distressing, pleasure-seeking, wisdom-hankering inquisitive defects of their conditions, they follow in my service. Very rarely do the evil-doers serve me, for they attain meager minimum of spiritual progress. The four classes of the spiritually blessed conforming to a regulated life as ordained by the scriptures are fit to worship and to serve me. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti explains the four kinds of seekers of the Lord as follows. 1. Those who are engaged in selfish karma desirous of the fruits of their actions suffer from the frustration of material desires, but thus afflicted, their hearts are subsequently purified by fires of sorrow, and they remember me. These are the distressed. 2. The atheists, who ethical yet ignorant, begin to search for real truth and feel the need of God's existence, begin to think of me. 3. Those who are wretched and dissatisfied with the limited conception of me as Lord of all ethics and religion, turn out to be my ritualistic devotees and keep me in memory by such performances, while 4. The Jnanins, who have the macroscopic knowledge of Brahman, the Great, realize that such is only partial knowledge, and when they take recourse to perfect knowledge of my aprakrita or supramundane loving self, then they resort to refuge in me. Indeed, it is only when the desires of the distressed and the distorted notions of God of ethics of the inquirers after truth, and when the stain of interested heavenly enjoyments of the pleasure seekers, and when the slur of misconception anent Lord's transcendental personality and the untenable theory as to at oneness with Brahman, of the Jnanins, when all these are removed, the diverse classes lead a life of pure bhakti. Bhakti is not pure so long as it is sullied by any motive other than the love of God, while if the slightest tinge of either karma or jnana does exist or there exist desires other than the service of the Godhead, Bhakti is alloyed with either karma or jnana. But when it is absolutely free from such karma or jnana, it is known as Kevala, Akinkana, or Uttama Bhakti. The same verse of the Gita has been differently explained by Sri Baladeva Vidyabhusana as follows: those who strictly adhere to their particular profession and to their station in life varna and ashrama, according to their individual qualification and actions, worship the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. They are classified into 4 groups: the distressed, who are most anxious for relief from their impending troubles, such as poverty and illness. Secondly, inquirers after truth, that is, the knowledge of self or of secular religious scriptures. Thirdly, the seekers after worldly joy, such as wealth, fame, woman, and celestial pleasures. These 3 have being fruit-seeking karmans resort to mixed bhakti, in which karma predominates. Lastly, the Jnanans, who have renounced all worldly pleasures. Free are they from selfish karma, but their devotion is mixed and hence jnana does predominate. When the distressed, the inquirers after truth, the seekers of wealth, and the wise become unsullied by any worldly motives and incline to me alone, they come out to be devotee. Among them, when the Jnanans, the wise, relinquish all things of base contamination and material knowledge, and acquire true knowledge as to me, they stand above the other 3 divisions of my devotees. In the association of true devotees, all are entitled to have real knowledge of themselves. In the nascent stage of their bhakti, the wise who are more steadfast and devoted to my service are dearer to me, and I also very dear to them. When the above 4 classes of my devotees resort to pure bhakti only, munificent they grow, no longer do they hanker after any of the objects of man's pursuits. But the Jnani Bhaktas, having more steadfast attachment to the conscious self, do realize me as the summum bonum of all pure and sentient beings. They are very dear to me, for I am greatly influenced by their love for me. But, when they are established for a while upon the plane of transcendental knowledge, they realize divine diversities, distinct from gross or subtle mundane variegatedness, in my transcendental self, and thus become attached to me and take shelter in me. They then think, these phenomena are not dissociated from the Lord but do result from the reflection of a potency of Vasudeva, the universe has multifarious contact with Vasudeva, the pervading. The devotees who have such a mentality are very rare and wondrous souls. A Jnani Bhakta sees me, Vasudeva, in all things, and everything in me. Only after many births does he take refuge absolute in me. Such a devotee is rare. But an Ikantika, single-minded devotee, is the rarest of all. Yet those who, though they seek rewards, resort to me with heart and soul, will within a short time, be relieved by me of all their earthly moods and lusts. Wretched are they who worship me reluctantly. Steeped in worldly ignorance, their wisdom encrusted by the gross earthly joys, they worship the different presiding gods according to their various desires. They do not love me, and have no confidence in my divine form. They are led astray by their respective Rajasika and Tamasika natures to submit to other pleasure-giving gods and thus are thrown into the vortex of unsatiated, endless yearnings. They think that they can easily and quickly please those minor gods by practicing the ordinary rituals. Crippled are their propensities and thus enslaved, they are reluctant to abide with me. Sri Jiva points out that the various commentators on the verse quoted by Sri Rupa Goswami from the Gita have explained the word Jnani in the text as those who have realized their own true selves. But even Chatusana, i.e. Sanaka, Sanatana, Sananda, and Sanat Kumara, who are the most prominent of the enlightened persons as have realized the unity of the self and the absolute after a knowledge of the essential nature of each are also seen to have gained admittance to the way of pure bhakti through the Lord's grace. In proof of the above, the following may be cited from the Bhagavatam, holds Sri Jiva, when the sages Katasanans prostrated themselves at the lotus-like beautiful feet of Lord Narayana, of eyes as beautiful as the petal of the lotus, the tulasi leaves fragrant with the dust particles of the Lord's feet transmitted their fragrance through the nostrils into the hearts of the sages, thereby causing a numinous joy and horripilation even though they were absorbed in Brahmananda, the blissfulness of the absolute life. This passage has been cited to prove the superiority of pure bhakti and not in support of Vaidhi bhakti, because in this case, i.e. the case of Sanaka and others, realization has come not through the discipline of the scriptures, but through immediate experience. In fact, Sanaka and others being Jnanasiddha are above the discipline of scriptural prescriptions. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti says that though the four kinds of persons take refuge in the Lord, viz. those who are in distress, those who are inquirers due to their own doubts, those who seek material wealth and those who desire to gain knowledge of the Absolute, cannot be said to possess bhakti, yet if they should give up their immediate purpose and take refuge in the Lord and resort to submission to the Lord, then, through the kind prerogative of the Lord Himself, bhakti may be infused in them. When the grace of the Lord is bestowed on anybody, he will naturally give up all trifling desires and take shelter at the feet of the Lord. So when the elephant king Gajendra was in dire distress being attacked by the crocodile, his immediate prayers to the Lord and submission to his compassion were for the purpose of being rescued and saved from his imminent death. But when the Lord saved him out of his grace from the terrible jaws of Gajendra's worst and powerful enemy, Gajendra was so charmed by the soul-captivating beauty of the Lord's person that he forgot all about his immediate danger and distress from which he wanted to be rescued, and prayed for pure bhakti at the feet of the Lord. So also when Saunaka and 60,000 other Arsis approached Sri Rupa Goswami with 6 queries for solution regarding the way to attain heaven, Svarga, their purpose was not the service of the Lord, i.e. bhakti, but when they listened to Sri Sutta and discourses on the name, form, qualities, associates, realm, and events of the life of Lord Sri Krishna, all their queries were gone forever and they became confirmed in the way of pure bhakti in the company of the genuine and superior order devotee, Sri Rupa Goswami. Prince Dhruva likewise underwent hard penance and invoked the Lord in order to gain the throne of his father, of which he was deprived by the machinations of his stepmother. But when he was blessed by the grace of Lord Narayana, all his desires for earthly kingdom and material wealth vanished and he turned to be a pure devotee. In like manner, the Kadasanas were able by the grace of Lord Narayana to give up their desire for moksha and became eligible for the way of pure bhakti. 21 Text 22, Buddhi Mudis Prayavat Pisaktirti Varatidvad Bhaktisukasya Katham Abhiyudeo Bhaves L 22 Translation, so as long as the fiend that is longing for buddhi, i.e. enjoyment of earthly and heavenly pleasures, and mudhi, i.e. heavenly pleasures and self-merging in the Absolute, occupies the heart of an individual, how can the supreme delight of bhakti spring in that heart? 22 Commentary, Sri Jiva comments that mudhi is of 2 kinds, first is that which clouds the longing for bhakti, and the second kind of mudhi offers self-satisfaction to the individual. Mudhi has been described here as a witch, because it changes the face of desire for bhakti by dubious methods. It is true that pure devotees are freed from the bondage, i.e. become muddhas, but this is done by the force of bhakti itself and not as any consequence of desire on the part of the devotee. Thus in the statement of the text Sri Rupa wants to establish that a devotee even in the stage of his rudimentary practices does not entertain any desire for any form of mudhi, much less for buddhi or mundane enjoyments. Sri Mukundadasa points out that a question may be raised, what is the need of the grace of God here when the desires for earthly and heavenly pleasures are automatically wiped out from the heart when one attains and tastes of the supreme delight in bhakti? In reply, Sri Mukundadasa explains that as no noble person will live in a place where a fiend or a witch lives, so also the delight of bhakti cannot be possible in the heart of a person, whose heart has been preoccupied by the fiend that longs for buddhi and mudhi. This fiend or witch that pollutes the heart can be removed by the grace of the Lord alone. It so happened with the Hephant king Gajendra, Dhruva, Saunaka and other Arsis and also Kadasanas. So these 4 kinds of people viz. those in distress, seeking wealth, inquirers, and moksha seekers who take refuge in the Lord for such ulterior purposes are not eligible for bhakti. Those who can cast aside such desires by the grace of the Lord are alone eligible for pure bhakti. Sri Visvanatha points out that the longing for muddy has been appropriately described by Sri Rupa Goswami as a fiend, because in the 6th canto, chapter 17, sloka 28 of the Bhagavatam it has been said that a genuine devotee looks upon heaven, moksha, and hell with equal indifference. 22 Text 23, Tat vapi ca visena gathiman vimanakata bhaktir hraya manapranan preem tankuru te jandan 23 ll Translation. Between these two classes of persons who are freed from any longing for buddhi and muddy, here the distinctive position of one who is freed from any desire for muddy is shown. Bhakti by its intrinsic force attracts the entire mental quantum of one whose heart has been freed from any longing whatsoever for muddy. 23 Commentary. Commentator Sri Visvanatha points out that any desire for earthly or heavenly pleasures is not so strong a wall against bhakti as a desire for moksha is. So where desire for muddy is absent, there the listening to and singing the name of the Lord forcefully attracts all the senses, heart, mind, and the entire mental quantum of such a person to bhakti. 3 Text 24, Tatha ca triti yatair darsani yave aradara vilasa hasaksita vimasukte hirtatmano hirta pran arha ca bhakti ranikatomi gathiman vith prayant 24 ll Translation. So also in the 3rd canto of the Bhagavatam 64, here the Lord says that those who are charmed by the beauty and gracefulness of his form, spontaneously they develop apathy for Brahma Sayojya, i.e. merging in the Brahman. The Lord says, though the mind-stealing beauties of my face and other limbs of my supramundane, aprakrita, and eternal form, which is the most desirable object of my devotees, and though the sweetness of my sportiveness, my smile, my sight, and my most soothing words and voice attract all their senses, heart and soul, and though they do not cherish any desire for muddy, their bhakti to me alone gives them muddy, i.e. makes them my constant associates. 24 Commentary. Sri Jiva Goswami points out that this particular reference from the Bhagavatam shows how bhakti through love for the Lord attracts the senses and mind of one who has no desire for muddy. It is to be understood the limbs of the transcendental form of the Lord attract the senses of such a person who does not desire moksha really means that love for the manifest form of the Lord infuses bhakti in such a person. Persons who are thus attracted by the soul-attracting and incomparable charms of the Lord, possess all forms of muddy with ease without their asking. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that it is only when one is intensely drawn to the Lord by his charm and beauty, that one develops a strong apathy for moksha or Brahma Sayojya, i.e. merging in the Brahman. On the other hand, the exceedingly beautiful limbs of the Lord, his maddening smile, his forcefully attractive looks, his charming voice and his ever-new sport steal away heart and soul of the devotee. To such a blessed devotee, none of the 4 values of life, viz. Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha is at all difficult of attainment. Indeed he wants none. 24 Text 25, Sri Reasnakarandamhoja Sebdravrta Cetus Mesamt Moksaya Bhaktanam Na Kadasits Prabhaves 25 Translation. These devotees whose mental quantum is completely absorbed in the service of the lotus-like beautiful feet of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna never desire moksha, i.e. self-annihilation by merging in the absolute Brahman. 25 Commentary. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami points out that Brahmananda, i.e. tranquil bliss in the impersonal Brahman, spontaneously vanishes from the hearts of pure devotees who have once experienced the supreme delight in bhakti. When Sri Rupa Goswami states in the text that a pure devotee never desires moksha, he means that such a devotee shall discard moksha or sayojyamati even if it be offered by the Lord himself. 25, Text 26 Bag March 4, 15, Konvtsate Padasarahabhyaham Sujar Labhor the Sukatersi Aptha Tathapinaham Pravranomi Bhiman Bhavat Padam Hoja Yosavanatsuka 65 Translation. As it is said by Uddhava in the Bhagavatam, Sri Uddhava addressing Lord Sri Krishna says as follows, O Lord of all lords, which of the 4 values of life, viz. Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha, can ever be difficult of attainment for thy devotees who are absorbed in the service of thine lotus-like beautiful feet? They can have them very easily even without asking, but thy humble servant wants not, O Lord, any of these 4 values of life excepting uninterrupted and unalloyed service of thee. 26 Text 27 Bag March 25, 34, Nakat Matam mi sprayanti kesan udhatpadasavabhirata madwayanyonato bite gaveda prasajya sabite jayant mama purasani 66 Translation, again in the Bhagavatam, Lord Kapiladeva addressing his mother Devahuti says, Mother, those who are constantly engaged with all their senses the service of my lambs like beautiful feet, those who are always thirsty for relishing the incomparable beauty and unsurpassable elegance of my person, those who relish mutually discoursing on my manifold pastimes and exploits of my valor, they never desire to be one with me, i.e. they do not want moksha. 27 Commentary, commenting on the above verse of the Bhagavatam, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that here one with me means oneness with both Brahman the impersonal absolute and Bhagavan the personal Lord. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that Lord Kapiladeva, who is an avatara of Vinu, tells Sri Devahuti that a genuine devotee, Bhakta, does not want oneness with me. Here oneness means identity with Brahman. Sri Chakravarti raises a question, why is it that a devotee discards Brahmananda, i.e. the blissfulness in self-merging in Brahman? What is there in Bhakti which is lacking in Brahmananda and which thereby makes the latter pale into insignificance? The reply is this. Lord Kapiladeva says, my devotees are intensely attached to me and are concerned in my services alone by means of all their senses according to the directions of the scriptures. Here, the Supreme Lord is established as the supreme object of Bhakti, and the essential nature and functioning of the senses engaged in the services of the Lord, non-mixture of karmajanana yoga with Bhakti according to the injunctions of the scriptures, and the uninterrupted normal nature of Bhakti have also been established. Besides, the only object of aspiration of these devotees is to relish the all-round unparalleled beauty and gracefulness of the person of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna and the might and valor of his almightiness as revealed in the events of his life, such as holding the Govardhana hill on his little finger, etc. Thus the bliss of joy that is in the service of the supremely beautiful feet of the Lord, the bliss of drinking the nectar of the beauty and gracefulness of the person of the Lord, and the bliss of tasting the wondrous pastimes of the Lord, all these three aspects of the supramundane, aprakrita, blissfulness or delight are lacking in Brahmananda, for which reason a devotee discards the latter. These three are the causes, holds Sri Chakravarti, of non-desire for or indifference to Brahmasukha on the part of a pure devote. 27 Text 28, Bag March 29, 13, Slokas dristis dimapyashtrupya ekatvamepi yuda diamanant na grin antivind matsavanam janah 6. Translation, again in the Bhagavatam, Lord Kapiladeva further tells his mother Devahuti, Mother, my genuine devotees besides serving me alone for my delight do not accept salokyamati, i.e. liberation in the sense of living together with me in my realm, sarstimati, i.e. liberation in the sense of possessing some of the majesties and powers equal to mine, samapyamati, le. Liberation or mati as close proximity to me, sarapyamati, i.e. liberation as possession of beauty equal to my beauty, and ekatva or sayojyamati, i.e. liberation as identity with me, even if offer all these to them, what to speak of their asking for them. My devotees never ask for any such salvation or anything else whatsoever. They find their delight in serving me alone for my delight. 28 Commentary, Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that when genuine devotees of the Lord refuse to accept the 5 forms of salvation or muddy even if they be offered by the Lord himself, it establishes the fact that such a desire is absolutely absent in them. But if a devotee be found to accept any of the first 4 or all the first 4 forms of muddy, but never the 5th, i.e. sayojya, it should be understood that such acceptance by a devotee can be only for the purpose of giving delight to the Lord himself. 28 Text 29 Bag April 9, 10, Yanirvidas tanu bitardam tava pudapadmadhyanad bhava jajanakathas ravananavyasiat sd byamani svamahimani api natha md bhitkim tv antaxi lulatat patatam vimanat 68 Translation, so it is further said in the Bhagavatam where Sri Dhruva addressing the Lord says, Lord, the great delight that is attained in meditating on and listening to the glories of thy feet, which are beautiful like the blooming lotuses, or in listening to or meditating upon the events of thy life together with thy entourage, or in listening to the lives of thy devotees, can never be possible even if one merges into the great Brahman, which is only a macroscopic aspect of thyself, what to speak of any real bliss in the life of gods and jivas in heaven who are thrown down from their celestial abode being cut asunder by the sword of time. The heavenly pleasures, Svargasukha, and Brahmananda, Brahmasukha, are insignificant indeed as compared with the delight in thy service. 29 Commentary, Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti explains that meditation on the Lord includes listening, and listening to the events of the lives of pure devotees include meditation as well. The delight and bliss that are experienced in the meditation on the Lord cannot be found in heavenly pleasures as enjoyed by the gods or in moksha, i.e., merging in the absolute Brahman. The bliss of Bhakti far excels the fruits of all the four values of life. It, therefore, follows that Bhakti is the fruit of Bhakti, and that a pure or genuine devotee is completely desireless. 29 Text 30 Bag April 20, 24, Na kame entha tad apia hamk vasan na yatrayusmak katandambujazavamiya hadamantar hirdayan mukasi udho vidatsvakarn diodami sami varah 69 Translation. Further in the Bhagavatam, the first King Parthu prays to the Lord as follows: Lord, want not ever Brahmananda or Sayojyamati, which cannot offer even the smallest drop of the nectar of delight that is gained by listening to the limitless fluid of delight that springs from the inner recesses of the hearts of thy unalloyed devotees and flows from their lips when they sing the glories of the pollens of thy lotus feet. Dost thou give me 10,000 ears instead, so that I may listen to the discourses on thy glories from the lips of thy devotees. 30 Commentary, Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that want not ever means not even in distress. Why does not a devotee of the Lord seek Brahmasukha or Kaivalyasukha, i.e., bliss of absolute life in Brahman the Great, even in dire distress? Because, in Brahmasukha or bliss in merging in the Brahman there is not the slightest possibility of that supreme delight that exists in the honey of the two lotuses of the feet of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, and of the overflowing sweetness that marks the discourses on the glorious qualities of the Lord. And this wondrous sweetness of delight is made all the more sweet when it springs from the delight of the inmost hearts of the devotees of the Lord and overflows into the ears of the listeners from the lips of such devotees in the form of discourses on the glories, qualities, and events of the life of the Lord. Sri Chakravarti further cites a verse from the Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Chap 1, Sloka 3, Srimad Bhagavatam is the ripe fruit of the all-fruit-giving tree of the Vedas, without rind, or seed, and is all the more sweetened being tasted by the lips of Sri Sukadeva Goswami, i.e. sung by a great saint and devotee like Sri Sukadeva, and should be drunk forever till death by the Bhavabhaktas in this world. The contention in citing this verse from the Bhagavatam is that there is no doubt that the events and qualities, name, and beauty of the Lord are themselves unsurpassably delight-giving, but they become sweeter when one listens to them from the lips of advanced Vaisnavas who are engaged in listening to and meditating upon the name, form, qualities, realm, associates, and pastimes of the Lord, just like a ripe fruit on the branches of a mango tree that drops on the ground being tasted by the bill of the sukha bird is the sweetest. It means to show the super excellence of delight that is derived from listening to the discourses on the Lord from the lips of true Vaisnavas, i.e. unalloyed, advanced devotees of the Lord. But as these true devotees are many and they sing the glories of the Lord in different places at the same time, King Parthu prays to the Lord for 10,000 ears so that he may simultaneously listen for the discourses on the Lord from the lips of many such devotees at the same time so that he may not lose any of them, and be blessed by the supreme delight that is completely lacking in Brahmasukha or bliss of identity with Brahman, the Great. Sri Chakravarti further remarks that as sweet water entering into saline soil becomes flavorless, so also when the sweet discourses on the glories, qualities, and events of the life of the Lord come from the mouth of non-Vaisnavas, they lose their delight-giving character, i.e. one should not listen to the discourse on the Lord from non-Vaisnavas, i.e. non-devotees. One may say that such a boon for 10,000 ears as prayed for by King Parthu is rather extraordinary. The king says that he knows it, and yet that is his only prayer. 30 Text 31, Bag 5.1444770, Yo Dustyajan Kasatai Sudis Vajandradadaran Parthyam Srayam Suravare Sade Avalakam Nayakan Enrupas Tatusatam Mahatant Mad Hudvitsaf Nurikia Manasm Abhab Pai Falga. Translation. So it is said by Sri Sukha in the 5th canto. Sri Sukha Goswami addressing King Parikshita says, O king, consider the case of Sri Bharata Maharaj. He gave up his kingdom, which is so difficult to surrender, parted with his wife and children, relatives and friends, and all his riches and all wealth and property which the goddess of wealth, Lakshmi, was pleased to give him, and which even the gods would covet. This was just what befits one whose heart ever hungers and thirsts after the services of the sacred feet of Lord Madhusudana, Lord Sri Krishna, who is the destroyer of the demon Madhu. Is it any wonder that such a one will look down upon the value of moksha as of little significance? 31 Commentary. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti says that when Lakshmi herself was pleased to give Bharata Maharaj immense wealth, the purpose was that King Bharata, a true devotee, need not undergo all the penances of hardships of life as a monk, but could be looked after endearingly by the Lord himself, and could be engaged in the service of the Lord in his household life instead of the life of renunciation. But a true devotee gives up everything for the service of the Lord and wants nothing in return excepting bhakti itself. 31 Text 32, Bag June 11, 2571, N.A. End Kapir Stamped N.A.C. Ape Dramastham N.A. Stravabaman N.A. Rasdhipatyam N.A. Yoasidhara Punarbhavam Va Samajasa TVD Viraha Yakavix. Translation. In the 6th canto, Sri Vardha addresses Lord Sankarsana, O judicious Lord, O repository of all blessedness. By denying myself of thine services, I do not care for Dhruvaloka, a particular heaven created especially for Prince Dhruva for his uncommon godliness, the pole star, or want to occupy the status of Brahma, the creator of this universe, or to be the supreme ruler of all the worlds, or to be the lord of the nether regions, or to possess the 8 supernatural powers attainable through yoga practices. What more, I do not want even moksha. 32 Text 33 Bag 6.17.2872, Navayana Parasarv N.A. Kudaskana Bibayati Svargpe Varganaraki Capi Tulidrita Darsinal. Translation. Further, in the words of Sri Rudra addressing Parvati says, O Devi, those who are absolutely attached to the services of the Supreme Lord Narayana do not entertain any fear from any quarter. They look upon heaven, the 4 values of life, Apavarga, and even hell with equal eye, i.e. all these do not make any difference to such a devotee of Lord Narayana. 33 Commentary. Sri Jiva Goswami points out that those who are devoted to Lord Narayana, do not cherish any distinction between superiority and inferiority, they attach equal unimportance to heaven and hell, and feel them as of same insignificance, so also with moksha. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti explains the verse in the sense that the Supreme Lord Narayana is the highest object of all glories to the devotees. They are deeply attached and devoted to the Lord and to nothing else, and because of their equal distaste for things or ends that are bereft of the delight of bhakti, they look upon heaven, moksha, and hell with equal indifference. 33 Text number 4, Aradhanam Bhagavata 73 Tamand Narasisaya 2 Necc Hanti Api Paranti Svarthakuzala Samrita. Translation. In the words of Indra in the Bhagavatam, again Indra, the king of the gods in heaven, addressing Mother Diti, says, Mother, those who are absolutely devoid of any extraneous desires and are engaged in the worship of the Supreme Lord for his delight only are the most intelligently selfish, i.e. the self functions correctly. 34 Commentary. Sri Visvanatha points out that the word param in the text means moksha. The expression svarthakuzala, le. Those who are truly intelligent in being selfish signifies that those who devote themselves to the service of the Lord discard everything else, for this is the supreme interest of the self. But those who engage themselves in the worship of Lord Hari and desire for moksha as a fruit thereof are unwise, like those who seek worthless straw in exchange for the most precious gem in their possession. But even then, because such persons engage themselves in the worship of the Lord for the purpose of the useless fruit of moksha, the Lord does not leave them alone and blesses them with bhakti out of his own spontaneous grace. 4. Ida said in the 5th canto, chapter 19, Sloka 27 of the Bhagavatam, where in connection with the description of the greatness of the land of Bharata, i.e. Bharata Varsa, India, the gods exclaim, being prayed to by the people for boons, the Lord no doubt fulfills all their prayers, but the Lord does not bestow such boons that they may have to ask for the same again. Even if his worshippers do not ask for it, the Lord out of his infinite compassion and grace offers them the supreme taste of the incomparable sweetness of the nectar of his eternal beauteous form. 34 Text 35, Isca Tatra Kim Alaviamanania Adi Kim Tayer Gunavayata Karad Ihas Vasita Dermadaya Kim Aguina Ca Kavksitanas Drain Just Karana Yupagdiatam Na 74 Translation, in the 7th canto in the words of Prince Prahlada. Addressing his classmates, Prince Prahlada says, Dear friends, can anything be rare of attainment for those with whose services and devotion the Lord, who is the source of everything and who possesses infinite qualities, is pleased? That is, whatever is desired a true devotee is easily available to him. What use is there, therefore, of those qualities, which automatically follow from the possession of Sattvaguna? What use is there in Dharma, Artha, and Kama? What use is there in Moksha? Because we have understood the super excellence of the service of the divine feet of the Lord and have experienced the supreme delight in singing his glories. 35 Text 36, Pratyanita Parama Bhavade Trayata Nal Svabhaga, Estatyakrontahadaya Kamalatadgaha Pratyabadi Kadlagrostakiyad Idam Aho Enthagartifayat Mudis Tefida Na Hiba Humate Naraja Haparade Kim Translation, in the words of Indra in Canto 7 Indra, King of Heaven, while praying to Lord Nrsimha submits, Ch Supreme Lord. Thou art our Saviour, and hence hast graciously returned us, gods in heaven, our dues of the Vedic sacrificial offerings. Thou hast again made to bloom our lotus-like heart which is thy seat and which was attacked by the demons. O Master! What is the worth of the grandeur of heaven, which will one day vanish into nothingness in the depth of time before thy devotees? What more, even moksha, which is much valued by impersonalists, counts nothing before thy desireless devotees. Therefore, O Lord Narasimha, what shall I say about other supernatural powers of yoga and of others? 36 Commentary, Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti explains the significance of Daitaikrantam i.e. attacked by the demon, in the text as follows, as the lotus being attacked by the darkness of the night loses its beauty and fragrance and withers and becomes almost dead, so also the gods in heaven lost all fragrance of devotion in their heart, which was the seat of the Lord, being in constant fear of this demon king Hiranyakasipu since his birth till the time when he was slammed by Lord Nrsimhadeva. Again, as with the rise of the sun in the morning the lotus regains its life and blooms with beauty and fragrance, so also now with the appearance of Lord Nrsimhadeva, who has removed the demon king from the earth as the rising sun removes the darkness of the night, the lotus-like heart of Indra, king of the gods, has regained its fragrance of devotion at the sight of the Lord and thus has become worthy of the seat of the Lord. 36 Text 3 Edntine Yajya Na Kafkandrata 7m5 Vayachanti Yevi Bhagavat Prapanat Altiad Bhutatak Karatasumagagayan Tatinanda Samadra Magna Translation, Sri Gayendra, Elephant King, says in the 8th canto, Lord, those who have one-pointed devotion and have taken absolute refuge in thee and do not desire anything else, except Bhakti, remain drowned in the ocean of eternal bliss by singing the glory of thy all-auspicious and extraordinary character. Therefore pray to thee. 37 Commentary, Sri Visvanatha points out that pure devotees are ever full of the wealth of self-surrender, and therefore they do not have any more room, in their hearts, for desire for any other object, and their wealth of delight in absolute self-surrender, as in the case of Sri Gayendra, far excels the wealth of joy in Jnana and Yoga. The devotees of the Lord are drowned in the ocean of the nectar which flows from singing the Lord's glories. 37 Text 38, Matsivade Pradam Te. Stlokyati Katufadayam Nikanti Sivade Purda Kuto *Nyat Kalavai Plutum Translation, in the 9th canto the Lord of Vaikantha, Narayana, tells sage Durvasa, my devotees are completely absorbed in my service. By serving me they can easily gain the fruits of the 5 fruits of Mutti, viz. Salokya sarstazamapya sarupya, but they do not accept them, what to speak of asking for heavenly pleasures which are sure to come to an end in course of time. 38 Text 39, Na nakapirstam nacastravabhama 7m8 napdramfi yat na rasthipatyam ha yogasidra punarbhavavavachanti yat padaraja prapando. Translation, in the 10th canto the wives of the Nagas pray to the Lord Sri Krishna as follows: Lord, those who have anointed themselves with the pollen of thy lotus-like beautiful feet and have surrendered themselves to the dust of thy feet, do not care for Dhruvaloka, so that the question of uninterrupted enjoyment of the entire universe does not arise at all. They do not care to occupy the status of Brahma, the creator of the 14 worlds, what to speak of their aspiring after the overlordship of the nether regions. They also do not desire to possess the 8 supernatural powers attainable through yoga practices, nay more, they do not want even moksha. 39 Commentary, Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that dust of the feet of the Lord signifies bhakti as complete and absolute self-dedication to the Lord. Note, also see Sloka 32. 39 Text 40, Duravagamit Matatvanigam Ayatavadhatana 9 Karita Mahamadhavdi Paravarta Parakrami Aana Paralafayanti Kesid Apavargamape Sentvarati Kara Saraha Hasakula Sigavizafagagahau. Translation, while offering their prayers to the Lord the Srutas said, O Supreme Lord, in order to make those impersonalists of the world, who are enamored of Brahmananda, to realize the incomprehensible truth of thy true self, thou hast graciously manifested thyself in this world in thy own, original eternally aprakrita, supramundane, form. Thy very few and rare devotees who constantly swim and sink in the limitless ocean of the nectar that flows from the events of thy manifested self in this world, and those who have been able to renounce all temptations of the world and cut asunder the ties of mundane affinities and taken to the path of renunciation in the footsteps of the self-realized Paramahansas and of those in their preceptorial order, ever engaged in relishing the super-excellence of thy beauteous and graceful form, do not desire moksha. +0 Text 41, Na Kiasit Sadevo Dhtva 80 Bhakti Akantano Mama Vayachanti Api Maya Dathakaivalyama Punarbhavam. Translation, in the 11th canto the Lord tells Sri Uddhava, my steady, saintly, and one-pointed devotees do not accept even so great a thing as moksha, even if offer it to them. +1 Text 42, Na Parmasthyam Na Mahendra Disniyams 1 Nas Dravabhauma Na Rasthipatyam Na Yogasidra Punarbhavava May Arpatatmakati Madvindniyat. Translation, the Lord further says in this connection, my devotee who has completely dedicated himself to me does not desire to have even the status of Brahma, creator of the universe, not to speak of overlordship of heaven, nor does he care to be the supreme ruler of the whole earth, much less for the kingship of the nether regions. Barring myself whom alone he seeks, he does not want the supernatural powers attainable through the practices of yoga, and he even does not desire moksha. 42 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that when a true devotee rejects lordship over a higher region, the question of his aspiring for a lower region does not arise at all. For example, when a devotee does not want to attain the status of Brahma and to be the creator of the 14 worlds, he would not obviously pay any importance to Svarga, heaven, which is a lower region to Brahmaloka, and the lordship of the earth which is of lesser importance still, and Patala, the nether region, which is still lower in importance. A genuine devotee who has dedicated himself to the service of the Supreme Lord for his delight wants not only not to be the ruler of the nether region, Patala, the whole of the earth, Baloka, the heaven, Svargaloka, and Brahmaloka, but also easily rejects even the superior supernatural power of yoga, and even moksha, which is indeed of very great value. Sri Jiva says that a true devotee of the Supreme Lord not only does not desire any of these, including moksha, but also, every kind of pleasure which may be the objects of aspirations of human beings. A devotee accepts the Lord who is attainable only by bhakti, as the only supreme purpose of life, and nothing else. 42 Text 43, Na evakati asisik vapi b2 brahmarfi mokayam api yuda bhakti apara bhagavati labdhavan purify way. Translation, In the 12th canto Sri Rudra addressing Parvati says, Devi. This Brahmarsi, a Brahmana sage of very great attainments, Markandeya has attained unalloyed Uttama Bhakti or Bhakti of the superior order in the unchangeable and eternal person of the Godhead. He therefore does not desire anything else anywhere at any time, not even moksha. 43 Text 44, Varam Deva Moksam Na Moks Davidham Van Akniam Vine Ham Varist Aptha Item Te Vapor Entha Gopladalam Sada Mimanusade Varajant Kim Enya Translation, in the 8th verse prayer to Sri Damodara, Lord Sri Krishna, in the Kartika Mahatmya of Padma Purana, the great devotee Sri Satyavrata addresses the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna as follows, Lord, Thou art the supreme source of all boons. Pray not for Dharma Artha Kama, not even for moksha which is the highest and higher than the other three, nor for any other boon. But O my Master, may this thy mind fascinating form of Balagopala, the eternal form of the divine child, ever shine in the mirror of my mind. What use is there of other things for me? 44 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that moksha here should be understood in its traditional sense, which a devotee does not desire. By the use of the suffix avadi after moksha are included dharma, artha, and kama, which are also not desired by a devotee. Moksha is even worse than hell. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti and Sri Mukunda Dasa Goswami explain avadi as moksha, which is the culmination or climax of dharma artha kama. A devotee by rejecting moksha naturally rejects the other three as well. 44 Text 45, Kavart Maho Badamartya Evayad Vativade Masaita Bhaktabajau Kradasi Tatha Primabhakam Svakatmi Prayaka Na Moksgrahomi Steed Modarha. Translation, further in Kartika Mahatmya of Padma Purana, Sri Satyavrata says, Lord Damodara, the way in which thou hast of thy own initiative freed the two sons of Kavara, viz. Nalakuvara, and Manigriva, from their state of bondage and made them thy devotees, in the same manner mayest thou bless me with thy prima bhakti only. I have no desire for moksha. 45 Text 46, Hayasirstaya Dolarit Narayanavaya Hiastave Cana Dharma Kamam Artham Va Moksam Va Varadzvara Perdrate Tava Padbjadsyam Evblukam I-46 LL. Translation, in the hymn of Sri Narayanavaya of Hayasirsa we have, O Lord of all boons. Do not pray for boons like dharma, artha, kama, and moksha or anything else. I pray always only for the service of thy divine feet in every possible way. 4+6 Text 4/ Tatrava Puna Punarvardanditsarvis Nirmukam Nayayada Bhaktir Eva Vrtd Yena Prayatam Tam Namdya Ham H7 Translation, and again, Prince Prahlada, who refused all boons which Lord Vishnu himself repeatedly offered him, and who did no ask for moksha, prayed only for bhakti, I bow at his feet. +7 Text 48, Yadrekade Labdam Api Vinardasarath Stuyanayakagin Moksam Vindsyam Tasmai I Hanumate Nama 48L. Translation, prostrate before Hanuman who prayed not for moksha, which very easily he could have received. He asked for nothing excepting Dajya Bhakti from Lord Vishnu, the son of King Dasarata. +8 Text 49, Ativa Prasidam Sri Hanumad Vakyam Bhavandakai Tajya Isprayami Na Mut Bhavan Prabhur Ahat Dasar Hi Ti Travilapate 49 LL. Translation, so it is said in the famous prayer by Hanuman. Sri Hanuman addressing Lord Rama said, Lord, I have no aspiration for muddy which cuts asunder the bondage of the world but makes our relation of master and servant as thou art my Lord and one am thy servant lost or forgotten. 49 Text 50-51, S11 Endrada Payakardayar Cajetan Statre Dharmartha Kama Mokshajanikama Katakana Tivatpada Pankaja Siddho Jivatam Dyatam Mame 50 Otoxis Lokas Drypian Prartha N8 Haradhara Ikami Hi Mahabhagakaranyantavis of Rada 5111. Translation, in the Jitan Tastatra of Sri Narada Pankaratra we have, Lord, bless me that I may never have any desire for dharma, artha, kama, and moksha, but allow me to exist under the shade of thy lotus feet, i.e. without thy service my life will become useless. O Lord Ananta, holder of the universe. O Lord of noble resolves. O repository of all wealth. Do not pray for moksha, salokya, and sarapya and other forms of muddy, but my only longing is for thy compassion. 50-51 Text 52, Mukyand may pi siddhanam 83 Endres dia parayid sujar labhad pragantit makadav api mahamune. Translation, there in the 6th canto, King Parikshita addressing sage Sukadeva says, O great sage! A large-hearted and tranquil-minded genuine devotee who is exclusively devoted to the service of Lord Narayana, is very rare, one in million amongst freed or mutta persons who no more misidentify their physical body with their true selves, or 1 in a million of siddha persons who have attained salokya and other forms of mutti. 52 Text 53, Tath Paramahamsanam's form unend mamulatmanam bhakti yogavidhanart hakatha mahai strio. Translation, in the 1st canto, Sri Kunti Devi, mother of Dharmaraja Yudhisthira, addressing Lord Sri Krishna says by way of a prayer, how shall we ladies, be able to understand thee whose very purpose is to bestow bhakti to the self-realized, pure-hearted and meditating Paramahansas. 53 Commentary, Sri Rupa Goswami observes here in his comment that to those devotees who do not desire moksha and desire to serve the Lord only, the Lord bestows the delight of serving him. 53 Text 54, Si Itavakabes Atmarami Si Amunayo Nir Grantha Ap Uruk Rain Kurvanti Ahatukia Bhaktim Itham Hyatagyo Harad. Translation, in the words Sri Sudha Goswami, the self-contented munis, saints, in consequence of self-consciousness cut asunder the ties of the regulations of the scriptures, cherish desireless and causeless bhakti in the Supreme Lord Uruk Rama, Trivikramavinu. Such is the nature of the Lord Hari that he attracts even the self-conscious saints. 54 Commentary, Sri Mukunda Dasa Goswami points out that such Atmarama, the self-contented and self-satisfied munis or saints, are misfit for achieving bhakti by their own endeavors. But lo, even to attract such vainglorious self-sufficient persons out of his innate compassion for all, the Lord makes his divine descent in this world and offers them bhakti. Pure devotees are very rare indeed. 54 Text 55, Atratayajyate ivaktamudipadika vidhapi setsalokiati stadhapi atra bhaktiya nativirudhyate. 55 LL. Translation, though all the 5 forms of mutti have been stated here as to be discarded, by a pure devotee, yet the first 4, Salokya Sastri Sami Pasarapya, are not altogether incompatible with bhakti. 55 Commentary, Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that the various references that have been cited by Sri Rupa Goswami in the previous slokas to establish the desirelessness of pure devotees for all the 5 forms of mutti, in the present text Sri Rupa wants to show that Salokya, Sastri, Samapya are not very much antagonistic to bhakti, i.e. they are partially unsuited to pure bhakti, because it is said that bhakti has some place in these first 4 forms of mutti. Sri Mukunda Dasa says that Salokyamati, Sastrimati, Samapyamati, and Sarapyamati are partly unsuited and partly conducive to bhakti, while Akatva or Sayogyamati has absolutely no place in bhakti. 55 Translators note, in order to justify his statement, in Sloka 25 of the text, that pure devotees who devote themselves in the service of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna do not want moksha, i.e. self-merging in the Absolute, even if that be offered to them by the Lord himself. Sri Rupa Goswami has quoted 27 slokas, from Sloka 26 to Sloka 53, from the Bhagavatam, and other scriptures, and by citing the following 2 more slokas, viz. 53 and 54, Sri Rupa Goswami proves that it is the very nature of Lord Sri Krishna to bestow his causeless or spontaneous bhakti on such person as eschew moksha. Text 56, Sukhi Isvaryadarasi and Prima Sevatarti Apis Lokidard Vid Tatra and Ddyd Sevjozam Mat. 56 LL. Translation, Salokya Sastri Samapya Sarapyamuttis are of 2 kinds, firstly, as grandeur and pleasure giving to the individual, i.e. mutti in which the individual desires his personal pleasures from the grandeur and wealth, and secondly mutti in which Prima Seva dominates, i.e. in which the dominant desire is to serve the Lord for his delight. But the first of these 2 aspects of mutti is not welcome to those who are devoted to the service of the Lord, i.e. they do not seek personal pleasures from the grandeur and wealth of the first 4 forms of mutti. 56 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that the natural joy and grandeur that are attainable in the Lord's realm, Vaikuntha, Salokya, some of the power of God, Sastri, Lord's nearness or immediate presence, Samapya, and beauty equal to the beauty of the Lord, Sarapya, form the Aisvarya side of Mati, called Sukhi Aisvaryadhara, and where service of the Lord is essentially desired owing to the overwhelming force of the nature of Prema, the Mati is called Prema Savatara. Between these two forms of Mati, those who desire to serve the Lord do not want the first form of Mati, i.e. they do not seek joys of the self in Salokya Sastri Samapya Sarapya Mati, because it has previously been established that devotees do not want Mati even if it be offered by the Lord himself. If Salokya etc., the first four forms of Mati, be devoid of any service of the Lord, then devotees do not want them. But under all circumstances, Ekatva or Sayogyamati is devoid of God's service, and therefore, a devotee never accepts it. Here Ekatva refers to identity with or merging in both Brahman, and Isvara both impersonal and personal aspects of the Godhead. Sri Mukundadasa holds that in Sukhi Aisvaryadhara Mati the devotes pays more attention, to the Aisvarya, i.e. the majesty, splendor, and glory of the Lord and of Vaikuntha than to the service of the all-majestic Lord Narayana, and where the devotee gives supreme importance to the service of the Lord with reverence and affection without being carried away by the all-majestic aspects of Lord Narayana and his realm Vaikuntha, it is called Prematara Mati. Sages like Markandeya who are attached to the service of the Lord do not desire the former form of Mati. Sri Visvanatha points out that because pure devotees do not think about their own pleasures even in the all-majestic realm of Lord Narayana accepting the delight of the Lord alone do not therefore desire to have the former form of Mati. 56 Text 5/ Kintu premaka madhurya josa ikanin harana evnulkarvate jatamukam panka udham api 157L Translation, but the one-pointed devotees who drink deeply of the mellow sweetness of Prema Bhakti for Lord Hari, certainly do not accept any of the five form of Mati, i.e. they reject all the five forms of Mati, viz. Salokya, Sastri, Samapya, Sarapya and Ekatva or Sayojya. 57 Commentary. Commentator Sri Jiva Goswami points out that the word uttara after prema signifies that all other material ingredients besides prema are rejected. Therefore the one-pointed devotees do not desire for any form of Mati. It has previously been stated where the Lord said that his devotees being completely absorbed in the Lord's service never desire for Salokya and other forms of Mati, not to speak of their asking for any other short-lived pleasures. In the previous verse in the text, the first kind of Mati, i.e. Sukha Aisvaryadhara Mati, in which the devotee pays more attention to the majesties of the Lord and his realm than to serving him is sadhana bhakti, whereas the second Prematara Mati where the devotee does not pay attention to the lordliness, grandeur, and majesties of Lord Narayana but is absorbed in his service, ida sadhya bhakti, i.e. Prema Bhakti. Though the first four forms of Mati are included in sadhana bhakti, a pure devotee does not want them because he has experienced the supreme delight of serving the Lord. Now a question may be raised, how can a devotee offer direct service to the Lord unless he lives in the same realm, Salokya, with the Lord? The fact is that a freed and superior devotee no doubt reaches the transcendental realm of the Lord, Vaikuntha, in order to render personal services to the Lord, but he does not attain Salokya as a process of Mati. When attainment of Salokya Mati becomes Mati, he does not want it, what wonder that he discards the other three forms of Mati. But when he has to attain Salokya for serving the Lord, he does not refuse it, which would mean refusing to serve the Lord. The question of Sayogyamati does not arise at all for him. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami explains Akanti as those who are exclusively devoted to the service of the Lord in a one-pointed devotion, such as Uddhava, the Pandavas, and Sri Hanuman. They relished the intimate services of the Lord as his servants. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti holds that the Akanta or single-minded devotees of the Lord do not even accept Prematara Mati, because even here there is an indirect flavor of self-satisfaction. They, therefore, accept Salokya only for the purpose and desire of serving the Lord, i.e. Prema Seva, and not for Prematara Seva. 3/Text 58, Tatrapi akantanam srestha govinda hirda manasa yesam stisaprasdo pi mano hardam na saknuyat 58 Translation, of all the one-pointed devotees of the different avataras, divine descents, the devotees whose hearts have been stolen by Govinda are the highest, because even the grace of the Lord of Lakshmi, Srisa, i.e. Narayana, is unable to steal, attract, their mind. 58 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that here Govinda is the Lord of Gokula, i.e. Sri Krishna, Srisal refers to the Lord of Paravyoma, i.e. the lower half of the absolute realm, the realm of the Lord's majesties. Srisa has also been used in a generic sense, implying that even the grace of the Lord of Dvaraka, i.e. Sri Krishna of Dvaraka, cannot attract the heart of the devotees of Sri Krishna of Gokula, son of Nanda. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti says that a devotee of Sri Krishna in Gokula, Braja, is so deeply charmed by his beauty and gracefulness that even the grace of Mahavinu or Mahanarayana failed to draw his attention even. 58 Text 59, Siddhantadasti abhid pistisakrisnas varapeo rasanat krisayat krisna mipami sd rasa stida 5911 Translation, though Srisa, i.e. Lord of Lakshmi, Narayana, the Lord of Paravyoma or Vaikantha, and Sri Krishna's person are essentially identical and one, yet the super-excellence of Sri Krishna lies in his being the supreme object of highest prema rasa, because the very nature of rasas shows the most supreme excellence of the form of Sri Krishna, in whom alone all rasas, 12 rasas, find their final and absolute expression. 59 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that here rasana means the highest rasa, which is prema rasa, by which alone the supramundane beauty of the form of Sri Krishna is revealed in its supreme excellence. In the text it is stated by Sri Rupa Goswami that Srisa and Krishna are one and the same Supreme Lord, but the highest excellence of the same Supreme Lord finds expression in Sri Krishna alone because of prema rasa. But Sri Jiva explains Srisa not as Lord of Lakshmi but as Lord of Radha, and for this he cites the address of the queens, other than the 8 principal queens, of Lord Dvarakadasa, Lord Sri Krishna of Dvaraka, to Draupadi 86, O chaste lady. We do not want lordship over the entire universe, we care not for the post of Indra, the king of the gods in heaven, we do not desire earthly and heavenly pleasures, we also do not want the supernatural powers attainable through yoga, we also do not desire the position of Prajapati, the creator of the 14 worlds, nor do we want Brahmananda. It is true that the Upanishads have described the inexplicable Brahmananda as hundreds and hundreds of times superior to earthly and heavenly pleasures, which being fathomless, mind and words return mute from it. But we do not want it. Translators note, it will be helpful to understand the incomparable super-excellence of the bliss that is in the service of Lord Sri Krishna if we should explain here the significance of Brahmananda and the different stages to it, because the bliss that is rasa, Rasananda, that is in the service of Lord Krishna is far and far beyond Brahmananda. Brahmananda is endless. In order to show this, the Upanishads have shown the different grades of Ananda or bliss in different spheres. The first and the lowest is Manasi Ananda. A youth who is moral in character, has read and studied the Vedas, active in karma, strongly built in body and strong in physical strength, and who has the whole world under his control, such a youth enjoys the highest pleasures in manifold ways in this world. Such Ananda, pleasure, is called Manasi Ananda. 100 times of this Manasi Ananda, human pleasures, is Gandharvananda. A man Kshatriya by birth who by dint of specific Vedic karma has attained to the stage of a Gandharva, i.e. a sort of demigod in heaven and heavenly musician, is eligible to enjoy Gandharvananda, which is 100 times of Manasi Ananda or earthly pleasures. But when a Brahmana who is well read in the Vedas and is conversant with Brahman, the absolute, and who by birth is a Gandharva attains to the status of a Deva Gandharva, he enjoys Deva Gandharvananda, which is 100 times more than Manashya Gandharvananda. Such a Brahmana must have renounced all worldly pleasures. 100 times more than Deva Gandharvananda is Siraloka or Pitralokananda. A Brahmana who is established in Brahman and has given up all mundane desires is entitled to this Pitralokananda. 100 times more than Pitralokananda is Ajanajati Valokananda. The Ajanaja gods enjoy this bliss. The Ananda of Karmadevas is 100 times more than that of the Ajanaja devas, i.e. Karmadevayanda. The Brahmanas who have attained heaven by performing the Agnihotra Vedic rites are called Karmadevas. 100 times more pleasures are in Devananda, i.e. the devas, the gods, enjoy 100 times more pleasures than the Karmadevas. These devas, gods, are the 8 Vasas, 11 Rudras, 12 Adityas, Indra and Prajapati. These 33. Indra is the king of all the gods, and Brahaspati is their guru or spiritual guide. 100 times more than Devananda, pleasures of the gods, is Indrananda, pleasures enjoyed by Indra. Brahaspati's Ananda is again 100 times of the pleasures that are in Indrananda. Prajapati's Ananda is 100 times more than that of Brahaspati. And Brahmananda is 100 times more than Prajapatishananda. Thus it is almost impossible to assess the depth and limit of Brahmananda. It is for this that the Upanishads have said that man's mind and words fail to describe the exact nature of Brahmananda. It is, therefore, stated that a human being may be capable of attaining to the other different aspects of pleasures, but it is only a Brahmajanani who is freed from all bondage, le. A mutti can attain to Brahmananda. But this mutti can be of 2 kinds, viz. Immediate freedom from bondage and freedom in gradual degrees. Those who attain immediate mutti, they attain Brahmananda after the fall of this material body. But those who attain mutti in gradual degrees can attain up to Prajapati Ananda, and it is after final dissolution that they enter into Brahman the Absolute, and attain Brahmananda. A pure devotee of Lord Sri Krishna, who has once experienced the super excellence of Premarasa in the person of the all-beauteous Sri Krishna, discards such Brahmananda, and not only Brahmananda, even the all-majestic Srisa. Sri Jiva Goswami further continues to explain the inconceivable excellence of the sweetness of Sri Krishna in the words of the queens of Dvarakadasa. What then do you desire? Asked Sri Draupadi. The queens replied, we do not want Brahmananda. Not only so, we do not desire even the nearness, Samapya, of Sripati or Lord of Sri Devi. We desire to anoint our head with the dust of the feet of Lord Gadabhai, Lord who holds the mace, who, it is well known to all, is our supreme husband, and also the dust of the feet of Lord Sripati, which has received added fragrance and value by being sweetened with the saffron of the breast of Sri. Sri Draupadi argues, the dust of the feet of Sripati, Lord Narayana, is, of course, fragrant with the saffron of the breast of Sri, i.e. Lakshmi. But you have denied the samapya or nearness of the Lord of Sri, Narayana. Do you then mean by Sripati, Lord of Rukmini? If so, you have already been blessed by him as you all are queens of Lord Dvarakadasa Krishna. What is then your real purpose? Make it clear to me whom you refer to by Sri. In reply to this query of Draupadi, the queens of Lord Dvarakadasa addressed her as follows, 87 We do not, O living embodiment of a chaste wife. We do not desire Queen Rukmini's special privilege, because that is a realization of the Lord's sweetness mixed with a sense of his Aisvarya or glory and greatness, splendor and majesty. But what we desire is the Lord of Brajagopis. They have a pure and unadulterated realization of Lord Sri Krishna's sweetness and beauty when they held his feet on their breast. We mean by Sri here Lord Sri Krishna's most beloved amongst the gopis of Braja, viz. Sri Radha, who in her Mahabhava has the highest experience of the Lord's sweetness that is without parallel. It is this that we desire in our heart of hearts, i.e. the dust of the feet of the son of Nanda, which is fragrant with the saffron and ointment of the breast of Sri Radha, because Sri Radha is the supreme amongst the Lakshmis and Hoy the most beloved of Lord Sri Krishna of Braja. So by Sripati, we mean Sri Radhapati. Sri Jiva further points out that the meaning of Sri here cannot be Lakshmi for the obvious reason that Lakshmi herself prayed for, also practiced penances in the hope of the luck of the Brajagopis who had the experience of the mellowness of the feet of Lord Sri Krishna when they anointed them with the fragrance of the saffron of their breasts. This is also clear from the further fact that Sri Lakshmi was denied the right of even being a witness of Sri Krishna's pastimes of reciprocal exchange of bhakti rasa at the circular dance, Rasalila, with the gopis, a right which she keenly desired and for which she prayed ardently. It follows, therefore, that Sri here stands for Radha, the Lord's most beloved amongst the Braja Gopis. But how, it may be asked, can the queens of Dwaraka claim a right, which was denied to Lakshmi herself? The queens contend that even when the Pulanda women, the uncivilized and primitive women of the transcendental realm of Braja, had the blessed fortune of soothing their burning hearts by holding the dust of the feet of Lord Sri Krishna, which had added fragrance, being besmeared with the saffron and ointment of the breast of Sri Radha, and which fell on the blades of grass when the Lord took the cows over the grass fields, why should they, the queens of Lord Dvarakadasa, be deprived of this blessed fortune? Though it may be said that even the blades of grass have this good luck of a realization of the fragrance of the Lord's feet, why should the queens of Dvarakadasa not have a taste thereof? The answer is that just as the Pulanda women have no direct experience of the super excellence of Lord Krishna of Braja because ineligible, but have an indirect experience from the blade of grass over which Lord Krishna has led his cows, so the blades also, being incapable of any experience excepting Santarasa, have no realization of the fragrance that emanate from them. It may be said, however, that in the case of the Narmasakas, or the most intimate of Lord Sri Krishna's companions, there is no such ineligibility for holding the feet of Sri Krishna to their breast, as they are prone to a certain degree to madhurarati, their sex-abhaman, or the consciousness of their belonging to the male sex is a bar to the full realization of pressing the feet of the Lord to their breast, a realization of which Sri Radha has the most intense and special privilege. The further significance here is that it is mentioned in the Bhagavatam that Sri Lakshmi only desired for the feet of Sri Krishna of Braja but not for touching the feet to her breast. In this connection Sri Rupa Goswami quotes references from the Bhagavatam. The wives of the Naga, Kaliya Naga, addressing Lord Sri Krishna said, 88 Lord, we fail to understand how this Kaliya Naga has been so blessed with the dust of thy blessed feet, for which Lakshmi of Vaikuntha left everything else and engaged herself for long in hard penances. Again, Sri Uddhava said, 89 the feet of Lord Sri Krishna, for which Lakshmi, the self-contented Brahma and the lords of supernatural yogic powers ever pray only in their hearts, the gopis of Braja could hold those feet in embrace in their breasts in the Rasamandala and removed all the hunger of their hearts. Thus Sri cannot be identified with Rukmini, nor shall the Braja Gopis have similar aspirations like those of Lakshmi, because it is stated in the Bhagavatam 90 that Lord Sri Krishna showed his extraordinary grace to the gopis in the Rasamandala, circular dance and sports on the banks of the Yamuna, by embracing them round their necks with his blessed arms, which kindness even Lakshmi of Vaikuntha, who is ever in the heart of the Supreme Lord Narayana, or the dancing damsels of heaven with lotus scented bodies, can never attain. Here in this slaka, the excellence of the Braja Gopis of Sri Lakshmi of Vaikuntha has been shown. It is true that in the Matsya Purana and Skanda Purana, Sri Rukmini and Sri Radha have been mentioned on equal level, but there it should be understood in the sense that Rukmini and Radha are the internal potency of the Supreme Godhead and hence identical in their aspects as potency or Sakti of the Lord. But Sri Radha is the completeness of all the potencies of the Godhead. In the Vrat Gautami Yatantra it is stated that Sri Radha is the supreme source of all the Lakshmis in all the Vaikunthas. She is the supreme Hladani Sakti and is distinct from all other Lakshmis of Vaikuntha and the queens of Dvaraka, as also of all other gopis of Braja. Sri Radha is supreme and unique in her position in relation to the highest Godhead. Even the gopis of Braja addressing Sri Radha said, this Radha must have worshipped Lord Narayana to his supreme satisfaction, as otherwise how could Lord Govinda, leaving us behind, take her away? 91. Again, the gopis being left behind and in their agonies of separation from the Lord went out in the forests in search of Sri Govinda with Sri Radha, and addressing the deer said, O friend, did the beloved Krishna come here with his dearest mistress and please your eyes with his charming body, maddening smile, and lovely arms? 92. Addressing the creepers, the gopis said, O compassionate creepers, did Sri Krishna come this way placing his arms on the shoulder of his dearest mistress, Radha, and holding the supramundane or aprakrita amorous lotus in his beautiful hand followed by the hum of black bees, and did he accept your respectful bow by casting his side glance at you from the corner of his eyes? Thus, O devil, said the queens of Dvaraka addressing Sri Draupadi, our desire is for the feet of Sri Krishna which have added fragrance from the saffron of the breast of Sri Radha, Hoy the Supreme Sri. Translator's note, the substance of the entire discourse is the reason which the queens, other than the 8 principal queens, of Sri Dvarakadasa adduce for participation in the taste of the sweetness of the ground and the dust particle over which Lord Krishna has walked. The queens point out that even the Pulanda primitives of Braja, because of their being born in Braja, had the fortune of holding the dust of the feet of Sri Krishna, son of Nanda, which they received from the blades of grass over which Sri Krishna walked while grazing the cows, and if the blades of grass of Braja possess no such luck of tasting the sweetness of the dust of the feet of Sri Krishna, itis because of their constitution they are incapable of anything but an experience of Santarasa, and in the case of Sri Krishna's intimate companions or friends, Priyanarmasakas, the sex is a bar to a complete and full experience of this sweetness. But in their case, i.e. in the case of the queens of the Lord of Dvaraka, Sri Krishna in his majestic cum beauteous aspect, neither sex nor their status should stand as a bar in their seeking to hold the dust of the feet of Sri Krishna which has been doubly fragranced by the ointment of the breast of Sri Radha. The purport of the text of Sri Rupa Goswami is to show the super excellence of Sri Krishna of Braja, who is the subject of Madhura Rasa, which is manifest in its fullness and completeness only in the absolute in the form of Sri Krishna in Braja, though in essence he is identical with Narayana of Vaikuntha and Sri Krishna of Dwaraka. Stimukandadasa Goswami points out that it is true that the 2 Vigrahas of condensed deep blue as Satsi-Ityananda, Le. as eternally real, as all-conscious and as all-blissful, of Sri Narayana, Lord of Lakshmi, and Sri Krishna an eternal form of the Godhead, accepted as his own out of his own prerogative are one and the same by inference, yet the wonderful mellowness of the 64 qualities of Sri Krishna call be relished by such fortunate devotees only whom Sri Krishna considers to be deserving. Translator's note, a finite self or Jivatma can possess 50 incomplete qualities, a god in heaven possesses 50 qualities in completeness and 5 more partially, Brahma and Shiva possess 55 qualities in their fullness and 5 more qualities partially. The Supreme Lord Narayana has 60 qualities in their exuberance. Over and above these 60 qualities in his Narayana form in Vaikuntha, 4 more extraordinary attractions mark out the super excellence of Sri Krishna, viz. 1. Rupa Madhurya, sweetness of his all-beauteous person. 2. Guna Madhurya, sweetness of his manifold qualities. 3. Venu Madhurya, sweetness of the melody of the music of his flute. And 4. Lila Madhurya, sweetness of his ever-new supramundane or aprakrita pastimes and rasa sports. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that all the different aspects of Premarasa find their highest expression in Mahabhava of Sri Radha, and the only recipient of this Mahabhava is Brajendranandana Sri Krishna, son of the king of Braja. In no other avatara, nor even in Mahanarayana this is possible. It is for this excellence of rasa in Sri Krishna that even Sri Lakshmi, whose seat is in the heart of Sri Narayana, underwent hard penances only for witnessing the rasa dance of Sri Krishna in Braja. Sri Visvanatha quotes in this connection the prayers of the wives of the Naga and that of Sri Uddhava. The contention is that when it is not possible even for Lakshmi to hold the feet of Sri Krishna to her breast, it is simply out of any imagination for any ordinary woman. Sri Uddhava further says in the Bhagavatam, 40 to the eyes of the utterly ignorant the ways of the mistress of Braja may appear like immoral acts. But how can the Gopikas of Brajavana be ever compared with anybody? What transcendental position do they occupy in relation to the Supreme Godhead as the indweller Lord of all beings, as Paramatma, who is only an immanent aspect of the Absolute Whole, who is Sir Krishna? And how can a mortal human being ever conceive the aprakrita.e. supremely transcendental Mahabhava of Sri Radha? Lo! If one drinks nectar even without any knowledge about it, such a person will attain the sweet experience thereof. So also, even if one does not understand the supramundane Mahabhava or the real nature of Sri Krishna, but should engage oneself in his services, the Lord out of his infinite and inherent compassion will bless such a one with his highest blessing, i.e. Prema. 59 Text 60, Sastrata Sruyate Bhakti Amatraziat Hikavita Sarvate Hikaritam Magatindnasya Vruvita Yadidis Dudid Vasis Thena Haribhaktir Enrapam Prae 60 Translation. It can be known from the scriptures that every human being is eligible for Haribhakti, because in connection with bathing in the Ganga in the month of Magha, sage Vasistha tells King Mayuradvaha that such bathing is a part of Haribhakti, which everyone is entitled to follow. 60 Commentary. In his commentary Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti raises the question how if eligibility for the way of bhakti should require renunciation of desires both for the enjoyment of mundane values and also for the attainment of liberation or release as is said here in this verse, can it be reconciled with the declaration of sage Vasistha that the way of bhakti is open to all human beings? The apparent contradiction, however, arises from the supposition that the renunciation of buddhi and muddy is not possible for everybody, which is, however, not the case. The very fact that bhakti is declared to be open to all, and at the same time stated to be possible only for those who have renounced the desire of earthly values and have also given up all desires for liberation implies that such renunciation is possible for all. It has been already shown that despite one's renunciation of earthly values being incomplete or partial, one can still follow the path of mixed bhakti. What is insisted on is that the desire for muddy is inconsistent with the way of bhakti. 60 Text 61, Yathad Padmi Sarvdhi Kavino Hyatra Haribhaktau Yatharpa I6HL Translation, Sri Vasistha Muni says, O King, as everybody is eligible for Haribhakt, so also everyone is eligible to bathe, in the Ganga, in the month of Magha, January-February, as one of the various forms of practices of bhakti. 6L Text 62, Hasthan Ca Tatha Antyaja Api Tad Raster Sankakakrankadarina Sanapurpyavis Navam Dixam Dixita Eva Savbabha 62 I Translation. In the Kasakhanda it has been stated, the kingdoms of King Mayuradvaha, even the Kandalas, dogs flesh-eating primitives, when received initiation into the religion of the Vaisnavas and anointed their persons with the distinctive marks of the Vaisnavas, viz. Figures of conch shell, will, etc. on their chest and arms, attain the status of Brahmanas with eligibility for the performance of the Vedic rites. 62 Commentary. Commentator Sri Jiva Goswami points out that the above verse is evidence that the way of bhakti is open to all. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami adds that Kandala here means those amongst the Kandalas who have attained belief in the spiritual value of the service of the Lord. 62 Text 63, Apica Ananyast Hanto dos Bhakti Anganam Prajayat Na Karmand Makaranadasa Bhakti Adhikarandam 631 L Translation. One eligible for the way of bhakti is guilty of lapses if he fails to perform duly all the different forms of practices that are enjoined for sadhana bhakt. But no such offense accrues if one fails to perform the enjoined Vedic karma, such as a svamedha sacrifice, putresthikraya, etc. 3 Commentary. Sri Jiva Goswami points out that it has been established that anyabhilasa absence of extraneous motives, is a condition precedent to the way of Uttama Bhakti, and it has also been shown that this being possible for all, there is no bar to bhakti for anybody. But in the scriptures it is laid down that everybody must duly discharge the varnastama dharma or his duties of station in life. This is svadharma of everybody, and any transgression of one's duly appointed duties will constitute a moral lapse with consequent demerit. Besides, the appointed duties include both positive injunction and negative prohibitions. If the forbidden karmas are eschewed, one incurs guilt a consequence, and if one adheres to avoidance of forbidden acts, one's practice of bhakti becomes clouded by karma or mixed up with the performance or avoidance of duties. Positive and negative. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti, however, points out that guilt accrues only when one wedded to the way of bhakti fails to perform all the different practices enjoined as part and parcel of sadhana bhakti. Such practices are nityangas of sadhana bhakti, and as such, inseparable from practices of bhakti. It is only the lapses relating to the nityangas or inseparable parts of sadhana bhakti that are a cause of one's failure in the path of bhakti. Karma, however, in the Vedic sense is no source of offense or lapse in one who has chosen bhakti as his proper and final end or goal. Translator's note, If Sri Jiva Goswami's commentary is strictly accepted, then there will be no difference between the Ramanujist and the Gaudiya viewpoints. Sri Visvanatha is here more consistent with the Gaudiya view enunciated by Sri Rupa Goswami's definition of Uttama Bhakti. 63 Text 64, Nisadakarai Devat Pardayasatan to Nisidam iti Vaisnavasastran Rahajiam Tad Vidam Matam L64 Translation, even if perchance one eligible for Bhakti does any forbidden act, there should be no expiation for him. That is the purport and secret of the teachings of the Vaisnava scriptures or religious books, and is also the accepted views of those what know all about the essence of Vaisnavism. 64 Commentary. In commenting on the above verse, Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that a pure devotee of the Lord is by nature not inclined to the commitment of any forbidden act. But even if perchance he becomes guilty of any forbidden act, no expiation is necessary for the offense, because bhakti itself subserves the purpose of expiation of the guilt incurred. 64 Text 65, Yathikadas 93 Saved Hiktraya Nifidna se Giad Parakitai Tad Viparyastudofiad Syad Ubhair Efianifikayad I/65 LL Translation. In the 11th canto of the Bhagavatam, Lord Sri Krishna addressing Sri Uddhava says, abiding in one's proper sphere is essence of moral excellence, and deviating from one's appointed sphere is the essence of moral evil. This is how thou shalt distinguish between good and evil. 65 Commentary. According to Sri Jiva Goswami, in the above verse adhikarat or eligibility signifies eligibility for the separate ways of karma, jnana, and bhakti. Remaining in one's proper sphere means adhering to the way to which one is eligible by temperament and conduct. If a devotee, i.e., one wedded to the way of bhakti, practices jnana or karma yoga, he becomes guilty of deviating from his true path. Lord Sri Krishna addressing Sri Uddhava says, one whose mind is absorbed in me and who is inspired by the desire of my service ge bhakti, does not in most cases accept karma or jnana or renunciation as a means to the attainment of the highest good. 94. As long as one does not attain an attitude of complete indifference to the performance of the duties of life, and as long as one lacks real faith in the value of hearing about myself, and also has no bhakti in me generated in oneself, so long must one perform the unconditional duties laid down in the Vedas or the sacred books. Such persons who are suited to the ways of karma and jnana and lack real faith in the way of bhakti may be attracted to the path of bhakti because of association with my true devotees. 95. Sri Jiva further states that even then, because such persons lack real faith and become indifferent to the practice of bhakti and as a consequence find success in the way of bhakti delayed, their indifference amounts to a positive lapse. The contrary of eligibility is not adhering to one's proper share and abiding in a share other than one's own. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami points out that in order to clarify the previous statement that it is the esoteric significance of the Vaisnava scriptures that if perchance a true devotee commits lapses in the performance of the positive duties and commits any act of moral evils, he need not undergo any expiation, Sri Rupa Goswami cites 7 references from the various scriptures. Sri Mukundadasa further explains that those who are indifferent to the miseries of this world, being too much addicted to earthly pleasures and sense enjoyments, should follow the way of karma. Those who are detached from worldly pleasures and renounce all fruits of earthly values should follow the path of jnana, but those who are fortunate to have real faith in listening to the events and glories of the life of the Supreme Lord follow the path of bhakti. In this order, a karman, a jnanan and a bhakta should follow the directions of the scriptures as prescribed for these paths according to their individual temperament. Should a karman or a jnanan violate the prescribed line of life as directed by the scriptures, he will have to suffer the consequences thereof. But a devotee has not to atone for any accidental lapse, because a devotee is normally averse to such violence of scriptural injunctions. But should he perchance commit such an offense, the very nature of his bhakti for the Lord will make him take to the right path of pure bhakti. It is also possible for those who tread the paths of karma and jnana that they turn to bhakti if they keep company of genuine saints and listen from them to the glories of the Lord. In such a case such karmans and jnanans also need not expiate for their lapses. But if they do not take to the way of bhakti, and if they commit offenses by violating the injunctions of the scriptures as are prescribed for them, they will have to suffer the consequences and undergo atonement. 65 Text 66, Pradham 96 Tyakivas Vadharmam Karan Bhujam Harar Bajan Napako Tha Patet Tato Yadi Yatra Kva Vabhadram Abhudamujya Hintko Vyatha Apt Bajatam Svadermaya 66 Translation, Sri Narada addressing Sri Vyasadeva says, when has any evil fallen on one who has taken shelter in the practice of devotion to the Lord's lotus feet, even though he might have renounced his own svadharma and might also have lapsed from the way of bhakti before attaining ripeness in the practice of bhakti? And, when again has any benefit accrued to one who has stayed in his own sphere of svadharma and has not taken to the practice of devotion to the Lord? 66 Commentary, svadharma here means the relative duties, according to the injunctions of the scriptures, in one's station of life as a brahmachari or a householder or a vanaprastha or a yatai, i.e. monk, or as a brahmana or a kshatriya or a vaishya or a sudra or an antyaja. Svadharma also refers here to one's following the path of Vedic karma, or the path of Jnana, i.e. knowledge absolute, or the path of yoga and renunciation. It also means the innate and normal function of the pure finite self or jivatma, which is the path of bhakti. The last conception of svadharma as bhakti is the eternal function of the atma, while other conception of svadharma in karma, jnana, and yoga relate to the physical body and mental quantum. Commenting on the above sloka of the Bhagavatam, cited by Sri Rupa Goswami, commentator Sri Jiva Goswami points out that one who has renounced his own station in life for the practice of bhakti may for some reason or other be reborn in a low stratum of society, but even then, no evil befalls such a person for the simple reason that even as low-born he does not lose the disposition for the service of the Supreme Lord, i.e. spiritual practices, which remains as an innate possession because of his practice of bhakti in the previous birth. Sri Mukunda Dasa Goswami says in his comment on the above sloka that those whose proper sphere is the way of karma, karma as a path always means Vedic karma or rites. It must not be confused with ordinary physical activities, or those whose sphere is that of mana, knowledge, and vairagya, renunciation, may sometime in some cases take to the way of bhakti renouncing their own sphere of karma, mana, or vairagya, but need not apprehend any evil befalling them. And even having decided to take to the path of bhakti, if they fail to carry out their decision for practice of bhakti or die suddenly before the decision is put to practice, no evil or anartha accrues to such persons in consequence of their renunciation of their own relative spheres. This is expressly stated in the Bhagavatam. In fact, before the decision is put to practice one may deviate therefrom either because of association with earth-minded people or because of dying suddenly before attaining ripeness by the practices enjoined in the way of bhakti, i.e. one may somehow be prevented from translating one's firm belief or faith in bhakti into life and even be born as a consequence in a lower rung of the social order. But because of his bhakti, no real evil accrues therefrom. In fact, a true devotee is never reborn in a lower stratum. But granting for argument's sake that it is what happens in some cases, there is no cause for apprehension, as no real evil befalls a true devotee even when he renounces his appointed sphere of life for pursuing the ways of bhakti. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti observes in his comment on the above sloka as follows: Sri Sridhara Swami previously said that kamaya karmas done for the attainment of earthly ends are a source of mischief and evil. Therefore it behooves everyone to take to the chanting of the name of Lord Hari, renouncing all earthly desires. Now he adds that even the unconditional duties, nityanamatika karma as prescribed for the four varnas, as also the duties of station of life, as prescribed by the scriptures for the four ashramas, ought to be given up in favor of the practice of bhakti, because serving Lord Hari is the only advisable force for a true spiritual aspirant. There is absolutely no cause of any apprehension if one attains ripeness in the way of bhakti, renouncing all duties of life in the four varnas and the four ashramas. But even if there is either a lapse from bhakti before the ripeness of bhakti, or if one dies before attaining complete success in his self-chosen path, yet there is no cause of apprehension, for the simple reason that the way of karma has no proper jurisdiction over one who has tasted the sweetness of bhakti rasa. Sri Visvanatha further adds that a devotee of Lord Hari, even when lowborn does not have to apprehend any evil befalling him because he never loses his innate disposition to the service of the Lord. On the contrary, an individual who never deviates from his proper sphere of a relative life but fails to serve the Lord by devotion and bhakti, does not achieve any real and lasting benefit. 66 Text G/ Ikadaso 7 Agia ya evaji ued endophian ma yatafidn api svakan darmdan sant yajaya sarvan ma bajet saca satamau 671 Translation. In the 11th canto of the Bhagavatam, Lord Sri Krishna addressing Sri Uddhava says, "He who has renounced the duties of his own station of life, varna and ashrama, in the belief that they stand in the way of pure bhakti in myself, even knowing that I have advised the practice of such duties as a means to the purification of the mind, is a bhakta or devotee of high order." 67 Commentary. Commenting on the above sloka, Sri Mukundadasa Goswami says that one, who even knowing fully well that performance of the duties of varna and ashrama life cleanses the mind and develops knowledge, and their non-performance hurls one into hell, renounces one's varna and ashrama duties, i.e. svadharma, and dedicates oneself to the service of the Supreme Lord Hari, is a saint of the high order. 67 Text 68, Tatrava 98 Devarfi Buddhaptanadapiti Kiakaro Na Yami Ca Rajan Sarvatmand Ya Ilkari Garaya Gatom Yakanda Paradpyakardam, 1681. Translation. Sage Sri Karabhajana addressing King Nimai says, "O King, one who after renouncing everything else takes complete refuge in Lord Mukunda, Lord Krishna who gives muddy or who gives prema, as the only and supreme object of complete submission and service, such a person never becomes subservient to the gods, Arsis, the created beings, the relatives, or the ancestors, nor does he become indebted to any of them." 68 Commentary. Sri Jiva Goswami says that one who gives up all differences and distinctive services of the different gods, such as Indra, Kandra, etc., and dedicates oneself completely to the protection of the Supreme Lord Hari, for such a person no other duty remains to be observed by him, because all the ties of his previous births as well as of the present birth are cut asunder and his relative duties of varna and ashrama end for him, and he is no more bound by any karma. Sri Mukundadasa however explains Sarvatmana in the text as one surrendering to and taking refuge in the Lord with the firm faith that Lord Sri Krishna alone is the supreme object of all devotional services, that bhakti is the supreme means, and prema is the supreme value of life or suamyam bonum of life. Such an individual, who takes shelter at the feet of Lord Sri Krishna, is not bound by any karma or relative duties. 68 Text 69, 1 Bhagavad Gita Su 99 Sarva Dharman Parityajya Mamakakari Avraja Ahati Vasarva Papya Mokviya Fayami Ma Sukad, 691/Translation. In the Gita Lord Sri Krishna addressing Prince Arjuna says, "You give up all other duties or religions and take absolute refuge in me. I shall free you from all sins, be not worried." Commentary. Sri Jiva Goswami says that Parityajya signifies renunciation of all religions relating to Varna, Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Sudra, and Ashrama, Brahmachari, Grastha, Vanaprastha, and Yatai, and in relation to Vedic rituals and sacrifices and Vedic karma, Jnana, and yoga, and everything else. By Sarvapapya is meant all possible obstacles to the way of bhakti. Sri Mukundadasa however holds that Sarvapapa means all sins committed not only in this present birth but also in all previous births. One who has surrendered oneself unconditionally to the Lord has nothing to lament for. 69 Text 70, Agastya Samahitayamyatha Vidini said how to mutam naivopasarpatantath na sparsito ramapsakam vidiparvakam L70 LL Translation. It is said in the Agastya Samhita that as a self-realized freed person is not bound by the restriction of the regulative and prohibitive rules of the scriptures, so also a devotee of Lord Rama who is regularly and constantly engaged in the Lord's services is not similarly restricted. 70 Commentary. Sri Jiva Goswami explains here the regulative and restrictive rules as those of the Smriti Sastras, and Vidha Purvaka, i.e. with regularity as worship according to the rules arid prescriptions of the Vedas and the Tantras. Sri Visvanatha holds the view that here regulative and restrictive rules mean those of both the Samritas and the Vedas. 70 text/1, Ektas EVA 100 Svapada Malabhajatad Priyasya Tyaktani Abhit Vajya Harad Parikat Vikarma Yakat Padatakathayasid Dinoti Sarvahadi Sunivafidad 11711. Translation: in the 11th canto of the Bhagavatam, sage Sri Karabhajana addressing King Nimai says, O king, if a devotee of the Lord, who has discarded every other desire excepting the desire of serving the lotus feet of the Lord himself alone and being thus engaged perchance violates any injunction of the scriptures, the Supreme Lord Hari by entering the heart of his such a devotee destroys all the miseries that may accrue from such violations. 71 Commentary. Commentator Sri Rupa Goswami says that discarding all other desires here means not to worship any other god as the supreme object of worship excepting the Supreme Lord Sri Hari only. If perchance any vikarma befalls such a devotee whose one-pointed services are directed to Lord Hari alone, and if such violation of or negligence to some directions of the scriptures create any trouble to such a single-minded devotee who is very dear to the Lord himself wipes out such troubles or miseries from the heart of his beloved devotee. Hence, a true devotee of the Lord is not to expiate for any such commitments. 71 Text 72, Hari Bhaktaviltsi Sya Bhaktar Angani Lokse Sakintu Tani Prasadani Nirdishyanti Yathami 72 Translation. Mention has been made in the Harabhaktivilasa about manifold aspects and features of this Vedi sadhana bhakti, but only the more important ones will be stated here as far as possible. 72 Text 73, Atra Angalaksanam Asyati Duyaranika Bedam Kavalam Eva Vaakam Karm Travidvadhirakam Bhakti Angamusayati, LL Translation. Here are the signs of the Angas or forms of Vedi sadhana bhakti. The wise have called every form of the manifold distinctions, as in arcana or worship, or only each of the action, such as submission to Guru, to rise up, etc., as a part of Vedi sadhana bhakti. 73 Text 74, Atha Angani Guru Padsrayas Tasmat Krisnadik Sati Siksanam Visramhanaguran Seva Sadhu Vartanavartanam 741 Translation. The following are the 64 indispensable parts or functions, angas, of sadhana bhakti. 1. Submission to the feet of the Guru, spiritual master. 2. Receiving training from him in spiritual initiation and practices regarding Sri Krishna. 3. Serving the spiritual master with affectionate zeal. 4. Following in the path of saints. 74 Translator's note, in 2. Spiritual practices can be learned from the spiritual master only after one has been initiated into the spiritual life. Initiation should, therefore, precede training in rudimentary practices in sadhana bhakti. One who has been initiated into Krishna Diksha should have training in spiritual practices in the religion of the Bhagavatam. This is the contention here. In 4. Following the path of saints means those methods that have been in vogue amongst saints and are consistent with the injunction of the scriptures. 4 Text 75, Sad Dharma Prichabhagati Tyaga Krishnasya Hitav Nivtsod Drak Da Ca Gangdar Api Sunad Hay 175 II Translation. 5. Inquisitiveness about the esoteric ways of spiritual practices or about the highest religion. 6. Renouncing all pleasures, relatives, wealth, wife, and children and others for the sake of receiving the compassion and grace of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna or sacrificing everything for the sake of Sri Krishna. 7. Living in Dvaraka and other sacred places, sanctified for association with Lord Sri Krishna, and also on the banks of the Ganga. 75 Translator's note, for the sake of Krishna does not mean that all renounced objects, such as wealth, pleasures, wife, and children, etc. should be offered to Lord Sri Krishna for his pleasures, but renunciation here means receiving the grace of the Lord, which alone is the cause of God realization. 75 Text 76, Vyavahirsusarvjayavad Arthanavartayad Haytivid Sarasamdnodatrius Vatthadi Gauravam I76 LL Translation. 8. In all works of daily conduct, excepting only such things which are reasonably necessary. 9. Observing Ekdasi Janmashtami and other sacred days, which are favorable to the Lord, by observing fast. 10. giving importance to myrobalan trees and the holy fig tree. 76 Text 7 / Esamatra dasanganam bhaves pradam harupaya I 771 Translation. These 10 functions or features, angas, of Vaidhi sadhana bhakti are stated here as primary. 77 Text 78, Sangati jo Vijarina Bhagavad Vimakarajana Sijyati Ananubandhadvam Maharam Hadi Anudyama 78 Translation. 11. Shunning from a long distance the company of those who are averse to the Supreme Lord. 12. Avoiding the temptation of giving initiation to too many persons and thus being entangled by disciples. 13. Not being over-enthusiastic about pomp and grandeur. /8 Text /9. Vahugrantha Kalabhyasavakya Veda Vivarjanam I 79 Translation. 14. Abandonment of double dealing or too much of love for arts and crafts, avoiding study of too many books, expositions, and too much of logically fallacious reasoning. 79 Text 80. Vidvahar pi akdrapanium sokati avasavari ita 80 Translation. 15. Giving up bad taste with dealing with others. 16. Not being overwhelmed in distress and other ills of life. 81 Text 81. Anyadevan avahaya abhitanad gadayata sevnamed paradandam udbhavavakayat atll Translation. 17. Avoiding disrespect for other gods. 18. Refraining from harassing and causing worry to any being. 19. Endeavoring with care and alarmes to be free from the offenses of lapses in worshipping of the deities, Arkavigraha, and chanting of the name of the Lord during the rudimentary stage of the practice of sadhana bhakti while still under the fetters of bondage. 81 Text 82. Krishna tad bhaktivid visavinandati asahisnuda vyatirikatayami sarhadasanarasyadanas thith 82 ll Translation. 20. Not tolerating any malice, slander or calumny hurled at Lord Sri Krishna and his devotees. These 10 forms or angas of sadha bhakti are to be followed as indirect spiritual practices. 82 Text 83, Asadastara pravsdrat pi anga vimsate trayam pradhanam ivaktam gurupadastayadikam 83 ll Translation. Though all these 20 features of spiritual practices are doors for entering into the path of sadhana bhakti, yet the first 3, via submission to the spiritual master, Guru, receiving initiation and training from him, and serving him affectionately are the principal parts of Vaidhi sadhana bhakti. 83 Text 84, Dhitir Vaisnavichnanam Haranamd Kasarasia ca Nirmdliatis ca Tasiagar Tandavam Dandavan a 84 L Translation. 21. Putting on the different signs of a Vaisnava, viz. Tulasi garland round the neck, tilaka on the 12 upper limbs, etc. 22. Putting on the letters of the name of Hari on the upper limbs of the body. 23. Accepting flowers, jalasi water and other things offered to the deity of Vinu. 24. Dancing frantically before the Lord in the temple. 25. Prostrating before the deities. 84 Text 85. Abhi Utthanaman of Raja Gatistain Parikrama Arcana Parikarid Ca Gitar Sarnkirtanarnjapa I 85 ll Translation. 26. Standing up or rising from one's seat before the deities in the temple, also before Guru and superior devotees. 27. Following the departing Guru or any superior devotee to some distance as a mark of respect to him. 28. Walking up to the temples of the Lord. 29. Circumambulating his temple. 30. Offering arcana, i.e. worship of the deities, vigraha, of the Lord in the temple. 31. Offering various forms of services, such as cleansing, washing the floors of the temple, dressing and bathing the deities, cooking for the deities, etc. 32. Singing the glories of the Lord in front of the temple. 33. Holding congregational prayers. 34 plus, counting beads while silently, not aloud, chanting the name of the Krishna. 85 Text 86. Vijanapti stavapada ca svedo naivdyapati iodiyapam liti sarabhyam sri murte sparstati kasanam I 6 ll Translation. 35. Submitting one's inner feeling towards the Lord. 36. Reading prayers from the scriptures. 37. Honoring the eatables offered to the deities in the temple. 38. respectfully drinking the sacred water with which the feet of the deities have been washed. 39. Smelling the sweet scent of the flower garlands, incense, etc. offered to the deities. 40. Touching the Sri Murti, the deity. 41. Looking at the Sri Murti. 86 Text 87. Aratrikat Savadi ca Sravanath Tatrapexanam Suartirt Hyanam Tatha Dajiarn Sakyam Atmanavedanam I8/L Translation. 42. Seeing or witnessing the offerings of lights, incense, water in conch shell, etc. to the deities in the temple, celebrating the events of the Lord and his devotees, and seeing the worship in the temple. 43. Listening to the name and glories of the Lord. 44. Looking for the Lord's grace, or observing the grace of the Lord. 45. Remembering the Lord. 46. Meditating upon the beauty qualities events sports of the Lord. 47. Servanthood. 48. Friendship or friendly feeling for the Lord. 49. Absolute self-dedication to the Lord. 8/Text 88. Vijapri yopaharanam tad arthkila sestatam sarveda satan padistadium dikasavanam 88L Translation. 50. Offering things which are dear to oneself. 51. All endeavors for the sake of the delight of Sri Krishna. 52. Self-surrender in every respect. 53. Serving those that are associated with him, such as, 88 Text 89. Tadits tulast stramathird Vaisnavadayayathavabhavast magri sad gosti bhur mahotsav 89LL Translation. Serving the Lord's tulasi. 54. Serving the Sastra, Scripture. 55. Serving Madhura. 56. Serving Vaisnavas, also Yamuna. 57. Observing such celebrations as Dolayatra, the swinging festival of Lord Sri Krishna, in the company of sadhus by collecting the necessary ingredients according to one's ability. 89 Text 90. Uryadaro Visinayatra Janmadinadisa Srada Visadapritis Sri Murdarangri Savan 90 Translation. 58. Observing Niyamasiva, special vows for 1 month with rigid regulations. 59. Special respect for the Advent Day of the Lord by way of observing fast, etc. 60. Liking with special interest for worshipping the feet of the Srimurti, deity, in the temple. 90 Text 91. Srimad Bhavatarthansvde Razakai Saha Sajatide Sai Snigdsdi Asangasvatvate 91 I Translation. 61. Tasting the nectar of the esoteric meaning of the Bhagavatam in the company of Bhava and Prema Bhaktas. 62. Keeping the association of such superior sadhus who are of similar temperament and taste and are affectionate. 91 Text 92. Namasamkirtanam $R1 Mathurd Mandale Stida 192 Translation. 63. Singing the name of the Lord in the company of many devotees, and, 64. Living in Madhuramandala. 92 Text 93. Ang nam pe ikakas yajya parvam vilikatasia ca Nicholas Rice the avid hyaya punarapi atra kurt anant 93 Translation. Though the last 5 were previously mentioned, yet they have been restated here just to establish greater importance. 93 Text 94. Itik hours kania karan anam upasana 94 Translation. Thus are stated the forms at upasana or worship and service by the body, senses, and the whole of the mental quantum. 94 Text 95. Kadasasti Pirthaksdagatikabhidat Kramadana P5 Translation. All these 64 forms show the different distinctive features of Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti, both separately, of submission to Guru, etc., and also collectively, of worship in temple, singing, etc. 95 Text 96. Athars Numatina is Mudaharanam Triate 96 Translation. Now, examples of all these forms of upasana will be cited from the words of the Arsas and saints. 96 Text 97. 1 Tatra Guru Padsrayo 101 Yatha Akadis Tasmat Guru Aprapadiyatajaji Isudkrita Udamam CDBDE Pair Ca Nifid Tab Brahma Upagama Centrayam /971 Translation. 1. Taking shelter at the feet of the preceptor, we have, in the 11th canto of the Bhagavatam Sri Prabhupada addressing Nimai Maharaj says, King. He who desires to know what the highest good is must surrender himself completely to a spiritual preceptor, who has merged himself in Sabda Brahman, i.e. the absolute Godhead as the Logos, and also in Parabrahman, i.e. also the absolute Godhead himself, and is also free from all attraction and aversion. Commentary. Commenting on the above, Sri Visvanatha observes that Sabda Brahmani Nisnada here means one who has mastered all the sacred books on Bhakti and all authentic scriptures, and Parabrahmani Nisnada means one who is completely engaged in chanting the name of the Lord, in singing his praise and glories and other like pastimes of the Lord. 97 Text 98, 2 Aritrasnadik Sati Siksanam Yath Tatrava Tattva Bhagavatam Derman 6th Guruvatmadevaya Amdedu Avaradid Yis Tusid Matmadu Harih 102 1981 Translation. 2. Receiving from the Guru, i.e. spiritual preceptor initiation in Krishna and also special lessons in Krishna Bhakti. As evidence, the following from the Bhagavatam is cited. Sri Prabhupada addressing Nimai Maharaj says, the preceptor, i.e. the spiritual master, should be served with all sincerity in the full consciousness that he is one's very self and to be revered as a Devata or God in person, and so considering one's spiritual master, Guru, one must receive instructions from him as regards the spiritual doctrines of the Bhagavatam. Such instructions from a revered Guru pleases the Lord, who is ever ready to give himself up to the finite individual. 98 Commentary. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti commenting on the above observes that regarding one's Guru as one's very self means as dear as one's self. God in person means Istadevata, i.e. the particular form of the Lord which is one's chosen object of desire. Anavarti here means seva or service of the Lord. Atmapradal means that the Lord offers his own self to his dear bhaktas or devotees, as illustrated in the case of Bala Maharaj, at whom palace gate the Lord condescended to remain forever as the gatekeeper. 98 Translators note, in the Vrataranyaka Upanishadya Janavakaya tells Maitreyi, all values are projections of the intrinsic value, which is the self itself, not because the husband is dear to the wife, not because the wife finds any intrinsic value in the husband qua husband, but because the wife discovers in the husband some intrinsic delight that her own self is. Riches are desired not because they are recognized as possessing any intrinsic worth, but because they reflect some of the joy which one's self is. So all that is desired not for its own sake but because it is believed to possess intrinsic delight of the self. 98 Text 99, 3 Visramhanaguru Sevayath Tatraval 03 Akdraya Mavihaniam Navamenyeta Karisid Hamartyabhuthidsti Yeta Sarvadeva Mayo Gurud 1991. Translation. 3. Service of the Guru with real zest and delight. In evidence of the above, the following from the Bhagavatam is cited, where the Lord addressing Sri Uddhava says, knowest thou the Acharya or Guru as myself, never thinkest thou of him as any other, as a common mortal. Never must thou show disrespect to him. Never must thou find fault with him in the mistaken belief that he is a common human being, for the Guru is the embodiment of all the gods in himself. 99. Commentary. Sri Visvanatha here observes that the passage knowest thou thy Guru as myself means that Guru is one who is dear to me. In Manasiksa in Stavavala it is said that Guru is to be thought of as priest in most dear to Lord Mukunda, Krishna, himself. 99 Text 100, 4 Sadhu Vartmanavartanam Yathaskanda sa Myriasriasti Adhidapantha Santapavarjata and Tastamam Plurvayena Santa Pratasthir 100 Translation. Treading in the path of sadhus or saints in the Skanda Puranam, it is said that the best way to tread is the path that has been followed without effort by previous sages and following which they attain the Lord himself. That is the path that is free from all kinds of ills of life and is the source of real fruition of the finite self, the Atma. 100 Text 101, Brahma Yamali Ca Sruti Samriti Purdandati Paitkaritra Vindikantikt Haver Bhakti Utpatiyavakalpate 1102 Translation. It is said in the Brahmayamala that overzealous concern and practice of bhakti in disregard of the prescriptions of injunctions of the Sruti, Samriti, Puranas, Pankaritra, etc. become a source of all sorts of troubles. 101 Commentary. Sri Jiva Goswami observes that the path of the sages above stated is recognized in all the Srutis, Samritis, Puranas, Pankaritras, etc., which lay down definite codes for the following of the path. Non-observance of the prescribed course is a source of offense. Here reference to the injunctions of the Sruti, Smriti, Pancharatras, and etc. mean prescription relative to each individual Vaisnava's proper sphere according to his eligibility or adhikara. Hence, each Vaisnava will have to select for practice such portions of the prescriptions as apply to his individual case, because in the Bhagavatam Lord Krishna addressing Uddhava says, remaining in one's proper sphere is a virtue, and the opposite is the source of evil. Thus, virtues and their opposites have to be construed in the above manner. When non-observance of the prescribed course is spoken of, what is meant is their repudiation in a skeptical attitude and not non-observance out of indolence or ignorance. In the Bhagavatam Kavi Yojendra addressing King Nimai says, Ch King. One who takes recourse to this spiritual doctrine of the Bhagavatam has never to meet with any obstacles in his path, and even if he runs with closed eyes, i.e., if he pursues the path of bhakti in ignorance of the successive stages described and pursues a later stage before having gone through the earlier one, he does not go astray as in the way of karma, where non-observance of the details in their proper order is a source of sin and consequent sufferings. 101, Text 102, Bhaktir ikantiki vayam aviktrat pratyate vastu tastutat na eva yata sasti t yat x yate 102. Translation, for want of proper assessment, such bhakti only appears to be overzealous, but truly speaking, there is no bhakti and consequently there is no overzealousness in it, because all this is found to be antagonistic to all scriptural prescriptions. 102 Commentary, commenting on the above sloka, Sri Rupa Goswami raises a question: how can there be overzealousness in bhakti in disregard of the prescriptions of the Sruti, Smriti, Puranas and other sastras? And if there be overzealous concern and practice of bhakti, how does it become a source of all sorts of troubles? In reply to the questions raised by him, Sri Jiva himself offers the solution. The followers of Buddha and Dattatreya are zealously devoted to them, and one who does not enter into the merit of such atheistic devotion of the followers of Buddha and Dattatreya will mistake such zeal on the part of such atheists to be devotional overzealousness. But Buddha and Dattatreya did not follow the prescriptions of the scriptures, and they were anti-Vedic and anti-theism. They had only shown disrespect to scriptural prescriptions, and therefore the ardent concern and practice of the teaching of the Buddha and Dattatreya cannot be said to be bhakti at all. On the other hand, they are antagonistic to bhakti and antagonistic to all scriptural prescription. Overzealous following of such apparent devotion of the followers of Buddhism leads to atheism and hence worst form of evils. The aphorisms of the Vedanta Sutra have established the scriptures, such as the Vedas, as the source of true knowledge about the absolute Godhead. Therefore, how can it be bhakti at all if one should ignore or go against the directions of the Supreme Lord, who is the original cause of all divine descents, avatars, and whom has said in the Vedas and the Vedanas that one should tread in the path that has been followed without effort by previous sages, and following which they attain the Lord himself? And how can there be any real zeal in such non-bhakti? The Vedas that had recognized Buddha as a partial avatara of Vinu, the same Vedas had also said Buddha was manifest in this world to establish atheism and preach atheism in order to dupe the demons. In the Vinudharma Sastra, Buddha has been described as an avasa avatara only, i.e. an advanced soul in whom the all-powerful Lord has infused certain extraordinary powers with a specific objective. Hence, the teachings of Buddha cannot be accepted to be bhakti, and therefore the overzealous concern of his followers, which appears like bhakti, causes a source of ultimate troubles, ending in atheism. Sri Mukunda Dasa Goswami observes that bhakti, which is not in accord with prescriptions of the scriptures, can neither be Vedi or Raganuga even though it is zealously practiced. It rather leads one to troubles and to wrong paths, as it is a mental concoction and disrespectful to the path of sages. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that the atheistic devotion of the followers of the Buddha for the Buddha apparently looks like bhakti, which it is not, and it is the overzealous concern and practice of the followers of the Buddha that has become a source of troubles in the some manner. The apparent bhakti of the modern sects like the Sahajias, Bal Sakibhekis, etc., for Sri Krishna, appears to be zealous to the non-critical minds, because, in these cases, there is disrespect for the scriptures, and there can be no true bhakti in such cases. 102 Text 103, 5 Sad Dharma Perchayatha Nadadiyadrat Eva Sarvartha Siddhyati Astmabhipsita Sad Dharmas Yavabadhaya Yesam Nirvand Hint Math L03 Translation, 5, Query about True Religion. It is said in the Narada Pancaratra that one, whose mental inclination is very earnest to know all about the highest religion or eternal religion, soon attains all his desired ends. 103 Text 104, 6 Krishnarth Bhagdati Tyagoyatha Padmaharam Adishya Bhagani Kale Tyaktavat Astavavinulokastita Sampadalola Sa Pradiksate 104L Translation, Sacrifice of everything for the sake of Krishna. It is said in the Padma Puranam, Thou hast sacrificed everything, all objects of pleasures, time after time, for the sake of Lord Sri Krishna. Therefore all the steady wealth of Vaikunta, Lakshmi who is unsteady in this earth, but permanent and progressive in the realm of the Lord, awaits thee, i.e. you are eligible to be received by Lakshmi herself in Vaikunta. 104 Text 105. Dvarakadi Nivasoyatha Skanda Sampvatsaram Vd Sanmsan Masam Mazdrestam EvaVad Vavakavazana Sarvnara Naryas Kaderbhuja L05 Translation, 7, Living in Dvaraka and other sacred places. It is said in the Skanda Puranam that a man or Brahman who lives in Dvaraka and other sacred places associated with the Lord for 1 year or 6 months or 1 month or even for 15 days, becomes a four-armed denizen, of Vaikunta. 105 Text 106, Adi Padina Purazatama Vdscayatha Brahmaho Kastrasia Matmyam Samantadasa Yojanam Devasthayatra Pasayanti Sarvniva Kaderbhujan L06L Translation, by the word Adi, it also includes living in Purazatama Kastra, Puri, so it is said in Brahma Puranam. What glories are of Jagannatha Kastra, Puri, the place of Lord Jagannatha the Lord of the universe. Here within a radius of 80 miles all the gods who live here look upon every being within this area as four-armed denizens of Vaikunta. 106 Text 107, Gangadivasoyatha Pradham 104 Yd Vilazakratulace Vimigra Kafidagraya Evabhiad Hikam Bunatra Punati Sekan Ubhayatra Lokdn Kastan Na Sevata Marify Yamiak 11107. Translation, to live on the banks of the Ganga etc. In the first canto of the Bhagavatam Sri Sutta Goswami addressing sage Saunaka and others says, Who is there facing imminent death who will not serve the gauge that sanctifies all in this world and all including Siva in the other world with the most sacred water that flows from her with the pollens of the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna mixed with the mind-melting and beautiful Tulasi. 107 Text 108, 8. Yabd Arthanavartidayatha Naraditya Advatsyatsavamervdas Vikariat Tidvad Arthavitiyad Haikyun Unita Ya Iasayavate Paramarthaya 108 Translation, 8. Acceptance of reasonably necessary things. It is said in Narada Pancaratra that one who is a true economist or one who understands what are one's real needs should accept in one's daily conduct only such things which are reasonably necessary, for one falls down from that spiritual life if one should accept either more or less than the actual needs for one's maintenance. 108 Commentary, commenting on the above sloka Sri Jiva Goswami says that needs for one's maintenance means needs for one's spiritual life in the way of bhakti. Sri Mukunda Dasa explains it in the sense of physical needs which are essential for one's existence in the path of bhakti. Needs which are essential to bhakti should come, holds Sri Mukunda Dasa, under the 51st sadhana anga of all activities for the sake or delight of Sri Krishna. 108 Text 109, 9 Havivasata Samanoyatha Brahmavavart Sarva Paprasamanam Punyam Dyantikam Tatha Govindasmaranam Vimamakadasi Amupasanam 11091 Translation, 9. Observance of Ekadasi fast. It is stated in the Brahmavavarta Puranam that observance of fast on the Ekadasi day, the 11th day of a lunar fortnight dark or bright, by men destroys all their sins, offers limitless piety and virtues and makes them remember Lord Govinda. 109 Text 110, 10 Darius Vatthadi Gauravamyatha Skanda Asvatthatulast Detrite Gobhimas Uravis Navapupia Pranatad Hided Kasapayani Nrndmagam 110 Translation, 10, respect myrobalan trees and fig trees. It is mentioned in the Skanda Puranam that sins of men are washed away by the holy people, fig, tree, tulasi, holy basil, the myrobalan tree, the cow, the Brahman, and Vaisnavas if they be worshipped, bowed and meditated upon. 110 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami says that the peepal tree is a symbol of one of the glories of the Lord, and hence it should be respected and worshipped. The Lord himself manifests in this world for the benefit of cows and the Brahmanas, and therefore they should be served and revered. The Vaisnavas and the Tulasi have been bracketed with the peepal tree, the myrobalan tree, the cow, and the Brahmana in order to establish the fact that the latter should be revered in the same way as the Vaisnavas and the Tulasi are respected. Of these again, the worshipping of the cows is of particular importance for those who are devoted to Lord Gopala, child Krishna, because it is congenial to their attainment of the highest desired end. It is said in the Gautamiya Tantra that one should gently scratch the body of the cow, offer her a mouthful of green grass as is taken by a cow at one time, and reverentially circumambulate a cow with the right side kept towards her, for if the cows are kept in nice and comfortable conditions, Lord Gopala is pleased for that. 110 Text 111, Atha Srt Krishna Vimakajana Savat Yagoyatha Katyayana Samitayam Varam Hudyava Hajvalapajaranyar Vyavasthita Na Sodi Sant Vimakajana Sant Vasavize Sam 11:1 Translation, then, 11, shunning of the association of those who are averse to Sri Krishna, it is stated in the Katyayana Samhita, that it is better to live even in an inflammable cage, but one must not invite ruin by living in the company of one who is averse to the thoughts about Lord Sri Krishna. 111 Text 112, Vinurahasyi ca daling anam varam menyividlavijra jalali sam na sangasalya yukyandam and devaka 7 11:21 Translation, if is mentioned in the Vinurahasya that it is rather welcome to embrace a serpent or a tiger or a ferocious aquatic animal, but it is never desirable to live in the association of those who are engaged in the service of minor gods with the object of serving them with ulterior earthly motives. 112 Text 113, 12, 13-14 Sajyananuband Hitvadi Trayamyatha Saptam 105 Hasafidananubadnata Granth Na Evabe Yast Bayan Na Vakyamya Pafajita Endram Drab Hetk Vasid 111,131 Translation, 12,13 and 14, renouncing all desire for recruiting disciples, etc. The 3, in the Bhagavatam Narada addressing King Yudhisthira says, a renunciate must not, out of greed, make many disciples, nor should a renunciate study numerous works which have nothing to do with God, nor should he earn his living by expounding the sacred books, and lastly he must not engage himself in any work likely to turn him away from the divine values. 113 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami observes that the injunction as regards not making many disciples is applicable only to those satans who have adopted the way of living in seclusion, but does not apply to such sadhus as have chosen missionary work for the spread of the message of Bhakti. In proof of this, Sri Jiva points out that Sri Narada and other sages had many disciples. If anybody is to desist from making disciples, the sampradaya or the sect and a particular school of approach to God realization will become extinct. Besides, refraining from making disciples will land one into the guilt of being miserly in bequeathing one's knowledge to others. All that is said in this injunction is that one must desist from taking numerous disciples if one is not sufficiently qualified, and also if the disciples are not qualified to be eligible for initiation. Sri Mukunda Dasa Goswami points out that making a large number of disciples generates extraneous desires for gain, labite, honor, puja, and establishment of one's reputation, pradistha, and these bring on relaxation on one's practice of bhakti. By forbidding the study of secular literature, pure secular aesthetics is also forbidden, and by prohibiting of earning one's living by exposition of the sacred books, entering into controversial discussions with others is also prohibited. 113 Text 114, 15, Vyavahar Pi Karpanyam Yatha Padmi Alab Va Venust Va Buxia Kadana Sadhain Aviklava Batvaharam Eva Dias Merit 1141 Translation, 15, avoidance of ungenerous behavior, In the Padma Purana it is said that when one fails to get the necessaries of life, or even with the destruction of one's necessaries, one's proper course is to meditate always inwardly on Lord Hari only with unperturbed mind without intermission. 114 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that this rule applies to the way of inward meditation, i.e. advanced devotees who are engaged in the contemplation of the eternal pastimes of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna with his eternal associates, le. In the stage of Raganuga Bhakti in subordination to the Ragatmika associates of the Lord, and not on that of outward practices of Vaidhi Bhakti. Sri Jiva further adds, what is stressed here in the above anga is that one must be satisfied with whatever one receives for the due performance of his rights, and must not show any ungenerous anger or loss of temper when one gets less than one's expectation. That is, one must not demean oneself by a show of make-believe self-abasement by asking for more when one has received something already. Translator's note, the relevance of this sloka from Padma Puranam on the above anga or aspect of Vidhi Sadhana Bhakti will appear when one sees people losing the sweetness of their temper at not being able to make two end meet so as to keep the body and soul together. A distinction is made between Smarana Marga and Arcana Marga. In the Smarana Marga, constant meditation on and remembrance of the eternal and transcendental pastimes of Sri Krishna with his own associates in the aprakrita or supramundane realm in the stage of Raganuga Bhakti, one is actuated by a spontaneous outflow of the heart towards the immaterial values relating to the Lord, while in Arcana Marga or Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti, however, one is concerned with the prakrita world through which by long practice he reaches the Smarana Marga or the way of inward realization. 114 Text 115, 16 Sokati Avasavartadayatha Tatrava Sokamar Sadabhir Bavar Akrantar Nyajya Manasam Kathari Tatra Mukunda Sias Furati Samhavana Bhaves I115 LLL Translation, 16, not being overpowered by bereavement and sorrow etc. In the Padma Puranam it has been said, how can Lord Sri Krishna, who is ever joyful and ever smiling, a pearl white kunda flower, appear in the heart of a person, which is governed by emotions of bereavement, sorrow, anger, etc. 115 Note, conquering the passions is also considered to be essential for mutti and other forms of realization. But here the conquest of the passions and other emotions is laid down as a condition precedent to conducing to the pleasure of Lord Sri Krishna, who is delight in kamate. 115 Text 116, L. Anyadev Najsayatha Tatrava Hatai Eva Sadavid Hyasarvadavesvarsvara Itar Brahmarudayadya Navasya Katakana 116 LL Translation, 17, disrespect to other gods. In the Padma Puranam again it is said, thou shalt worship forever Lord Hari, who is the overlord of all other gods, but thou shalt not show any contempt for Brahma, Rudra and such other gods. 116 Text L1/18 Bhutnud Vidayatayatha Mahabharat Pativa Putram Paranonad Jayatai to Janam Visudhajya Hrist Kisataram Tajya Prastdatai 117 Translation, 18, must not cause harassment to other creatures. In the Mahabharata it is stated, just as the affectionate father never gives any cause for fear and pain in his dealings with his children, so also Lord our Siksa, Lord of all the senses, is very quickly pleased with those pure-minded people who are compassionate to all creatures and avoids being a source of any pain and harassment, fear and anxieties to them. 117 Text 118, 19, 7 Amaparadhanam Varjanam Yatha Varahimam Drakand Paradhaya Kirtianti Vasudmaya Vaisnavana Sada Te2 Varjantya Prayatnata 118 Translation, 19, avoidance of all offenses in regard to seva or service and nama or chanting of the name of the Lord. In Varaha Puranam Sri Varahadeva, Lord Vinu's manifestation as Bor, addressing goddess Earth says, O Earth, all those offenses about my service, in arcana or worship in a temple of Lord Vinu, that have been described by me must always be eschewed by all true Vaisnavas with particular care. 118 Commentary, commenting on the above sloka, Sri Jiva Goswami cites various offenses of service or arcane in accordance with the teachings of the Agamas. They are as follows: 1. Visiting the Lord's temple either in a carriage or with sandals on. 2. Not observing the great festivals of Lord Vinu. 3. Not prostrating oneself before the deity of Vinu in a temple. 4. Whipping the Lord and praying before the deity without washing hands and feet, eating or with an unclean body. 5. Doing obeisances to the Lord with one single hand only. 6. Loitering about before the figure of the Lord. 7. Sitting before the deity of Vishnu in the temple with stretched legs. 8. Sitting with one's hands binding one's raised knees in front of the deity in the temple. 9. Lying down before the Lord's figure. 10. Taking one's meal before the deity of Vishnu. 11. Mendacity or telling lies before the Lord. 12. Speaking aloud before the Lord's figure. 13. Gossiping or talking to one another before the Lord. 14. Shedding tears on account of earthly matters before the Lord. 15. Quarreling with others in the presence of the Lord's figure. 16. Showing favor, or 17. Disfavor, or 18. Using harsh words before the deity of Lord Vishnu. 19. Appearing before the temple covering one's body with a coarse rug. 20. Praising, or 21. Blaming other people before the Lord. 22. Using obscene language before the Lord. 23. Passing wind before the Lord. 24. Even when capable not to worship the Lord according to one's capacity. 25. Eating without offering one's food to the Lord. 26. Not offering the season fruits to the Lord before using them oneself. 27. To make offerings to the deities of the Lord out of the remainder after one's consumption. 28. To sit with one's back to the figure of the Lord. 29. Showing respects to or saluting anybody in the presence of the Lord's figure in the temple. 30. Keeping mum before one's spiritual preceptor. 31. Self-glorification. 32. Disparagement of other deities. These 32 offenses have been stated in the Agamas. The various offenses in the worship of the deity that have been mentioned in the Varaha Purana may be briefly stated here. 33. To live on kings, governments, support. 34. To touch the body of the deity in a dark temple. 35. To approach the deity and temple in violation of scriptural directions. 36. To open the door of the temple of the Lord without music or malting any sound. 37. Offering of food to the Lord which has been seen by a dog. 38. To break one's silence during the time of worship in the temple. 39. To go out for easing oneself while engaged in the worship of the Lord in the temple. 40. Offering of incense before one has offered scented flower garlands to the Lord. 41. To worship with forbidden flour. 42. To worship the Lord without cleansing the teeth. 43. Worshipping of the deity after sexual intercourse. 44. To worship the deity in the temple after touching a woman in menses or a dead body. 45. Worshipping of the Lord with blue or red or unwashed or others dirty clothes on. 46. Worshipping of Lord Hari after seeing a dead body or passing wind, on in anger or after visiting a cremation ground. 48. To worship the Lord in a state of indigestion. 49. To worship the deity of Lord Vishnu in the temple after smoking hemp or hashish. Cares. 50. To touch the figure of the Lord after smearing oil over the body. Committing such offenses in the worship or arcana in Vedi sadhana bhakti becomes source of sins. 51. To attempt practices of worship in Vedi bhakti ignoring the prescriptions of the scriptures is an offense. 52. Introducing sastra other than authentic sacred scriptures for worship of Lord Vishnu. 53. To chew betel leaves in front of the figure of the Lord. 54. To worship the figure of the Lord with flowers of castor oil plants. 55. To worship at forbidden times. 56. To sit on a wooden seat or in bare floor at the time of worship. 57. To touch the figure of the Lord with the left hand at the time of bathing him. 58. To worship with stale flowers or flowers which have already been asked for by other. 59. To spit at the time of worship. 60. To gloat over one's act of worship of the Lord. 61. To put on upward Vaisnava mark curved on the forehead. 62. To enter into the temple without washing one's feet. 63. Offering of food cooked by a non-Vaisnava. 64. To worship the figure of the Lord in the presence of non-Vaisnavas. 65. to worship Lord Vishnu without worshipping Sri Gainsa first. 66. To bathe the figure of the Lord with water which has been touched by fingernails. 67. To worship when the body is suffused with perspiration. 68. To cross the offerings to the Lord. 69. To vow in the name of the Lord. Similar and so many other forms of offences in arcana have been mentioned in the scriptures. 118 Sanskrita text 119 to 120. Padmi ca sarvaparadhakrad api musayad hatai samsraya harar api apardanyakuriya dvipada pamsuya 1291 Namaz raya kadsitsyat taradi eva sa and mayanan mohai sarvasavado hi aparadhat patati adhan 120 Translation. It is said in the Padma Puranam that even if one has committed all these offences in the worship of the Arkavigraha, Lord's deity or figure, in the temple, one is free from all effects of such offences if one should take absolute refuge in Lord Hari. But should a two-legged animal commit offences at the feet at Lord Hari, he can certainly save himself even from such a serious default by taking to the chanting of the name of the Lord. But one must definitely fall from one's spiritual life should one commit offences to Lord Hari's name, who is the best friend of all. 119-120 Commentary. All the three commentators viz. Sri Jiva Goswami, Sri Mukunda Dasa Goswami and Sri Visvanatha have cited from Padma Puranam the 10 offences to the name of the Lord Hari, Krishna, as follows: to speak ill of sadhus or to calumniate them. Note: one should differentiate between a genuine sadhu, see introduction under heading Sadhu Sangha, and a pseudo-sadhu. To show respect to a false person in the grab of a sadhu as equal to a genuine sadhu or saint, and to disrespect a genuine saint mistaking him to be a sham one will be equally an offense to the name of the Supreme Lord, because a sadhu or devotee is dear to the Lord, and the Lord is displeased with one who calumniates his true devotee while honoring one who brings disgrace to himself and the Lord by pretending to be a sadhu. 2. To meditate in the presence of the Supreme Lord Vishnu on the name, form, qualities, etc. of Sri Siva the independent Lord is an offense to the name of Lord Hari. Note: in the Brahma Samhita it has been said that Lord Rudra, Siva, is neither different from nor independent of Lord Vishnu. As milk is turned into curd when it contacts sour, so also Lord Vishnu becomes Rudra, Siva, when he contacts his own external patience Mahamaya, Vahiranga Sakti. Lord Vishnu remains as such when he associates himself with his internal potency, Svarupa Sakti, as Yogamaya, but he is Rudra or Siva when he is inclined to embrace his external potency Mahamaya. So Lord Vishnu and Lord Siva are one, though Siva is not independent of Vishnu. From milk one can have curd, but curd cannot be re-exchanged into milk. So also Siva, Rudra, is the changed aspect of Lord Vishnu. Hence to meditate on Sri Siva as the independent Lord in the presence of Lord Vishnu is an offense to the name of the Lord. 3. Disregard to the spiritual preceptor is an offense to the name of the Godhead. Note: one can receive the transcendental name, as distinct from a mundane word, from the spiritual master only. Hence to be disrespectful to one's guru is naturally an offense to the name of the Lord. Here again, one has to be very cautious about who is a genuine and qualified guru in one's spiritual life and who is not. In the 7th canto of the Bhagavatam, Prince Prahlada has differentiated between a preceptor of the mundane values of life and a spiritual preceptor, guru, whom helps one out of the dirt and filth of this phenomenal world and its blandishments and raises the disciple to a higher level of a spiritual awakening for the attainment of the absolute value of human birth in self-realization and God-realization. Sanda and Amarka were the family teachers of Prince Prahlada. He was placed under them by his mighty father King Hiranyakasipu, one given to wealth and lust, to be taught in the science and philosophy. Prince Prahlada learnt them as a crown prince, because desired by his father, but he did not admire such learning because it led one only to transitory objects. Such preceptors did not know, says Prahlada, that Lord Vishnu is the only and highest object of one's supreme selfishness, and not earthly values. So one who fails to lead his disciple out of earthly desires to spiritual aspirations and true realization cannot be accepted as a guru or spiritual master. Such worldly wise and clever but otherwise spiritually ignorant preceptor has been described by Prahlada as a guru vrava or a fake guru. If one, knowingly or unknowingly, accepts such a person as his spiritual preceptor, such a person will certainly be hurled in the ditch of earthliness, just as the blind led by the blind, will fall in the pit along with his blind guide. So, not only to be disrespectful to a genuine spiritual master is an offense to the Lord's name, but to show respect to a false and pretending so-called guru is equally an offense. Plus, to condemn the scriptures is an offense for the name of the Supreme Lord, because the scriptures have established that the name the Lord and the Lord himself are one and identical. Hence to disbelieve the scriptures is to disbelieve the Lord himself. 5. To think that all the glories of the name of God that have been mentioned in the scriptures are merely exaggerated eulogies only is an offense to the Lord's name, because no praise can be sufficient to glorify the supreme efficacy of the name of God, as no praise can be sufficient enough to express the glories of the Godhead, both being one and identical. 6. To give any indirect and forced meaning to the name of the Lord is an offense. For example, when the scriptures use the Lord's name as Hari, to explain it away in that context that the word Hari means lion lotus, is an offense. 7. To commit sins on the strength of the name of the Lord. Note, it is true that all sins are washed away if one should take to the chanting of the name of God. But because of this power of the chanting of the name of God, if one purposely commits sins or continues to commit sins in the belief that after one had committed sins if one should chant the name of the Lord, all his sins would be washed away, one is guilty of offense to the name. In fact, this is a sheer misuse of the chanting of the name of God. One should chant the name of gold for self-realization and God-realization with the sole object of serving the Lord for his delight. One who is thus engaged in the chanting of Lord's name has one's no doubt pardoned. But to misuse the Lord's name for committing sins is an offense. Cf. Don't take Lord's name in vain. 8. To consider chanting of Lord's name as an equivalent or an alternative to so many other kinds of good deeds is an offense. No work, however noble, can equal the supreme efficacy of the chanting of the name of God. 9. To advise a disbeliever on the name of Lord Hari or to initiate disbeliever in the name of Lord Hari is an offense. 10. To have no taste for the chanting of the name of the Lord even after listening for all the super excellence of the name is an offense. 119-120 Text 121, 2010 980 Saisnatyatha SRT Aim 10690 Bhagavatat Kravads Tat Parasia Genasia Va Tato and Padi Yan So Pi Yati Adhad Sakrai Taki Udad 11211 Translation, Unbearability of Ill talks about the Godhead. In the Bhagavatam Sri Sukadeva Goswami addressing King Parksita says, one who does not immediately leave the place where one has to hear ill talks against the Lord and his devotees, must fall from spiritual life, losing all the fruits of his previous good deeds in his spiritual practices. 121 Text 122, 21 Atha Vaisnava Sinadridiyatha Padmi, Yerkanthalagnatalastnalanaksamalaya Umula Sankakakrayavi Laltafayaklasad Hapundra Ste Vaisnab Bhavanam Dsu Pavitrayanti 122 Translation, to put on all the outward signs of a Vaisnava. It is said in the Padma Puranam that those who have the tulasi garland or the garland of the seeds of lotuses tightly round their neck, those who put on the signs of the Wheelconch mace lotus of Lord Vinu on their both arms, and those whose foreheads are adorned with the upward tilaka painted with sandal paste, such Vaisnavas soon sanctify the whole universe. 122 Text 123, 22 End Maksaradnidyath Skanda, Hari and Maksara Udambal Gopat Mridankidam Tulast Mahikaraskam Sprizi Urana Yamad by 123 Translation, 22, to stamp the body with the letters of the name of the Lord. It is said in the Skanda Puranam that one who stamps his body and forehead with the letters of the name of Lord Hari and put on tilaka with Gopi Kandana, Vaisnava marks on the forehead and 12 upper limbs of the body painted with a yellowish white earth taken from the Gopi tank at Dvaraka, where the rumor goes, the gopis or the damsels of Braja drowned themselves after Lord Krishna left this world, and one who has put on tulasi garland on one's breast such a one the terrible servants of Yama, the god of death, can never even touch, They become immortal. 123 Commentary, Sri Mukunda Dasa Goswami says that like the Tulasi garlands, the scriptures have also prescribed the garlands of embolic myrobalan. It is stated in the Skanda Puranam that one who does not hold Tulasi garland or garland made of detri fruit seeds cannot be called a Vaisnava even if he be engaged in the worships of Lord Vinu. A Vaisnava should never give up a Tulasi garland, especially detri garland, which is the destroyer of sins even of the most heinous kind and giver of the earthly values of Dharma Artha Kama. 123 Translators note, Sri Jiva Goswami has mentioned that he saw the author of Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu Sri Rupa Goswami himself always had the detri garland round his neck. But the use of the detri garland is no more in use amongst the followers of the Gaudiya school of Sri Caitanya. But it is used by some only at the time of arcana or worship together with 4 other garlands. So it is very difficult to agree with Sri Mukunda Dasa that one who does not constantly wear the detri garland cannot be called a Vaisnava. The followers of the Ramanuja Vaisnavism even do not wear the Tulasi garland constantly, they wear it only at the time of worship. But the followers of Sri Caitanya, Vallabha, Ramananda, and Madhva as well as Nimbarka, particularly those, who are sadhus amongst them, wear the Tulasi garland constantly. The Caitanyites and the Ramanandis put the Tulasi garland tightly round their neck, while the Vallabhites and the Madhvates wear the Tulasi garland down to the breast. 123 Text 124, Padmi Ca. Krishna Mamsarit Gatram Anka Yuk Kandanadina Sa Lokapadvano Bhutvatasya Lokamavapayat 1124 Translation. It is mentioned in the Padma Puranam that one who decorates his body with the letters of the name of Lord Krishna with sandal paste etc. soon becomes sanctified of the universe and enters into the realm of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. 124 Text 125, 23 Ramadlyadinadiyatha Akadas 107 Tivayapabhutas Ragdandhavaso Jankarakarsa Uknhinda Bhojan Das Stava Meda Jayamahi Hi2Sil Translation, 23, Acceptance of Nirmalya, flower garlands, tulasi with sandal paste, etc. offered to the Sri Vigraha, i.e. deity or figure, of Lord Vinu or Lord Krishna. Sri Uddhava addressing Lord Sri Krishna says, O Lord, we are thy eternal servants, living on the remains of thy food, we shall certainly be able to conquer thy Maya by anointing ourselves with the scent, sandal, garlands, clothes and ornaments that have already been enjoyed by thee. 125 Commentary, in support of the above sloka of the Bhagavatam, Sri Jiva Goswami quotes 2 other verses from the Bhagavatam, Canto X1, Chapter 6, Slokas plus 7 and 48, where Sri Uddhava says, Lord, it is true that the self-controlled, meditative, naked, penance-enduring, continent and pure-minded monks attain Brahmadhamma, but we who are engaged in karma and wander in the various worlds shall be able to surmount thy impassable Maya by singing thy glories in the company of thy devotees. 125 Text 126, Skanda Ca. Hrisnadirnantunirmdlyam Yajian Gam Spri Sate Mun Sarvaragais Tatha Papir Mukio Bhavati Endrada 126 Translation, it is stated in the Skanda Puranam, O sage Narada. One whose body is touched by the offered flowers, flower garland, tulasi, and sandal from the body of the Vigraha, the deity as symbol of the eternal form of the Lord, worshipped in the temple, of Lord Krishna is freed from all diseases and all his sins. 126 Text 127, 24 Agartandavam Yathad Drakamahaturai, Yo Udatyati Farvistitma Bavirbahu Subhakatan Sa Verdhatai Papani Manvantarasatsi API 127 IL Translation, 24, Frantic dance in front of the Sri Vigraha. Ida stated in the Dvaraka Mahatmya that he who cheerfully and with overwhelming emotions of bhakti frantically dances in front of the Lord, has his sins of many manvantaras completely burnt into ashes. 127 Translators note, 1 manvantara equals 71 series of 4 ages, i.e. in each manvantara the 4 ages revolve 71 times. The 4 ages are Satya, Trita, Dvapara, and Kali. The 4 ages are equivalent to 43,20,000 years. 127 Text 128, Tatha Sitnarado Ektan Ca, NNLTYDMSR1 Pater Agar Talikavatan Airby Trizam Uddi Yanti Sartvast Hasarv Pataka Paksana 128 Translation, so also said by Sri Narada, all sins, like so many birds, fly away from the bodies of those who repeatedly dance in front of Sripati, the Lord of Lakshmi, Supreme Lord Narayana, to the accompaniment of clapping of hands. 128 Text 129, 25 Dandavan Nadiyatha Naradtai, Chopins Dakrita Prandmi Daschvam Tababing Ithernatulya Dasas Vamethi Punareti Janma Krishna Pranmai Na Punarbhavaya 129 Translation, 25, Prostrated obeisances. It is mentioned in the Narada Pancaratra that performances of tennis Ventidayajanas, a Vedic sacrificial rite by which a Kshatriya king sends out a horse, challenging all rulers in order to be the emperor over them all, cannot be compared with Asingal prostrates obeisance to the feet of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, because one who performs even 10 Ivantadayajanas has to be reborn, whereas one who has once prostrated before the feet of the Lord is not born again. 129 Text 130, 26 Abhi Uttanam Yatha Brahmanda, Idanarudham Parapriksya Samayanian Janardanam Abhi Uttanam Narakarvan Patayat Sarvahilbizam 130 Translation, 26, Rising from one seat in honor of the Lord. It is said in the Brahmanda Puranam that he who rises from his seat observing the Sri Vigraha, deity, of Lord Janardana coming in front riding a chariot has all his sins destroyed. 130 Text 131, 27 Anav Rajayatha Babajiyatar, Rathana Sahagakanti Parsvata Pristhato Gradavis Nana Evasama Sarv Bhavanti Svapadakaya 131 Translation, 27, Following the Lord's Vigraha to some distance. It is mentioned in the Bhavajya Puranam that even a Kandala who eats dog's flesh become raised to the venerable status of Lord Vinu himself if he follows the Lord in a chariot or any other carriage by its side, from behind or in front. 131 Text 132, 28 Sthane Gatist Nam Tirthamgrihik Disatatra Tirth Gatiryath 132 I Translation, 28, Visit to the Lord's place. By place here should be understood a place of pilgrimage, associated with the Lord, and his temple, which are to be visited. 132 Text 133, Parantir, Sanastra Marikanadra and Istavakaranakasamau Slagyo Tidvavakaranayal Hairs Tirthagamuana 133 L Translation. It is mentioned in another Puranam, the two legs that walk to the places of pilgrimage associated with Lord Hari becomes means of crossing the desert of this world and are praiseworthy. 133 Text 134, Jlay Cayath Buribhakti Sudhodaya, Pravazand Layam Vinadar Sandradam Subhaktiman and Abhatya Pravazan Maya Kuksakar Vagriham Sudth 134 L Translation, also to the temple, as is mentioned in the Harab Hakta Sudhode. If persons of pure bhakti and true wisdom enter into the temple for a sight of the Lord Vinu, they do not ever again enter into the prison of the mother's womb. 134 Text 135, 29 Parikramoyath Tatrava, Visnam Pradak Sinikar Vanyastatrade Variat Punatad Evdvantanam Tajia Punaren Variat Babe 135 Translation, 29, Circumambulation. It is said in the Harab Hakta Sudhodaya that one who circumambulates Lord Vinu repeatedly, has not to pass through the cycles of births and deaths anymore, for, that is his last cycle in this world. 135 Text 136, Skanda Ca Katermasya Mahatmai, Kater Vidram Bhi Tramabista Jagat Sarvam Karakaram Krantam Bhavati Vipragrayatat Tirthagamanad Hikam 136 Translation. It is further stated in the Katermasya Mahatmya of the Skanda Puranam that those who have circumambulated Lord Vinu 4 times have gone round the entire universe of all animate and inanimate objects, and such circumambulation of Lord Vinu, his Vigraha in a temple, is, O great among Brahmanas, of greater importance than going on pilgrimage. 136 Text 137, 30 Atha Arcanum, Sudi Nidas Dadi Pervangakarmanirvaha Pervakam Arcanum Tipaktranam Syan Mantreno Papadanam 137 Translation, 30, Next, worship, offering of the materials or ingredients along with mantram, revealed syllables with transcendental potency, to Lord Vishnu after one has first finished purification of the elements and matrikanyasa, is called arcana, i.e. worship. 137 Text 138, Tadyatha dasame 108 Svargape Vargava Puasare Saa Bhavai Samp Adam Sarve Sam Api Siddhanamalatak Karayadarkana 138 Translation, for example, in the 10th canto of the Bhagavatam, after meeting Lord Sri Krishna at Dvaraka while returning home, Sri Sudama Brahmana mused in his mind that worship of the feet of Lord Sri Krishna is the source of all kinds of muddy for all, including all the wealth of heaven, earth, and the subterranean regions. 138 Text 139, Visnura Hasyi Ca, Sri Vina Arcanum Yetu Prakarvant Nard Bhavai Te Adudi Dolaris Vadam Vinartnandam Paramampadam 139 L Translation, also in Visnurahajya, it is stated in the Visnurahajya that those who worship Lord Vishnu on this earth attain to the supreme spiritual realm of Lord Vishnu, which abounds in eternal delight. 139 Commentary, here according to Sri Rupa Goswami in the above text, the arcana or worship has been regarded as the principal element, and by eulogizing arcana or worship, the spiritual efficacy of the other elements has been softly emphasized. According to one interpretation of this text, what is emphasized is that in the absence of worship the other elements of bhakti, i.e. Vaidhi sadhana bhakt, may be usefully resorted to. According to a second interpretation, in the case of persons confused about the true character of the different elements of bhakti, resort to other elements in the absence of arcana or worship is useless. The first interpretation is supported by various statements in the Bhagavatam prescribing the other elements where arcana is lacking. Thus, in the 11th canto, chapter 14, sloka 3, Lord Sri Krishna addressing Sri Uddhava says, in the Vedas has been described the innate and eternal religion arising out of my intrinsic potency, which is bhakti. When through the effect of time it became hidden from view in the state of final dissolution, one myself instructed Brahma about this dharma, before another creation is started. In the 2nd canto, chapter 2, sloka 10 of the Bhagavatam sage Sukadeva addressing King Parikshita says, whether one be niskama, le, free from all desires, or be a prey to all sorts of desires, or a seeker of liberation, or a man of the right sort of intelligence, one should practice bhakti unmixed with the ways of karma and jnana, and thereby serve the Supreme Person, viz. God. In the above two slokas, the principal elements of sadhana bhakti have been stated. In the 8th canto, chapter 23, sloka 16, Sri Sakrakarya addressing Lord Vamanadeva says, even if one loses one's voice and thereby is unable to utter correctly the mantram, revealed spiritual syllables of arcana or worship, or if one fails to observe the order of worship laid down in the tantras, or one becomes otherwise deficient in respect of all the paraphernalia of worship arising out of a particular local situation or a particular time or the particular nature of the individual concerned, all such deficiencies and errors are made good, O Lord, by utterance of thy name. In this statement chanting of the name as an essential element in worship is described. In the 11th canto, chapter 3, slokas 2-3 of the Bhagavatam, sage Kamasa Yogindra addressing King Nimai says, out of the Lord's mouth, his arms, his thighs and his feet have arisen the 4 varnas, classes, and the 4 ashramas, disciplines, of spiritual culture with the respective qualities, and therefore those who do not worship the Lord who is the source and cause of their origin, out of ignorance, or who show contemptuous indifference to such worship even knowing that they owe their existence to the Lord, lose their status in respect of the class, varna, to which they belong and the discipline, ashrama, which is appropriate for them and fall to lower depths. Sri Jiva Goswami points out that this text refers to the varna ashrama dharma, which is misra bhakti, i.e. karma misra bhakti. In the 2nd canto, chapter 4, sloka 1/7 of the Bhagavatam, Sri Sukadeva Goswami addressing King Parikshita says, bow again and again to the Lord who is the very embodiment of holiness and is reputed throughout the universe as the source of all spiritual values, to whom must be rendered all the austerities etc. by aspirants in the way of knowledge and austerities, or believers in the way of karma who specialize by generosity and gifts, or believers in sacrificial cult who perform Svamedha and other Vedic sacrifices, and believers in repeats muttering of the name of their chosen deities, and also individuals known for the purity of all their behavior or dealings, if the activities are to bear their beneficial fruits. Here is stated bhakti which is attained by imputation, apurasiddha bhakti. 139 Translators note, the arcana system in Hindu religion in general and in Vaishnavism in particular is most elaborate, which is not found in any other religion of the world. This is one of the most fundamental and vital aspects of Hindu spiritual culture. Be it in Vedic ritualism, or tantric practices or Pancaratra system, arcana finds a very important place. The ingredients of arcana can be 16, viz. 1. Seat, 2. Invocation, 3. Water for washing the feet of the deity, 4. Sacred offering of garlands etc., 5. Water for washing the mouth, 6. Ablation of 5 substances curds, ghee of cow's milk, sugar, milk, and honey, 7. Again water for washing the mouth, 8. Bathing of the deity, 9. Clothes, 10. Ornaments, 11. Sweet scents, 12. Flowers, 13. Incense, 14. Lamp, of ghee or oil, 15. Food or offering of eatables presented to the deity, 16. Prarasana, Svagata, Padya, Arghya. Akamaniya, Madhbuparka, Panarakamanaya, Snana, Vasana, Abharana, Shugandha, Puspa, Dhyupa, Dipa, Naivdaya and Vandana respectively are the 16 ingredients of arcana. 10 ingredients in arcana are also used, viz. 1. Padya on water for washing the feet of the deity, 2. Arghya or sacred garlands for offering to the deity, 3. Akamaniya or water for washing the mouth, 4. Madhuparka, i.e. honey, curds, ghee, sugar, and milk for the purpose of ablation, 5. Panarakamaniya or water again for washing the mouth, 6. Shugandha or sweet scents, 7. Puspa or flowers, 8. Dhyupa or incense, 9. Dipa or lamp, and 10. Naivdaya or offering of eatables presented to the deity. In the shortest form of worship or arsana, 5 such materials are used, viz. 1. Sweet scents, 2. Flowers, 3. Incense, 4. Lamp, and 5. Offering of eatables presented to the deity. In the arcana system, there are elaborate methods of anganayasa, i.e. touching the different parts of the body in conformity with the instructions of the scriptures. There is karanyasa, i.e. different movements of the hands and fingers in specific mudras, i.e. modes of intertwining the fingers during worship, at the time of invoking the Lord, at the time of bathing or at the time of offering naivdya, etc. 139 Text, 140-31, Parikarya, Parikarya tu Sevapakaranadai Paraskri Yatath Prakarakakshitravadi Turdayar Upasand 140 Translation, Service, Cleansing and Purifying, by mantram and sacred water, the various objects used in worship, and waving the kamara, a fan made of white tail hairs of a yak and used in temples, at the time of the Lord's worship, holding the umbrella over the Lord's deity during the worship, and striking the bell and blowing conch shell when worship is going on. The above are the 2 kinds of service through accessories. 140 Commentary, Sir Rupa Goswami observes that parikarya means using such accessories as one uses in serving the king. 140 Sanskrita Text 141, Yatha Narati, Muhurdam Vd Mutri Drestum Yasti Stedhatai Mandir Sa Yatai Paramamst Nam Kimususrasain Rata 141 Translation, as in Naradiya Puranam. In the Naradiya Puranam it has been stated that he who stays for 1 moment or even half a moment in the temple of Lord Hari goes to the highest spiritual realm of the Lord. Therefore, about them who are engaged in the service of the Lord, through the various accessories, one need not say much or what more to speak of them. 141 Text 142, Yathakatirth 109 Yat Disavab Hirasis Tapasvind Masifia Janmopasai Tam Alat Iao Sadi Al Kafiayodi Anvaham Ed Hate Sate Yathopadang Yuvid Habinad Srita Sarit 142 Translation. In the fourth canto of the Bhagavatam, King Parthu addressing his own subjects says, the desire for the worship of the feet of the Lord growing day by day in intensity washes away all accumulated stain of the mind through innumerable births and rebirths in sages like the sacred Ganga that issues from the feet of the Lord. 142 Text 143, Ang Vividhani Evasya Payajapadakari Iona Tani Lakatanya Trajayanthavahulia Bidata 143 IL Translation. Though in respect of worships and service through various ingredient there are many other elements that could be mentioned here, but they are not here specifically stated for fear of swelling the bulk of the work, to unmanageable volume. 143 Text 144, 32 Athakdamyath Lanj, Brahmano Vasudvakyam Gayamano Nisam Param Harizd Lokyam Apnoti Rutaganad Hikam Bhaves 144 L Translation, 32, Next, Songs, as in Linga Puranam, it has been sung in the Linga Puranam that, a Brahmana who sings without break the praise of the Supreme Being Vasudeva attains Salokya or residence in the realm of Lord Vasudeva, Vaikantha. A Brahmana's song, in praise of Lord Vasudeva is more fruitful than even the songs of Rudra. 144 Commentary, Srimukunda Dasa Goswami observes that it is forbidden for a Brahmana to sing any songs other than songs in praise of the Lord. 144 Text 145, 33 Athasamtvianam Namdhidaunadinam Akirbast Rurtanam 145 Translation, 33, Then, singing aloud, Kirtanam or singing aloud is defined as singing the name, qualities, and events or pastimes of the Lord Divine Life in loud voice. 145 Translators note, the usual meaning of Sankirtanam as well as its derivative meaning is singing together or singing in congregation. Sri Rupa Goswami, however, defines Sankirtanam as singing in a loud voice. 145 Text 146, Tatra Namakirtanam Yatha Vinudarm, Krishnadi Mangalam and Mayajya Vad Pravartate Basam Bhavanti Rajendra Mahapataka Kotayahi 146 Translation, singing the name of the Lord Namakirtanam. In Visnud Arma Puranam we have the following address to King, O King. The utterance of the holy name Krishna has the effect of reducing to ashes millions and millions of sins of the gravest kind. 146 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami observes that as in the previous text arcana or worship is considered as the principal spiritual efficacy of other subsidiary elements in Vedi sadhana bhakt, so also here the super excellence of the chanting of the name being described, the excellence for spiritual values of other subsidiary elements has been emphasized. Here by mention, of the name of Krishna, the other names of Lord Vishnu have also been referred to by implication. 146 Text 147, Lila Kirtanam, Yathasaptam 110 Soha Priya Siyasaradat Paradavadya Lilakathstava en Risenha Ijas Titarmi and Ugriyan Gya Vipramuto Durga Aite Pada Yugdalaya Hudsasangat 147 Translation, singing the pastimes of the Lord, Lila Kirtanam, in the 7th canto of the Bhagavatam, Prince Prahlada, addressing Lord Nrsimhadeva, Lord in the form of the Lion Man, says, O Lord, have taken shelter at thy feet, 1am thine favored servitor, shall easily scale the insurmountable barriers of all the afflictions of life by virtue of association with the saintly devotees of thyself, who having taken shelter at thy feet are free from the trials of samsara or empirical life. Such association will make me conquer the attractions and aversions that lie at the root of samsara. My freedom from the ills of life will enable me to the conquest of the bondage of the flesh. I shall chant the glory of thy divine pastimes that have been sung by Brahma, the creator of the universe, and shall easily overcome the bondage of samsara continuing to sing thy glories, who is my supreme deity and my friend of the heart and my dearest object of love. 147 Text 148, Gund Kirtanam, Yathapradham 111 Etha Hypoasas Tapasati Crotasia Vas Vifidasiastic Tasia Ca Budhai Dateo Avasi Udortal Kavibhir Nirdipato Yat Udamad Sent Lokagnavarianam 148 2 Translation, singing the praise of the Lord's transcendental qualities. In the first canto of the Bhagavatam, Sri Narada addressing Vyasadeva says, "Wise men have declared that all the fruits that came from the practice of austerities, reading of the Vedas, carefully performed Vedic sacrifices, properly pronounced revealed, mystic, syllables of the Vedas, realization of the knowledge of Brahman, and charities are an invariable consequence of singing the holy qualities of Lord Hari of sacred fame." 148 Commentary, Mukunda Dasa Goswami observes that in the text Abhisi Yuta Artha means Akhanda Purus Artha. Dharma or moral artha or economy, and karma or sensuous values as well as moksha or liberation are partial ends, i.e. Khanda Purus Artha. But bhakti is Akhanda Purus Artha, i.e. Purus Artha, or the supreme end in its completeness and fullness without any segmentation or division. Though austerities, tapasya, etc. have no immediate consequence of bhakti as their fruit, yet they conduce immediately to bhakti as their fruit because of their association with offering to the Lord and other similar acts. In this way bhakti has to be regarded as a fruit of austerities through intermediary associated processes. In the 7th canto of the Bhagavatam, Prahlada addressing the Asura boys, i.e. the children of the atheists, says, "Charities, austerities, sacrifices, ablutions, and the performance of vows, etc. cannot please the Lord. It is only pure bhakti that is capable of causing delight to the Lord. For the Lord all practices, other than the practice of unalloyed bhakti, are superfluous and useless." Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti observes that previously it has been stated in Sloka 66 that even by renouncing the code of duties appropriate for oneself, one may attain fruition or fulfillment by bhakti alone. Here it is added if a devotee has some liking for any particular cult, then his object will be attained in respect of the cult or cults he believes in by means of bhakti. Wise men have said that dwelling on the transcendental qualities of the Lord and emphasizing their great spiritual significance constitute the real essence of austerities and other practices. In the dictionary Metanikosa, artha has been stated also as equivalent of hetum or cause. Hence avakinta artha in the text means that which is hid of avashuddhi or separation from one's intrinsic end. In the 11th canto of the Bhagavatam, Lord Sri Krishna addressing Sri Uddhava says, "Whatever is attainable by karma or Vedic ritualism, austerities or tapasya, wana or knowledge, renunciation or tyaga and vairagya, practice of yoga or meditation, charities or dana, the duties of life in varna-ashramadharma and other means of attaining sriya or good, my devotees by practicing bhakti or service unto me alone easily attain all that." As the fruits of austerities etc. are realized by means of bhakti, it goes without saying that the austerities etc. themselves must have succeeded in achieving their end. Lord Vishnu has always to be meditated upon and never to allowed to go out of mind. These two prescriptions, one injunctive and the other prohibitive, are the foundation of all the injunctions and prohibitions laid down in the sacred books. In fact, this statement establishes recollecting, i.e. meditating on the Lord as basis, and therefore constituting the governing principle of all the codes of the different religious sects. Therefore it is superfluous to speak of the austerities, etc. as commits under the same principle. All scriptural injunctions about austerities, reading the Vedas, etc. have all their meaning or significance in bhakti or service to the Lord for his delight. This is why chanting the eulogy of the Lord is the inseparable import or means of austerities and other similar practices. In fact, their dharma, or codes of religious duties, are only forms of various services, bhakti, to the Lord. In the 11th canto of the Bhagavatam, Lord Krishna addressing Uddhava says, "In the Veds bhakti as worship of myself has been taught, and when through the effect of time it disappeared from earth at the final thorough dissolution of cosmos initiated Brahma, the creator of a new world, into this lesson of bhakti as the religion that appertains to or aniseed out of my intrinsic nature or svarupa sakti." From them words of the Lord it is quite obvious that the Vedas have the purport of teaching bhakti as the true religion. Sri Madhusudana Sarasvati has also said that all scriptural declarations have for their purport and meaning the Lord himself. Therefore, there being no dependence of bhakti in karma or the way of Vedic ritualism, the definition of Sutta bhakti or pure services, and devotion as gunakirtanam or singing the eulogy of the Lord's transcendental qualities, without reference to karma, cannot be regarded as being a definition vitiated by the fallacy of avyapti or being too narrow. If karma were declared to be a condition of bhakti, then as being dependent on karma, Sutta Bhakti regarded as consisting in gunakirtanam or singing of the eulogy of the transcendental qualities of the Lord will be vitiated by the fallacy of being a too narrow definition. 148 Text 149, 34, Athajapam Antrajya Sulakt Kare Japa Ity Abhidayat 149 Translation, 34, Next, Japa, very silent utterance of the mantra is the revealed syllables of transcendental potency is called japa or silent muttering. 149 Text 150, Yathapadmi, Krishnanama Ityesa mantra sarvarthasad haka bhaktanar japatarn bhyapas vargamoksafalaprada 150 il Translation, it is said in the Padma Puranam that the mystic Krishnaya Nama, obeisance to Krishna, offers men all the values of life. It gives heaven and liberation to those devotees who are engaged in muttering this mantram silently. 150 Text 151, 35 Athas 6 Jalapti Yath Skanda, Havimadishya Yathipsit Kritam 6 Jain Painam Jira and Toxid Varar Galan Moksasana Evaviatas Tava 15. Il Translation, next Vijanapt 1 or forms of submissive prayers, it is said in the Skanda Puranam, whatsoever you have placed by words before Lord Hari to make known to him, such Vijanapti alone opens to you the gates of final liberation. 151 Text 152, Samprart Handi Mika Danyavad Hikalalasame. Ity Adav Vividhadhive Krishan 6 Vyaptarivada 152 Translation, the wise have described Vijanapti or submission of prayers to Sri Krishna of manifold forms, such as, Samprarthanatmika, i.e. prayer with wholehearted submission of mind, body, and everything to the Lord, or Damayavodhika, i.e. making known to Lord Krishna one's insignificance and worthlessness, or Lalasamai, i.e. making known one's yearning for the personal service of the Lord. 152 Commentary, Srimukunda Dasa, Goswami observes that the term Samprarthana here means prayer to the Lord that one's mind and other organs of experience may always be engaged in the worship of the Lord. And Lalasamai Prarthana means prayers for the service of the Lord in the way one desires to serve the Lord. The way one desires to serve the Lord is however determined by the Nitya Siddha Bhaktas, i.e. eternally freed souls who are associated parts of the Supreme Lord, and their ways, which a mortal must follow in the wake of. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out however that Samparthana i.e. here means prayer for the awakening of Ratai, i.e. Bhava, see introduction under heading VIIL, in one in whom it is yet not aroused, while Lalasamai Prarthana means prayer for service of the person of Lord Krishna as relished by the Ragatmikas or those eternal associates of the Lord for which a taste has already been generated in him. 152 Text 153, Tatra Samprarthanatmikayath Padmi, Yuvati Namyatha Yuni Yindika Yuvatayatha Main Pyramid Tadvan Main Pyramidam Tiva EIL 153 LL Translation, an example of Samrthanatmika Vijanapti, in the Padma Puranam it is stated as follows, let my mind be occupied with thee, O Lord. Even, as minds of young men and women remain occupied with thoughts of their young lovers. 153 Text 154, Danyavadhikayath Tatvava, Matulya and Stipe Padma and Paradisi Akaskana Paradrapi Lajami Kim Vairav Purazoshiami 154 IL Translation, an example of Danyavadhika Vijanapti, i.e. submission of prayer which is the essence of self-abasement. In the Padma Puranam we have there is none who is more sunk in sin than myself nor is there anyone who is more guilty of offences than myself. O thou Supreme Lord Purazotama! Ashamed even for say forgive me, my Lord. My sins and misdemeanor. What more can I say, Lord? 154 Text 155, Idiastmatyath Sri Endrada Padakaratra, Hadagam Hirade Vakasraya Yukio Jagatpate Maravaya Grahastam Mamavamkurv Iti Vaksyasi 155 Translation, an example of Lalasamaya Vijanapti i.e. submission of prayer which is of the nature of yearning, In the Narada Pancaratra, Sri Narada addressing the Lord says, O Lord of the universe, when wilt thou, resting with Lakshmi by thy side, tell me with a grave voice, who am eagerly waiting ready with the fan of Kamara in hand, O Ch Narada. Wave your fan in this manner. 155 Text 156, Yatha va, Hadam Yamunditra Endmni Tavarurtayan Udbaspa Pundar Kaksarakayajyami Tandavam 156 Translation, or, there again, also in Narada Pancaratra we have Narada addressing the Lord as follows, O thou of lotus-like eyes. When shall Lin tearful eyes start dancing wildly on the bank of the Yamuna singing thy holy name? 156 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that Lalasamai Prarthana does not apply to one in whom Ratai or Bhavabhakti or longing for serving Lord Krishna in the way his eternal associates serve him has not yet arisen. As a matter of fact, Lalasamai Prarthana has been distinguished previously from Samprarthanamai Vijapti, in which lalasa or real yearning is not in evidence yet. The example, therefore, illustrates Lalasamai Vijanapti and ought to have come under the category of Raganuga Bhakti, though Sri Rupa Goswami makes a passing reference to it. 156 Text 15/36 Athas Stavapada, Prakta Manisabhir Jita Stavara Yadaya Stava 157 Translation, 36, Next, reading of him in praise of the Lord, wise men mean by Stava the Jita and Stavaraja. 157 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami observes that the Jita is called Stava because it describes the glory and the transcendental greatness of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, and Stavaraja refers to the hymn in praise of the Lord, called Stavaraja in the Gautamiya Tantra. 157 Text 158, Yatha Skanda, Sriknas Nasidavaratnaji Hijamrajiv Tvialandanamasya Muni Siddhanam Vandani Devakazam 158 Translation, it is said in Skanda Puranam that those whose tongue has been adorned with the gems of hymns of Sri Krishna become adorable and praiseworthy by munis, saints, siddhas, those who have attained supernatural powers, and even by the gods. 158 Text 159, Narasiddhi ca. Statre stavi ca devagra ya stati madhusadanam sarva papavinir mukto visnyalo kamavapnuyat 159 2 Translation, in the Nrsimhapuranam it is said that whosoever sings prayers in praise of Lord Madhusudana, the destroyer of demon Madhu, with statras and stavas in front of the ark of Agraha of Vinu in a temple becomes free from all sins and attains to the realm of Vinu. 159 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami observes that even though there is no essential difference between statra and stava, yet a difference must be acknowledged in so far as statra means hymns composed by some predecessor in praise of the Lord, while a stava is one that is a spontaneous outpouring of the worshipper himself. Statra, in other words, is a hymn that is another's composition that one reads for the pleasure of the Lord, whole stava is one's outpouring of the feelings of the heart. Despite this, however, in the text both Jita and Stavaraja have been described as stava because no other suitable means of evoking one's spontaneous feelings is available. Srimukunda Dasa Goswami, however, distinguishes statra and stava in a diametrically opposite way. According to Srimukunda Dasa, stava is another's composition which one repeats, while statra is one's own creation of hymns in praise of the Lord. Srimukunda Dasa supports his interpretation by quoting from the 11th canto of the Bhagavatam. Lord Sri Krishna addressing Sri Uddhava says, A Bhakta, devotee, shall seek my delight and pleasure through reading good, bad, and indifferent stavas mentioned in the Puranas and also offering prayers by statras of his own heart's composition, and should prostrate himself at the innermost door of my temple with the prayer, Lord, mayest thou be pleased. 159 Text 160, 37 Atha naive didsvad, Yatha padmi, naive diamanam tulastvimis ramvisaya pudajalina siktamyo dolarenti nityam parato murari prapnoti yajadayo yakoti punyam 160 Translation, 37, naive diasveda or tasting the eatables offered to the deity of Vinu in a temple, it is stated in the Padmapuranam that one, who daily eats the offered naive daya, rice, fruits, eatables offered to the Lord, along with tulasi, specially consecrated with water after washing the feet of The Lord, in front of Lord Murari, outside the sanctum sanctorum, attains the merit of performing thousands of Vedic sacrifices and rituals. 160 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that pareda here means not in front of the Lord inside the temple itself but outside the sanctum sanctorum, because it has previously been stated in connection with offences in respect of seva or services at the time of worship that it is forbidden to eat in front of the deity. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out, however, that chewing of betel leaves has previously been forbidden as an offence, but not every form of feasting. Hence it is no offence to honor naivdaya, offered food, before the deity in a temple. 160 Text 161, 38 Athaptyas Vedoyath Tatrava, N.A. Damam N.A. Havar Yesm Svadhiti N.A. Surdrakanam Tepi Pedodakam Pitva Prayanti Paramam Gatam 161 Translation, 38, Padiyashveda or drinking the water used for bathing the deity and washing the feet of the deity. It is mentioned in the Padma Puranam that even those who do not give charities, perform oblations, read the Vedas or worship the gods, can attain the highest end only by drinking the water with which the feet of the Lord has been. Washer in a temple. 161 Text 162, 39 Athad Hipasarabhyamyatha Havi Bhaktisudhode, Ajranam Yadharar Dadadid Pakistasia Sarveda Tad Bhavavid Ladistanam Nasyam Nasyant Rabma Vistpaham 162 Translation, 39, Dhupasarabhyam or smelling the scent of the incense which has been offered to the deity of Vishnu. Hari Bhaktivilasa declares that smelling of the scent of incense that has been offered to the Lord and enjoyed by him is the surest antidote to the earthliness of this world with which people are smitten, as though smitten by a serpent. And such smelling is the true functioning of the olfactory sense. 162 Text 163, Atham Dlyasarabhyamyatha Tunter, Pravist Nazik Drandra Harar Nirm Dlyasarabhi Sadiovilayamayadi Papapanjarabandhanam 163 Translation, Malyasarabham or scent of garlands offered to the Lord. It is stated in the Tantra that if the sweet scent of the flower garlands that have been offered to the Vigraha of Vishnu enters the nostril, all sins like encaged birds in an aviary are immediately destroyed. 163 Text 164, Agastya Samitat Yaika, Akranam Gandhapaspadar Arsatasia Taptana Visudhi Sydd Anantasiya Granasya Habhittayat 164 Translation, again in the Agastya Samhita we have, O blessed sage. It is well known in the world that smelling the sweet scent of the flowers, flower garlands, incense, etc. offered at the time of worship of Lord Anantadeva by entering into the nostrils purifies the olfactory organ of the individual. 164 Text 165, 40 Atha Srt Murte Spars Anamyatha Vinudarmoshiair, Spri Sivavinarithasthanam Pavitras Radyanvita Papa Bandhair Vinir Mukta Sarvan Kaman Avdinway 165 Translation, 40, touching the Sri Murti, deity of Vishnu. It is stated in the Visnudharmatara that a person who is pure and has a firm faith in Sri Murti, is freed from all sins and attains every desired end by touching the Sri Murti Vigraha of Lord Vishnu. 165 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami observes that here the efficacy of touching the Sri Murti, deity in the temple, of Lord Vishnu is applicable to those who possess the eligibility of so touching any Sri Murti. 165 Text 166, 41 Atha Srt Murder Dars Anamyatha Varahi, Vrind Vain tu Govindam Yapasayanti Vasudhar Nate Yamapuram Yanti Yanti Punyakritam Gatam Il 166 Translation, 41, looking at the Sri Muri, in the Varaha Puranam Lord Varahadeva addressing Mother Earth says, Q Mother Earth. Those who see Sri Govinda at Vrindavana do not go to the gate of Yama, i.e. death's door or hell, but attain the fruition of pious people. 166 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami commenting on the above verse observes that Sri Rupa Goswami, the author, having described the excellence and efficacious of seeing all the various forms of the deity or Vigraha of Lord Vishnu, here specifically mentions, being overwhelmed by feelings of devotion to the Lord of his own choice, the special significance of the Supreme Lord himself in person manifest in the Arka Vigraha of Sri Govindadeva. Here attain the end of pious people refers to the supreme end of all pious activities, which is nothing else but pure bhakti only. In the first canto of the Bhagavatam, Sri Rupa Goswami addressing Sri Saunaka and other munis says, the highest religion of all people is bhakti, or loving services to the transcendent Godhead, bhakti which is causeless and unrestricted by maya and which unfolds the innate functioning of the sleeping soul. Therefore bhakti is the real end of all pious acts, and hence by seeing the Vigraha of Sri Govindadeva in Vrindavana one attains bhakti as its fruit. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that in order to make the earthly minded incline to the way of bhakti, Sri Rupa Goswami has mildly said that only shall attain the ends of pious persons by looking at the Vigraha of Sri Govindadeva in Vrindavana, but in fact Bhavabhakti or Ratai in Lord Govinda is the foremost end for the desireless devotees, and this Sri Chakravarti observes, has been subsequently explained by the author Sri Rupa Goswami himself. Translator's note, there are three presiding deities, viz. Sri Madanamahana, Sri Govinda, and Sri Gopinatha, in Gaudiya Vaishnavism, who have won the hearts of followers of Sri Caitanya. These three deities are also the presiding lords of 1. Sambandhajanana, i.e. knowledge of the eternal relation between the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna and the individual finite self, 2. Of abhidhaya or means to the end, and 3. Prayahana or final end, which is prema, respectively. Sri Caitanya entrusted Sri Sanatana Goswami to write authoritatively on the concepts of God or Isvara, the individual soul or jiva, the jagat of the manifested phenomenal world, and maya or the external potency of Lord Sri Krishna, and their interrelationships, i.e., I. Relation between God and the finite self, 2. Relation between two finite selves, 3. Relation between God and the phenomenal world, 4. Relation between two phenomenal objects, and vy. Relations between the cit jivatma and or inanimate phenomenal object. Sri Sanatana by his writing showed that Sri Madanamahana was the presiding lord of these five-fold interrelationship or Beth. Similarly, initiated by Sri Caitanya, Sri Rupa Goswami declared that in the esoteric conception of abhidhaya unalloyed or pure bhakti is the vigraha or arca to the realization of the eternal relationship that exists in the Supreme Lord Krishna, the finite self or jiva, and that Lord Govinda is the presiding lord of abhidhaya. Sri Sanatana Goswami installed Vigraha or arch of Sri Madanamahana in Vrindavana, who was the eternal lord of his heart's choice, while Sri Rupa Goswami made the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna manifest in his arca form as Sri Govinda in Vrindavana. Both the Goswamis had some rich devotees to erect two magnificent temples in Vrindavana, dedicated to Lord Madanamahana and Lord Govinda respectively. Of all the temples of present Vrindavana, the temple of Sri Madanamahana is the oldest, followed by the temple Sri Govinda, which is the finest temple in the whole of northern India. Lt was a massive temple of 7-storied height. The topmost 4 stories were demolished by Aurangzeb in the 16th century. It is necessary to mention here that the conception of the Arca Vigraha of Vinu, or Sri Krishna, or all the avatars or divine descents of Lord Vinu, is not correctly understood by the ignorant people, and they very often confuse them with idolatry or stone worship. 'Tis an utterly misconceived notion about the worship of the Arca Vigraha of Lord Vinu by a Vaisnava. According to the philosophy of Sri Caitanya, the concept of the absolute Godhead is conceived, on the basis of the authentic scriptures, in 5 different forms, simultaneously coexisting and identical, viz. 1. Svayam Rupa Krishna, the Supreme Divinity, who has an eternal spiritual 2-armed all-beauteous form of Sat Cit Ananda in Braja.